Nothing to Lose, Pax West, Book 2, written by Christopher Cartwright with Scott Medbury, narrated by Adam Barr. Chapter 1, The Place to Shoot, Indoor Range, Portland, Oregon. It had been 6 hours since he murdered the man. Pax West knew it was a mistake to linger. He should have bought a one-way ticket to anywhere outside the state of Oregon and put as much distance between himself and the crime scene. That was what he would have done if he were still working for the CIA as a ghost. It was even in the handbook governing the kills that could never be openly approved. Had he still been working for the CIA, everything would have been different. For one thing, the crime he had just committed would have been sanctioned and approved by a small but powerful intelligence oversight committee. He would have spent months planning it out, practicing it, and then training the process repeatedly until he got the execution of it down to perfection. He would have viewed himself as unresponsible for the crime. He was merely a weapon the CIA was using to win a global war that raged in secret. But he no longer worked for the CIA. This kill hadn't been secretly sanctioned by his government. It was personal. And to make matters worse, the murder had happened almost entirely by accident. Pax grinned at the memory. Then he thought, would I have done it any differently? No. He had no regrets. He would have let the last 6 hours play out exactly as they had. All the same, his old instincts told him he should have left the state earlier. It was definitely a risk. Not a terribly great risk, but a risk all the same, and one he didn't need to take. He wondered casually if he was going to regret his choice. The decision to stay afterward, not the decision to kill the man. No part of him had any regrets about that. He would sleep fine tonight. There were few people he'd killed who deserved it more unequivocally. He dismissed the risk blithely. Despite the unexpected and sudden necessity to commit murder, he had performed the task cleanly, concealed the body in such a way that it was unlikely to be discovered for another few days at the least. Once found, there would be nothing to trace it back to him. He was as certain of this as one could ever be, having found themselves in the unfortunate position of having killed someone without preparation. No, it wasn't stupid postponing his departure by another few hours. He would be long gone before anyone found the body. Of that, he was certain. He stepped out of the indoor shooting range. At 6'6" and wearing heavy boots, Pax had to duck to get under the doorframe and into the cool Portland night, the sharp scent of gunpowder still clinging faintly to his clothes. He took a deep breath, the crisp air refreshing after hours spent inside. Today was the last night of 3 in which he'd spent volunteering at the range. The veterans' shooting event had been a success. It was the kind of thing that gave him a flicker of satisfaction, helping people reconnect with purpose and precision, even if only for an afternoon. He hadn't brought a weapon of his own, relying on the range's gear and ensuring everything stayed clean and professional. Pax knew there was a minute possibility of being recognized while attending the veterans' shooting event, but he'd been enjoying volunteer work. It was a way of giving back with those who had served. They were his people. All of them. It didn't matter where they had served, or in which war they had fought during which decade. Veterans were all the same. There was a certain level of shared mutual respect and discipline among all veterans that transcended race, gender, and even generations. One of the employees at the range turned off the internal lights and locked the door. Pax glanced over at him. The man was in his early 40s, with a stocky build and a slightly hunched posture, the kind that came from spending too many hours bent over a counter or hauling heavy equipment. His face was unshaven, framed by dark, unruly hair that stuck out from under a battered baseball cap with the range's logo emblazoned on the front. He wore a black hoodie and faded cargo pants, the knees frayed. He glanced at Pax, who pulled up his jacket to protect his neck from losing warmth. The man gestured toward his car, an old Lincoln Continental, and the only one in the parking lot, and said, "You want a ride, Pax?" Pax shook his head. "No, thank you, sir. I'll grab an Uber." "Are you sure?" the man asked, raising his eyebrows. It was a cold night. Pax tightened his hoodie. "It's fine. I'm not going far, just to Union Station." "Oh, yeah?" the employee said. "Where are you headed?" "I don't know yet." Pax lied out of habit. "I might take a train north into Canada and then catch a ferry over to Vancouver Island for a while, or maybe even hitch a ride all the way north into Alaska. My cousin lives in Alaska." The employee instinctively tightened his jacket. "She loves it, but she objects to the cold up there this time of year. I'm talking freezing brass monkey weather." Pax frowned. "Oh, right. Maybe I'll leave visiting Alaska until summer. Instead, I might just catch a train to California. Honestly, I have no idea where I'm heading. Just know I've enjoyed my time here, but it's important I move on now." The employee unlocked his car and waited with the door half open. "You don't have somewhere to be?" "No." "Recently got out of the armed forces?" the employee asked. Pax nodded. "Yeah. I see that quite a bit around here. People get out after spending years of their lives serving their country, becoming the best fighting men and women in the world, only to then find themselves a bit lost, and worse, unemployed. Even more troublesome, despite their unique skill sets, they find it hard to get a job in the civilian world. Is that you?" Pax smiled. "You're reading me like a book." "Thought so." The employee studied him, gave a warm grin, and said, "May I make a suggestion?" "Go ahead." "Don't make any decisions. Take your time. Enjoy yourself for a bit. You served your nation, and for that, me and every American are forever in your debt." "Thanks," Pax said. "I'll try and do that while my savings last." "Good for you. Oh, and if you're looking for somewhere warm to ride out winter, why not fly to Hawaii?" Pax laughed. "Now you're talking. Whatever you decide, I wish you the best of luck with it." "Thank you," Pax said, and watched the man drive off in his blue Lincoln Continental. Now the night felt still, almost too quiet, save for the occasional rumble of distant traffic. It was cold, and he almost wished he'd taken the generous offer for a ride to Union Station. But he'd taken enough risks since he'd killed a man today. It was time to be a little more circumspect. Getting a lift with a stranger was a definite no. Not if he wanted to literally get away with murder. It was far too easy for someone to remember where you were headed after they dropped you off at a train station. Pax was good. He'd hidden the corpse well. It was unlikely to come back to him even when found. But eventually, someone would start asking questions. Then it would be only too easy for a night shift worker who, when locking up a shooting range late at night, recalled offering a drifter a ride to Union Station. It probably wouldn't mean much to the police, but Pax had no intention of leaving that loose string out there for a top detective to pull. Instead, he tugged out his phone. The faint glow illuminated his rugged face. He ordered an Uber and leaned against the cold brick wall of the range, folding his arms as he scanned the empty parking lot. No one else was around. He couldn't hear anything except the nearby streetlights, which buzzed faintly. 5 minutes later, the low, throaty hum of a powerful engine broke the silence. Pax straightened, his sharp eyes narrowing as a sleek, unmarked car turned into the lot. He glanced at the Dodge Charger. It was black and looked like it guzzled more gas than the cost of his rideshare. Pax had been in his fair number of Ubers. None of them looked like this. The vehicle rolled to a stop in front of him, its polished surface gleaming under the streetlights. The driver's door opened and someone stepped out. Pax's piercing green eyes gazed at the man, sizing him up with a glance. The driver was in his late 50s, maybe early 60s, with a thick, barrel chest that spoke of a lifetime of physical labor and hours of overtime enforcing the law. He wore a rumpled, dark gray jacket over a button-down shirt, the kind of outfit that had seen too many long days and too many late nights. His face was deeply lined, his jaw square and shadowed with a day's worth of stubble. His salt and pepper hair was close-cropped, a little uneven, as though he cut it himself. The man looked like an angry, disgruntled cop, or possibly a debt collector. Either way, he sure as hell wasn't an Uber driver. A split second later, the newcomer reached into his holster, withdrew a Glock, and aimed the weapon straight at him. "Hands where I can see them." Pax looked at the cop more with curiosity than concern. He thought, yes, most definitely a disgruntled cop. The lightning-fast computer behind his emerald green eyes went into overdrive, trying to take in everything and make sense of his situation. "I'm serious, son. Put your hands where I can see them right now, or I swear to you I'll shoot you where you stand." Who was this guy? Someone from his previous life? Somebody who held a grudge on him for something else entirely? His gaze shot to the Dodge Charger. It sure as hell didn't look like a standard-issue police car. No, it was this man's personal vehicle. What did that make him? Best guess, that made him a detective, and he sure looked pissed. More than pissed. What's that word? Rage. Yeah, he was filled with vitriolic rage. Holding a gun on him wasn't routine. The guy hated him personally. But that made no sense. Pax studied the guy who had been driving the car. They had never met before. Whatever the detective thought Pax had done, it was serious. This wasn't the response for driving through a stop sign by even the most irate patrol cop. So what did the detective think he'd done? He was treating him like a murder suspect. That didn't make any sense. Pax almost dismissed the idea out of hand. Yet for a moment he wondered if he was getting sloppy. There was no way the body would be found for at least another couple of days. But if that was the case, then why the big show of force? Pax stared at the Glock. It was still aimed right at him. He spread his hands. He gave his best attempt at a disarming smile. It wasn't working, and the detective looked like he was struggling, fighting to contain powerful emotions. Pax studied him, intrigued. No way he knew. Impossible for anyone to have found the corpse so quickly. Ergo, this was something else entirely. Unless it wasn't. If so, that was unexpected. It didn't take them long at all to find the body. Even less time to somehow tie it to him. Than for Pax to be located and caught. He swallowed hard. It was definitely a mistake, not leaving right away. He must be getting sloppy in his old age. Pax smiled, looked at the detective, and said, "I don't suppose you're my Uber." Chapter 2. Pax stared at the handcuffs, then met the gaze of the man with the Glock, his lips set in a grim line. "You're not going to be able to put those on me." The detective's eyes narrowed. "Is that a challenge?" "No, sir." Pax gave an apologetic smile. "It's just those are ASP Ultra cuffs. I know those. The frame is made of forged 7075 T6 aluminum, the same alloy used to make patrol rifle receivers. They're good handcuffs. The only problem is they just don't fit my wrists." The detective's gaze darted between Pax's face and his thick, muscular wrists. Pax slowly held his hands out in front, offering his wrists and a warm smile. "You're welcome to try, though." The detective's eyes widened. "You've got to be fucking kidding me." Pax tilted his head. "Have you got a pair of flexicuffs? If you do, that's what I would use." "I don't have damned flexicuffs with me." "What about a pair of ankle cuffs?" Pax smirked cheerfully. "Those usually do just fine on my wrists." "Been in trouble with the law a fair bit, have you?" the detective asked. "Nope." Pax grinned, as though he were enjoying the experience. "First time, actually." "I don't believe you." "Okay." The detective's mouth formed a grim line. "Okay, what?" "Just okay," Pax replied, stupidly. "I mean, you obviously think I did something which I didn't do, and that something is serious enough to warrant you taking away my freedom, so arguing whether or not I've been arrested before seems a little moot." The detective looked a little lost, then asked, "You want to tell me why I'm here?" Pax said, "I would be more than happy to oblige if I had any idea, sir." The detective grinned, but his eyes were cold. "So you're going to play stupid?" "Sometimes it's not even playing." Pax shook his head and suppressed a smirk. "Why don't you tell me what you think I've done? Then I can tell you I didn't do it, and we can all go about our merry way." The detective said, "I don't need to ask you. I know what you've done." "Really?" Pax asked. "There's no way the body's been found yet." Pax mentally considered what other crimes he might have committed. Yet with the exception of the one murder, which as far as he was concerned was entirely accidental and fully justified, he had been nothing but an upstanding model citizen since his somewhat catastrophic resignation from the CIA, and he was 100% certain this had nothing to do with that. If anyone knew the truth, they wouldn't have sent a lone detective by himself to apprehend him. They would have sent a task force, and if they were smart, perhaps an entire special forces team to capture him. No, this had nothing to do with his resignation from the CIA Ghosts program. Pax said, "I'm sorry, I think you have me mistaken for somebody else." The detective said, "I very much doubt that." "Well, unless you want to share what you think I did, it seems unlikely I can say or do anything to persuade you otherwise." "Look at this," the detective ordered, holding something toward him. Pax glanced down at the man's free hand, the one not holding the Glock aimed directly at him. The detective held a small photograph, a printed one, not a digital one on a phone or a device. Pax stared at the photograph, his green eyes narrowing as the detective tilted it slightly under the dim light. It showed a girl drinking at a bar with a guy who looked very similar to Pax. Both were sitting down. It was hard to judge the man in the photograph's exact height, but it was easy to tell he was a giant. Maybe not quite as tall as himself, but up there. Say 6'3", maybe 6'4". In the picture, the man was leaning against the bar, a faint smirk on his face. Pax couldn't place it, but there was something oddly familiar about that smile. It was as though he'd seen it before, but for the life of him, he couldn't think where. "There you go," the sharp-eyed detective said. "Hard to dispute, isn't it?" "You'd think this is me?" Pax asked, his voice dripping with incredulity. Are you really going to try and argue it isn't? The detective countered. Yes, Pax replied, his voice emphatic. That's not me, although I'll admit it's a very good likeness. I can see why you've mistaken me as the man in the picture, but that's all it is. No, the detective shook his head. Look again. That's you. You want me to be certain, you'd better hand me the photograph. The detective, unwilling to step an inch closer, within range of Pax's massive and equally deadly arms, flicked the photograph at him. Big men aren't usually fast. Pax caught the photo in a flash, proving that his reflexes matched his obvious might. Pax said nothing. Then, to pacify the persistent detective, he looked at the photograph again. The edges of the detective's lips curled upward. There you go. Have a good look. Pax stared at the photograph. The big guy wore a buttoned-up polo shirt. The top few buttons were undone, revealing parts of his muscular chest. It could have been a fashion statement, a way of saying, look at me, I've wasted a large portion of my life lifting heavy objects at a gym, only to put them back down again at the nearly identical pace. But Pax didn't think that was the case here. Pax had to do the same thing with all the buttoned-up shirts he'd ever worn. It wasn't from a sense of style, though. It was out of necessity. No shirts ever fit his unique shape. He'd have to get them custom-made, and that wasn't on his priority list. Instead, he just left the top few buttons undone. He was about to shake his hand and tell the detective he was finished with the photograph when he spotted the edge of the tattoo. Pax's gaze locked on it immediately, his heart skipping a beat. It was unmistakable, and equally impossible. The skeletal outline of a frog, its bony arms clutching a trident. He didn't need to see the rest of it to know what it was. The tattoo was more than just ink. It was a symbol of sacrifice, of loyalty to the Brotherhood of Navy SEALs, and of the ultimate price some had paid for freedom. He would recognize that symbol anywhere. And why not? He knew exactly what it was and what it meant. After all, Pax had one just like it. And like the one in the photograph, it was etched above his left pectoralis. The bone frog was one of the most iconic images to honor a fallen U.S. Navy SEAL. Originally drawn by Hospital Corpsman Second Class SEAL Keith Kimura, who passed away January 11, 1997, from a training accident at Naval Special Warfare Basic Underwater Demolition School. The image is now deeply embedded in the SEAL teams. A time-honored tradition for Navy SEALs is to get a bone frog tattoo on return from a combat deployment to honor a fallen SEAL. Most were similar, with individual nuances. But this one wasn't just like the one Pax had. It was identical. And that meant only one thing. They had both gotten inked at the same time for the very same reason. It must have been during a secret mission Pax could barely remember, yet equally had never been able to forget. Chapter 3. The tattoo honored Matthew Desmond. The Navy SEAL was one of Pax's best men. Even after all these years, Pax couldn't believe it. Desmond died during Operation Silent Tide on the coast of Somalia in 2014. It was a rescue operation for a group of humanitarian aid workers who had been taken hostage. There were 2 SEAL teams involved in the operation. Pax led one. His team performed a high-altitude, low-opening, halo parachute into the desert to the west of the compound. The second SEAL team was deployed by a lockout locker on board a nuclear attack submarine in the Indian Ocean and swam ashore from the east. The raid was set during a thunderstorm. The team successfully retrieved the hostages, but Matthew Desmond took a stray round to the head during the exfiltration process, killing him instantly. Afterward, every SEAL from both teams got matching tattoos in respect to the ultimate price Desmond paid for that freedom. The man in the photograph had been there, yet Pax couldn't remember him. In fact, he'd worked hard to forget everything about that night. Pax's grasp on reality had started crashing down as memories from that night came flooding back. Feeling faint and confused, he swayed on his feet. To regain some semblance of control, he took a deep breath and focused his attention on the woman in the picture. "Pretty girl," Pax said. "At a glance, she's definitely the sort of person I would have liked to have a drink with last night. But that's not me in the photograph. I'm going to have to arrest you." "You got nothing on me," Pax said, with equal conviction and truth. The detective said, "I got a photo of you drinking with that woman minutes before she was brutally murdered." "Murdered?" Pax studied the woman once again. She was more than just beautiful. She was genuinely stunning. "You think this guy in the photograph killed her?" he asked. The detective said, "Someone snapped her neck with their bare hands." "Yeah?" Pax said. His voice was non-committal. "It takes a lot of force to break a person's neck. You've got to overcome a lot of muscles, ligaments, tendons, and things, designed specifically to prevent that sort of thing from happening." Pax tilted his head, no longer amused. "So?" The detective's eyes drifted a little lower, to Pax's muscular wrists, which remained uncuffed because they were too thick to fit a standard police-issue pair of handcuffs. "So I'm saying you happen to have extremely powerful arms. Might just be one of the few people in all of Portland strong enough to be capable of such a task. Wouldn't you say that makes you a likely suspect? Wouldn't you say that's a little convenient?" "Not really." "You don't think that makes you a likely suspect?" "No. It definitely makes me look guilty," Pax readily agreed. "I'm just saying it's not convenient. Not for you and not for me." "I can imagine why it's inconvenient for you," the detective said, with the hint of menacing amusement played out for the first time on his otherwise angry expression. "But why do you say it's inconvenient for me, too?" "You see, I'm passing through," Pax said, "and I didn't plan on spending much time here. It will take precious hours, maybe days, before you figure out I'm not your guy. Then you'll get back to work searching for whoever that guy was in the photograph. All that time, the real perp will only get farther away, the longer you keep looking at me as the sole suspect. So no, I don't find any of it convenient." Pax thought about telling him about Operation Silent Tide. If that man from the photograph really was one of the Navy SEALs from that mission, all he had to do was mention Operation Silent Tide to the detective, who could then subpoena the names of the men who served on each of the SEAL teams at the time. That was, considering if the man in the photograph was even involved in the woman's murder. The detective stared at him, as though he could see the cogs and gears moving quickly inside Pax's brain. "Do you have something you want to share with me?" "No, sir." The detective eyed him. "You know your rights?" "Yes." "You want a lawyer?" Pax slowly shook his head. "No, thanks." "I'm going to have to take you in for the night," the detective said. Pax shrugged. "I was ready to find a bed in a motel anyway. This will save me looking for one. I've never slept in a police cell, but I'm always happy to enlarge my experience." "You seem pretty calm for someone being charged with murder." Pax shrugged again. "I didn't do it." "Right now it looks like you did." Pax smiled. "All the same, I didn't, and I won't ever be convicted of it." "Aren't you worried you're going to take the rap for something you didn't do?" the detective asked. Pax shot the cop an insouciant grin. I have faith in the justice system. The detective seemed unsure whether to laugh or not. He looked like he was wondering if his suspect was crazy or just naive. He finally said, "There's definitely some sort of screw loose in your head." Pax gave a slightly involuntary shake. "It's a bit cold here. You want to go grab a coffee or something and iron this out?" The detective gestured Pax toward the Dodge Charger. "Get in the back." Pax nodded. "Or we could go wherever it is you want to go." The detective kept the Glock drawn on him, not making the mistake of getting close enough for Pax to do anything about it. "Let yourself in." "Okay," Pax said. He opened the rear door, the interior lit dimly by a single overhead bulb that cast a sterile, pale glow. The space felt smaller than it looked, cramped and clinical. A steel and plexiglass divider loomed between the front seats and the rear compartment, its surface smudged with fingerprints and faint scratches, reflecting fragments of light from the dashboard. Sliding inside, Pax found himself in a seat that was hard and unforgiving. The molded plastic dug into his back, and the floor beneath his boots was stripped of mats, leaving only bare, grooved rubber that radiated cold from the night air. The faint scent of stale coffee lingered, mingled with the acrid tang of industrial cleaner and something earthy, maybe sweat, maybe something worse. The streetlight outside strobed rhythmically through the plexiglass as the detective adjusted the rearview mirror so that he could keep an eye on him. In the front, the man's face was half illuminated by the glow of the instrument panel, his expression unreadable. Pax leaned back, his broad shoulders pressing into the rigid seat. The detective got in, started the car. Pax felt the powerful vibrations of the idling engine as it pulsed through the compartment, a steady thrum against the silence of the night. He let his gaze wander over the bolts securing the panel in place, his mind cataloging the details out of habit, the scuff marks on the walls, the faint reflection of the detective's eyes in the rearview mirror. Pax said, "What am I really doing here?" The detective said, "You saw the photograph." "No, I get that. I'm asking you, Detective Ratcliffe." The detective stared at him hard in the eyes. "Ryan Ratcliffe." "Okay, Detective Ryan Ratcliffe. I'm asking you personally. What are you doing here?" "I'm arresting you." "Sure, but I can tell there's more to this whole thing. Something you're not telling me. Nothing about this adds up." "What, are you questioning me now?" Detective Ratcliffe's gaze speared him via the rearview mirror. "That's not how this works. I'm the detective. I ask the damned questions." "Yeah, only you look like you've just woken up from a hell of a hangover. What did you do? Get a text that I was working at the shooting range and decide you'd come check the tip out on your own? Is that the policy for apprehending someone suspected of murder? Someone my size, with my appearance? Someone capable of snapping a person's neck with their bare hands? Give me a break. I think you're lying to me about everything." The detective jammed on the brakes, pulled the car over to the side of the road, turned and stared at him. He drew his Glock once more, and there was murder in the detective's eyes. "You killed my niece last night, you fucking asshole." There was a thick sheet of perspex between the front and the back of the Dodge Charger, designed to keep prisoners from escaping or attacking the police up front. Right now, it was the only thing preventing Detective Ratcliffe from killing him. Pax said nothing. Just let the detective release his pent-up vitriolic rage. Finally, when the anger had burned down to its seething embers, Ratcliffe growled, "There's been a moratorium on the death penalty in Oregon for more than a decade, but by God, I'm going to do everything in my power to bring it back. Just for you." Pax smiled to himself. Yes, he had been right. Twice. Disgruntled cop, and it really was much too early for them to know about the man he'd murdered. Chapter 4. The black Dodge Charger prowled through the night. Locked in the back seat of the detective's vehicle, Pax allowed himself to rest. If that human computer behind his eyes were a car, it would be idling so slowly it would be at risk of stalling. As a percentage of his internal processing power, he was running around the 5% mark. Not quite asleep, but the next best thing to it. He and the detective had failed to come to terms with the mistake, and Pax had accepted with his usual equanimity that this was just one of those problems that couldn't be fixed at night. Better to wait until the morning, when the truth would iron out the faults. As such, Pax had allowed himself to mentally switch off. His eyes were open, but they were barely processing anything going on, much less the landscape whirring by in the darkness. The Dodge's deep, throaty rumble resonated hypnotically, blending into the low hum of the highway. Portland's downtown skyline had already faded into the distance, swallowed by the dark. Streetlights flickered past in a rhythmic pattern, their glow casting brief flashes of light across the detective's sharp profile. Pax stared out the window, watching the world change. Something felt wrong. It was more of a gut instinct instead of a fact. Pax had learned as a child that he couldn't trust his inner thoughts, or those emotional instincts. He had been taught by a neurologist who worked with DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, on a secret program to develop spies for the CIA, that his senses told him nothing but lies. The specialist said Pax needed to develop an ability to ignore his instincts, along with all other emotions. To make matters more difficult, he somehow had to learn to differentiate between the emotional thoughts, which were almost entirely wrong, and those inner survivalist thoughts that were capable of keeping him alive. Since his somewhat violent retirement from the CIA program, Pax had tried to work on embracing his emotions and developing that emotional dialogue that he had suppressed since childhood. He felt good about his progress, but knew he had a long way to go. Right now, it was his logical and less emotional gut instinct that was giving him soft, yet persistent, signals of alarm. His eyes opened wide, and he started to take in his surroundings. The dense clusters of brick buildings and neon-lit storefronts gave way to long stretches of industrial warehouses, then open freeway. The city's pulse weakened with each passing mile, replaced by the empty silence of the road. Where were they headed? He scanned the landscape for something he recognized. There wasn't much outside, and nothing he could identify at this hour at a glance. Pax blinked the sleep out of his eyes, his mind sluggish as he took in the blurred streaks of neon out the left side of the Dodge Charger's window. A single building appeared to glow with lights. Pax frowned. The Eiffel Tower? He tensed, momentarily disoriented. Had he been moved? Had they taken him to Paris? That didn't make sense. Pax had taken the opportunity to rest, but unless he had been drugged, there was no way he'd drifted off that long. His gaze drifted lower, catching sight of a faded sign just beyond the glow of artificial lights. It read, Bullwinkles. The lights were off, but the miniature golf course was lit up beneath the moonlight. The place advertised some sort of amusement park offering family fun. A breath escaped him, laced with relief and mild annoyance at himself. The once vivid childhood attraction stood quiet in the darkness, its rides and booths swallowed in shadow. The main sign had gone dim, as had most of the surrounding lights, leaving only the miniature golf course's Eiffel Tower illuminated in the stillness. Pax exhaled, running a hand over his face. Still, the location didn't mean anything to him. Certainly nothing he could link to any geographical position in Portland, Oregon. To make matters worse, even though he'd never stepped foot in a Bullwinkle's, he'd seen their sign around a few places around the country and figured it was some sort of chain or something. For all he knew, he could be anywhere in the United States. Pax didn't really believe that. He knew that he hadn't really drifted off to sleep. It was more of a semi-shutdown status to gain some rest. What really triggered alarm bells was the fact the detective had been driving long enough for him to nearly fall asleep, which made him question just how far was he going, and more importantly, where was he being taken? A moment later, he saw it. To the right, the Willamette River shimmered in the moonlight, its surface broken only by the skeletal silhouette of the Boone Bridge. The steel archway loomed over the water, marking the crossing into Wilsonville. Pax had driven this route before. He knew exactly what it meant. They weren't just leaving Portland. They were heading out of the city. Moving south, Pax frowned. We seem to be going a long way to the station for the night. The detective didn't look away from the road. His fingers tapped absently on the wheel, the only sound in the car besides the steady thrum of the tires on asphalt. Pausing for a response, Pax said nothing. Finally, the detective said, "We're not going to the station." "Oh, right." Pax waited for him to elaborate. When he didn't, he asked, "So where are we going?" The detective grinned. "Oregon State Penitentiary." "That makes sense." Pax gave a bemused grin, met the detective's eye in the rearview mirror. "You make a habit bypassing the judicial system, skipping that whole innocent until proven guilty thing, and go straight to the highest security prison, where they house the worst of the worst," the detective added. "Right. That too." Pax couldn't quite read the detective. "So what's the story? Are the holding cells at the precinct a bit full tonight?" "No." "You do this often?" Pax asked. "Illegally locking people up in a maximum security prison, I mean." "No, this is my first time." "Right." Pax nodded, reassuringly. "How's that going for you?" "Fine." The detective smiled maliciously, revealing a recently broken tooth. "What about you?" "First time," Pax admitted. "But so far I have no complaints." The detective watched him as much as his eyes looked at the road. "You think you're tough, don't you?" Pax didn't dignify that with an answer. In his experience, small dogs like to bark and yap, carrying on as if trying to prove something. Pax was anything but a small dog. He had nothing to prove to anyone. Instead, he asked, "You want to tell me why I'm not going to your station? You want to tell me why you murdered my niece?" The detective countered. Pax frowned. "I'm sorry you lost your niece, but I didn't kill her. And see, here, this is why you and I aren't going to get along. This is why I'm taking you to the Oregon State Penitentiary, so some other scum just like you might help loosen that tongue of yours." "Okay," Pax replied good-naturedly. The detective remained silent for a few minutes. Pax thought he'd decided to give it a break and let him stew on his own thoughts for the night. If that was the case, Pax was fine with it. He could use a bit of rest. He considered getting some shut-eye. Then, right when he had found a comfortable position in the back of the Dodge to get comfortable enough to sleep, the detective seemed to break his own resolve and began to talk. You want to know why I'm breaking all the rules?" Pax sighed. He could really use the time to rest, but the detective seemed to have suddenly found himself somewhat loquacious. He smiled politely. "Sure, if you feel like sharing." "Look," the detective said, his eyes glaring at him in the mirror. "My name's Ryan. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe. You want to give me your name?" "You feel like dropping me off at the next motel?" Pax asked. Ryan smiled. "Okay, smartass, that's fine. It's probably better we don't use your name when I book you in for a stay at the delightful Oregon State Penitentiary." Pax figured the detective would discover his name soon enough on his own, and he didn't feel the need to speed up the process. Instead, he kept his mouth comfortably shut. Ryan didn't seem to mind. Maybe it was the late hour, or the long drive. But for some reason, the detective felt the need to talk. He said, "I've made plenty of mistakes in life. In fact, if I'm at all honest, can I be honest with you?" "Sure." Pax nodded, as if to say, if you can't be honest with a suspected murderer about to be taken to a maximum security prison, who can you be honest with? "Go for it." "Thanks," Ryan said, reaching for a bottle of scotch from his glove compartment. He took a small swig of it, then looked at the bottle, like maybe he could just put it back now, before taking another swig, and then throwing it back in the compartment and locking it firmly. "Look, I'm a pretty shitty kind of guy. I pay my taxes, work hard, and do what I was supposed to do. But I ruined my marriage, my health, and jammed a wedge between every single person I've ever loved, with the one exception being my niece. Eloise Ratcliffe was always there. She was the only constant good in my life, the one relationship I didn't fuck up." Ryan opened his glove compartment again, but the bottle had rolled to the other side, just out of reach. He whistled to himself and shut it again, as though it were probably for the best. His eyes seemed to dart from the bottle, back to the road, back to the bottle, before finally landing on the rear-view mirror, staring at Pax once more. "Now you see, you've taken her from me, so I have nothing left to lose. I'm willing to do anything to bring to justice the person who was responsible for her death. The normal rules don't apply. No matter what happens after tonight, I'll end up getting disciplined over it, probably even lose my job. But it will all be worth it if I can convince the governor to overturn the moratorium on the death penalty in Oregon." Ryan looked at Pax for a response. When one wasn't forthcoming, the detective said, "And that's why you're spending the night in Oregon's highest security prison. How do you feel about that?" Pax said, "I'm okay with it." The detective laughed. "Oh, I guess you figure you're a pretty big guy. All those muscles. Maybe some have been earned as a soldier or something. Maybe they're not just for show. You're probably thinking you'll be fine for a night in the Oregon State Penitentiary." Pax shrugged. He didn't have any thoughts on the matter whatsoever. A mistake had been made, and now he was going to spend the night in Oregon's highest security prison, presumably with some unfriendly people. The detective said, "Well, let me tell you something. In the OSP, there are people that are bigger than you, tougher, and meaner. It would be better you tell me what you did with Eloise, and then we can skip the whole night in hell." Pax kept his mouth firmly closed. The detective met his eye in the rear-view mirror. "What do you say?" Pax shrugged again. "I needed to find a bed anyway." The detective laughed. "Tough guy, eh? Let's see how you feel after a night in the OSP." Pax suppressed a grin. "Like you, Detective Ratcliffe, I got nothing to lose." Chapter 5. Oregon State Penitentiary, Salem. It was close to 1 a.m. by the time Pax felt the Dodge Charger slow. It was enough to rouse him from his semi-sleeping state. He came alert quickly and glanced out of the side window. The trees that line the road stood like gaunt watchmen against the night, their skeletal branches reaching toward the sky in frozen prayer. Their trunks, dark and gnarled, cast elongated shadows beneath the glow of the streetlights, flickering as the car moved past. A thin crust of ice clung to the branches, catching the light in glistening shards, making the trees look as if they had been dipped in crystal and left to shatter in the wind. Bare limbs rattled in the cold breeze, a whispering chorus that followed Pax as he stared out the window. The remnants of a late snowfall held to the ground in uneven patches, stained gray by the passing of cars. Here and there were evergreen pines, their boughs heavy with frost, standing strong against the grip of winter. The towering building up ahead felt as if it held its breath, the silence deep and watchful. There was something ancient about these trees, something that made Pax feel as though they had witnessed far worse things than a lone car cutting through the night. The detective began slowing to a near stop. The engine rumbled toward the main entrance of the Oregon State Penitentiary, its headlights cutting through the dim glow of the prison's floodlights. The massive concrete walls loomed ahead, topped with coiled razor wire, an unspoken warning to those on either side of the barrier. A set of double-locked doors, each a formidable steel roller gate, guarded the entrance. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe pulled the car up to a small, weathered intercom box mounted beside a security post. He rolled down the window and pressed the buzzer. Glancing up at the heavily guarded prison, Pax guessed they rarely took on inmates in the middle of the night. A moment later, a voice crackled over the audio-visual feed, grainy but unmistakably familiar. "You know the deal." Ratcliffe exhaled through his nose, unimpressed but used to the routine. A low mechanical hum filled the night air as the first massive roller door began to lift, revealing the dimly lit passageway beyond. As soon as the charger rolled inside, the door thudded shut behind them with a finality that Pax felt in his chest. The detective killed the engine. Two prison guards in tactical vests stepped forward, their faces unreadable. One crouched low, sweeping a mirror on a pole under the car, while the other circled to the trunk. "Pop it," one of them ordered. Ratcliffe reached down and released the latch. The trunk eased open. Judging by the look on the two prison guards' faces, it revealed nothing out of the ordinary. After a quick inspection, the guard nodded, and the second roller door groaned open ahead of them. Ratcliffe turned the key and started the engine, easing the charger forward, following the guard's hand signals. Once inside the inner compound, the detective pulled into a designated space, the concrete walls pressing in on either side. Waiting for them was a group of armed correctional officers, all carrying shotguns or semi-automatic rifles, their fingers resting close to the triggers. Ratcliffe killed the engine for a second time. Silence settled in, thick and heavy. The detective stepped out and around to the back door. He opened the rear passenger door. His piercing gaze landed on Pax. "All right, get out. Nice and slow," he ordered. Pax exhaled and stepped outside. The moment his boots hit the pavement, the guards shifted, tightening their grips. Their eyes followed his every move. One of the correctional officers who seemed to be in charge of the lockup procedure stared at Pax, his gaze taking him in like an MMA fighter taking in his opponent. The man didn't say a word. Pax looked at him, more out of curiosity than any real threat. The officer was a big guy, Pax would give him that. He was a little shorter than he was, but heavier by 50 pounds or so. Unlike Pax, The ratios were all off. This man had more adipose tissue than muscle. All the same, he looked solid enough to do some serious damage if he got a lucky hit in. And what he might have lost in speed and physical ability, he gained by carrying a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun, a Remington 870 Police Magnum, to be precise, Pax noted. One of the most widely used law enforcement shotguns in the U.S. The weapon was a pump-action, durable, and reliable piece of hardware, capable of being loaded with buckshot, slugs, or less lethal rounds, such as beanbags or rubber slugs, for riot control. Something about the way the man carried it, and the air of secret knowledge about why Detective Ratcliffe had brought him here, gave Pax the impression it was loaded with something a little more lethal tonight. Pax expected one of them to say something, but the whole lot of them didn't say a word. It was all part of the interrogation process. Might have worked if he had something useful to tell them, but given that he didn't kill the detective's niece, he didn't. Pax decided he would let them be and get some rest. Things would get sorted in the morning. Pax waited for someone to search him. After all, the detective hadn't done so when he arrested him. It might have slipped his mind. It was usually one of those procedures that occurred just after handcuffing someone. Only in this case, Pax's wrists were too big, and the detective was simply keen to get Pax into the car. He might have been carrying a weapon, a small knife, or even a gun. Pax wasn't, but they didn't know that. Still, nobody asked. He'd never stepped foot in a maximum security prison, at least not one on U.S. soil. But if the shows were to be believed, it was usually a simple procedure to search a new inmate to prevent them taking anything that could be used as a dangerous weapon into the prison. The big guy simply gestured toward a long tunnel. Pax nodded. He looked up. There was a large glass window that looked in on the entire prison from above, like some sort of viewing platform at a zoo. The place was empty, but the light was on. Whoever worked there was obviously too important or too senior to still work the graveyard shift. The detective noticed Pax's gaze. He said, "That's the superintendent's office. From there he can watch down on everything that's happening inside his domain." Pax smirked. "Seems boring." "Probably is," the detective admitted. "A prison like this, there's not much happening. The inmates are too dangerous to be let out without handcuffs and chains. It's been many decades since anyone escaped. And for the most part, people here are simply biding their time until the natural course of age finally inflicts the death penalty upon them." The detective was making his point. Pax got that. He understood it, too, given the man's niece had been brutally murdered. All the same, he simply nodded and said, "Okay." Pax kept his hands visible, moving deliberately as they closed in around him. One of them barked an order, and Pax was led forward, past the towering walls and barred windows, deeper into the belly of the prison. Pax glanced at a large sign at the top of the corridor. It read, IMU. He wondered what it stood for. Detective Ratcliffe seemed to notice his curiosity and answered his unasked question. "This is the Intensive Management Unit, the Supermax wing and highest security block at the Oregon State Penitentiary. The IMU houses inmates who are considered a threat to the safety of other inmates, staff, or the institution." Pax nodded. "Right. Like most supermaxes, it's a prison built within a prison. There are no keys here. Everything is run by electronic security mechanisms, making it near impossible to escape, and earning it the nickname from inmates as the Electronic Zoo. Violent inmates are mostly housed alone in single cells, but they also have two-person cells." The detective made a self-deprecating smile. "Tonight, the good people of the OSP have arranged for you to share a cell with one of the local inmates." Inside, the air was stale, thick with sweat, bleach, and something metallic. A long, dimly lit corridor stretched ahead, lined with reinforced cell doors. Somewhere distant, a prisoner shouted something unintelligible. They passed through a series of checkpoints, each more heavily fortified than the last. Uniformed guards checked paperwork and buzzed them through reinforced steel doors, their eyes flickering between the detective and his prisoner with professional detachment. Pax could see in their eyes that what was happening was particularly unusual, but whatever story the detective had told them had been enough to make them willing accomplices to break any number of rules. As they entered through the final rows of supermax cells, the cacophony began. Those inmates that were awake, a seething mass of humanity behind bars, leaned against the rails of their tiers, hollering down at Pax. Some catcalled, their voices leering and full of venom. Others hurled insults or jokes, laughing at their own gallows humor. A few simply stared, their silence more unnerving than the noise. "Fresh meat!" one voice bellowed from the second tier, followed by raucous laughter. "Hey, pretty boy, think you're tough?" another jeered. Pax kept his face impassive, his stride measured. He knew better than to show fear, or anything, for that matter. These men were sharks, and any sign of weakness was blood in the water. But beneath his calm exterior, his mind was working, cataloging the faces, the layout, and the rhythm of the place. Every detail mattered. By the time they reached the high security wing, the entire block had stirred. Heavy metal doors clanged with the sound of hands banging on metal. Pax kept his gaze forward, but he could feel them. Prisoners moving to the edge of their cells, watching. Faces pressed against the bars, eyes gleaming in the low light, sizing him up. Some just stared. Others muttered. More than a few grinned, as if eager to see a new inmate in the yard. Pax doubted they would be so happy if they had any idea who, or, more importantly, what Pax was. Not that it bothered him. Let them find out the hard way if need be. The passageway ended, and the door of the last cell of the Supermax prison opened electronically. Pax looked around for someone with one of those electronic remote controls. Nobody seemed to be carrying one. Then his eyes landed on a series of security cameras that tracked every movement within the entire prison system. At a guess, there was a central hub, a sort of control room, the place where people managed every movement of the prison with remotely accessed electronic doors, and maneuvered the electronic maze of locks with the sort of precision an air traffic controller would admire. The big guy gestured Pax through the open cell door. "Make yourself comfortable." "Thanks," Pax replied cheerfully and stepped inside. He took in his night's accommodation at a glance. The room was a 7-foot by 12-foot box. It housed a set of bunk beds, making it one of the supermax cells capable of accommodating more than one prisoner at a time. There was a metal toilet and sink unit at the end of the room. At the opposite end of the room was a single concrete stool beside a bolted-down table, the room's only furnishings. And one other inmate was already inside. Pax glanced at the prisoner. The other guy didn't say anything, just sat on the lower bunk, eyes half closed, arms folded across his chest. He seemed more like a young boy than a hardened criminal, locked in the infamous electronic zoo reserved for the most violent offenders. The kid looked out of place, like a stray puppy that had wandered into a lion's den. Mid-20s at best, skinny to the point of frailty, with wire-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His pale, nervous face screamed, "Wrong place, wrong time." What in the hell could a kid like that have done to land himself in here? Pax's gaze moved from the kid to Detective Ratcliffe, as if to say, "Is this a joke?" The detective shrugged. Ratcliffe's deadpan expression suggested he was equally surprised by Pax's cellmate. Perhaps whoever his connection was in the Oregon State Penitentiary had promised him to scare him into revealing the truth about his niece. Or perhaps they simply didn't like the detective and were even now laughing behind those security cameras at their little joke. Either way, it wasn't Pax's problem. He stepped through the steel gates and into the room. Pax watched the small army of correctional officers, along with the detective, leave. The electronic gate slid shut, its electronic locks set firm, trapping him inside. Detective Ratcliffe said, "I'll come get you in the morning. See if you feel more like chatting, or if you need another night here." "Okay, thanks," Pax said, his voice eerily cheerful. Ignoring his fellow inmate, he took off his shoes, jumped up to the top bunk, and relaxed back on the bed. It had an inch-thick mattress, which seemed to act with the same cushioning ability as the woolen clothes he was wearing. He had slept in worse places. His keepers were gone, and still nobody had searched him for weapons. Not that he had any. Pax didn't even have a backpack. He'd left the bulk of his limited winter wardrobe at a thrift store, and now planned to buy summer gear once he found somewhere warm to enjoy winter. Pax thought about what he did have. It wasn't much. But he did have his cell phone. That was something. He could probably call the police and let them know that some madman had taken him hostage and imprisoned him in the Supermax wing of the Oregon State Penitentiary. But it was unlikely they would believe him. Besides, after a quick glance at his watch, it was nearly 1:30 a.m., and the only place he wanted to be right now was in this bed. Pax relaxed into the mattress, staring up at the ceiling, listening to the distant hum of the prison settling for the night. He closed his eyes and smiled. Perhaps he really would catch up on some much-needed rest tonight. 2 minutes later, the electronic gates to individual cells in the Supermax wing of the Oregon State Penitentiary opened. Chapter 6. The Electronic Zoo, Salem, Oregon. Pax sat up slowly, swinging his legs over the edge of the top bunk. His neck tingled with awareness of what was coming before he even laid his eyes on them. The Supermax didn't just open cell doors in the middle of the night without a reason. He looked for something that he could use as a weapon. There wasn't anything. Around him, most of the prisoners barely stirred. A few groggy mutters, the rustle of sheets, the shifting of bodies as men registered the disturbance in that half-conscious haze between sleep and awareness. But they weren't the ones to worry about. His eyes swept the now open Supermax wing of the prison, looking for the threat that he knew would be coming. Most inmates were still asleep or slowly waking. Then he saw them. 4 men moved, fast and sure, without hesitation. Pax caught them in the dim glow of the corridor lights, silhouetted figures slipping from their cells with unnatural ease, their footsteps light, precise. These weren't just inmates reacting to sudden freedom. They'd been waiting, awake and ready. Their faces were shadowed, but their intent was clear as they moved in unison, weaving past the sluggishly stirring prisoners and heading straight for him. No words, no hesitation, just the cold, deliberate precision of men who knew exactly what they were here to do. Pax exhaled slowly. They seemed excited about the unique event that was coming. Pax eyed his cellmate. The kid shuffled on the bunk beneath him nervously, his shoulders hunched as if trying to make himself invisible. He fumbled for his glasses, put them on quickly. Pax exchanged a quick, silent glance with him. Smiling, he considered telling the kid not to worry. The men were here to make a point. This clearly wasn't about the kid. A moment later, all four of the men made a beeline for the lower bunk. They barely glanced in Pax's direction. If they thought he was any threat at all, they sure as hell didn't show it. That surprised Pax. He almost felt insulted. 4-on-2, where Pax was one of the two, would have made this an almost fair fight. The least the invading four men could have done was pause long enough to size him up. Perhaps because he was still sitting in the bed and hadn't bothered to stand yet, they hadn't instinctively regarded him as big a threat as they should have. Pax decided to stay sitting on the top bunk. He would keep that secret in his favor. Nobody said a word. The biggest of the four men landed the first blow, a sharp jab to the kid's gut. It wasn't a powerful blow, as the assailant had been hampered by the upper bunk. Still, Pax's cellmate doubled over, gasping. A second man grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and shoved him hard against the concrete wall. The kid whimpered something, probably a plea for mercy, but it only seemed to embolden the attackers. Pax's eyes narrowed. They weren't here for him. That was surprising. Or was it a case of mistaken identity? He wondered if they had been given the briefing that someone who had hurt someone who meant something to the correctional officers was going to be alone and defenseless. Pax watched his cellmate take a slow, steady, and calculated beating. The men were enjoying their work. He toyed with stepping in and breaking it up. After all, 4-on-1 seemed a little excessive. Pax didn't necessarily believe in fighting fair. After all, if you're going to fight, it was best to win, and the easiest way to ensure that happened was to stack the odds in your favor by fighting without scruples and taking every advantage possible. Besides, Pax had no idea why the kid with the glasses was in prison in the first place. For all he knew, his adolescent-appearing cellmate was a lethal menace, one of the worst people to ever live, someone who deserved a good beatdown. And a thorough beating was what the kid was currently taking. Any one of the four men had close to 100 pounds on the guy. Fighting 1-on-1, the kid didn't stand a chance. But 4-on-1, it was unfair and deadly. Two men held their victim from behind, while the other two took turns using his torso as a punching bag. They weren't planning on murdering the kid, from what Pax could see. Just hurt him. Badly. Pax watched in silence as the four men worked the kid over, their fists landing with dull thuds against his torso. The boy was young, probably fresh inside. No fight, no chance, just a sick kind of entertainment for men who had long since abandoned their humanity. It would have been over a lot quicker if either of the big guys were fitter. Once upon a time, they were probably solid muscle, but months, if not years, spent locked up had turned that muscle to fat. You see a lot of inmates spending their time pumping iron in the movies or on TV shows. The Supermax wing of Oregon State Penitentiary didn't have that. These were the worst of the worst, serving life in prison with no chance of parole. If they had committed their crimes in a different state, they probably would have gotten the death penalty. Pax watched his cellmate being battered with indifference. But then, the sound changed. Instead of the gut and the torso, the biggest of the four of them decided he'd had enough and punched the kid in the mouth. It split part of the kid's lip. For a moment, Pax thought he'd been knocked unconscious. Then came another punch to the head. Oh yeah, That was going to give him a black eye. Now the dull thud of fists against flesh was joined by something more desperate. The kid was coughing, choking, and the air was filled with the distinct, bone-deep groans of someone being pushed to their limit. That seemed to awaken something deep in Pax's nascent moral compass. It was obvious to him that this was no longer about teaching a lesson. They weren't here to prove a point or set up a clear line of authority in the prison yard. They meant to kill the kid, plain and simple. And for some reason that Pax couldn't explain, he decided that murder crossed a line. Still, Pax didn't say a word. 4 years in the Navy SEALs, more than a decade as a CIA ghost, and a little over an hour in a maximum security prison had yet to teach him the virtue of fighting fair. Pax was big and solid, 6'6", and roughly 260 pounds. None of it was excess body fat. He moved with the speed of an athlete. Blood dripped from the kid's nose, and one of the men grabbed him by the neck, prepared to slam him against the wall hard enough to make the kid's head snap back, maybe even break his neck. Pax moved. No words, no warning. He hopped down, his fist driving into the side of the biggest man's jaw from behind, a single, calculated strike that snapped the man's head sideways with an ugly crack. The man crumpled before he even had the chance to process what happened. Dead weight, but not dead. Pax caught him by the back of the neck, his fingers digging in like iron hooks, then used the unconscious body as a battering ram. The second-largest guy barely had time to register the movement before the skull of his friend smashed into his face. His nose folded with a sickening crunch, and he went down hard, stunned and choking on his own blood. The other two, the ones who had been holding the kid down, released their grip immediately and turned their attention on Pax. They hesitated just a moment, just long enough to recognize they weren't dealing with some random inmate. One of them, wiry and twitchy, produced a crude makeshift knife, a jagged shard of broken glass wrapped with cloth to protect his fingers. He lunged, aiming to slash it across Pax's ribs. Pax twisted out of reach, sidestepping the glass with fluid, practiced ease. Before the man could adjust, Pax caught his wrist and turned it in a quick, brutal motion. The joints in his arm gave way with a sharp, wet pop. The man shrieked. Before he could recover, Pax drove his knees straight into his face. Bone crunched, cartilage collapsed, and the man crumpled to the ground, gurgling on his own blood. The fourth guy didn't run. Either too stupid or too tough to back down, he threw a wild punch that caught Pax on the side of the head. It was solid. He'd give the guy that. But it wasn't enough to knock him out, either. The man put both his fists up like some sort of boxer. Pax frowned. Did he think this was Queensbury rules? This wasn't a fair play boxing match. Pax had close to 100 pounds over this guy. He surged forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat, and drove the man back against the concrete wall. He pressed in, using his weight and strength to pin him in place. The guy struggled at first, clawing weakly at Pax's arms, but the pressure on his chest stole his breath, his fight, and soon enough, his consciousness. His body sagged. Pax waited another 10 to 15 seconds just to be sure, and then let go, allowing the man to slide to the ground in a heap. Silence settled over the cell. The kid, battered and bleeding, stared at him wide-eyed. It was a good sign that he hadn't lost consciousness. Pax didn't say anything. Didn't need to. He flicked a glance at the two men still alert enough to move. After a heartbeat of Pax's no-nonsense glare, they got the message. Without a word, they dragged their unconscious comrades out of the cell, slipping back into the darkness beyond. Pax exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Then he turned back to the kid. I'm Pax West. You got a name?
Elliot Brooks.
The kid replied without thinking, adjusting his glasses, which were surprisingly still on his face and intact. Pax watched the four men leave, nursing their broken bones and damaged egos. A moment later, there was the sharp, mechanical clunk of the electronic gates engaging. It was followed by the low, methodical whoosh as the reinforced doors slid into the closed position once more. Whatever game the correctional officers had been playing, it was over now. Elliot turned on him. His eyes flashed with fury.
What the fuck did you do that for?
Pax was a little taken aback by the sudden vehemence of the young guy's words. He gave a shrug and folded his arms across his chest. I just saved your life. Elliot's blue eyes turned cold, and his lips formed a grim line.
Next time, just let it happen.
Pax's brows shot up. Why? The kid looked despondent.
I deserve to die.
Chapter 7. Pax sat on the top bunk, stretching his massive frame out on its thin mattress. Elliot Brooks, the kid who was only still breathing thanks to Pax, was moaning with pain and snarling with rage. He kept pacing backward and forward, unable to decide what to do with his additional time on Earth. He was flustered and entirely irrational. It could have been the beating he'd taken. Probably it rattled his brain. Pax decided to just let him burn his anger out. But it was taking too long. Pax jumped down and leaned his back against the cold concrete wall, watching as Elliot unraveled. Now the kid sat on the edge of his own bed, fists clenched at his sides, shoulders tight with the kind of frustration that had nowhere to go. Then, without warning, he drove his knuckles into the thin mattress, pounding it over and over, his breath coming in short, ragged bursts. The dull thuds barely echoed in the cramped cell, swallowed up by the oppressive silence of the prison around them. Pax didn't move, didn't say anything. He'd seen this before. Pain with no outlet, fury with no target. Self-destruction when there was nothing else left to fight. Elliot's fists stopped, but his anger hadn't burned out. His chest heaved as he pivoted, pressing his forehead to the rough cement wall. A second later, he slammed his head against it. The impact wasn't enough to knock him out, but enough to leave a mark. A red, swelling lump bloomed on the pale, broken skin of his forehead. It doesn't work like that. Pax looked up at the skinny kid and frowned. At least, not how you'd probably like it to.
What do you know about what I want?
Elliot snarled back. Nothing. Pax watched the kid slam his forehead hard against the concrete wall. But I do know a thing or two about the human body. I can tell you, unless you simply enjoy hitting your head against the wall, what you're doing now won't help. It won't knock you unconscious and certainly won't kill you. Elliot paused long enough to take his words in, and then tried again, even harder, splitting open part of his forehead. Pax watched as Elliot slammed his forehead against the wall with all the force of a man desperate to escape his own thoughts. The impact was loud, flesh, bone, and concrete meeting in a dull, meaty thud. But Elliot barely staggered. He gritted his teeth, blinking away the stars that no doubt filled his vision, and prepared to do it again. Pax sighed. Not gonna work, he said. Your forehead's designed to take a beating. Evolution made sure of that. Elliot glanced at him, eyes glassy but still conscious.
Is that a challenge?
No, just a fact. Pax shook his head. What sort of person had they locked him up with? He almost certainly preferred the 4 thugs he'd already dealt with over this seriously depressed and suicidal kid. The frontal bone is one of the thickest parts of the skull, Pax continued. It evolved to protect your brain from all kinds of impacts. Falls, fights, even getting smacked around by saber-toothed tigers back in the day. You're just going to give yourself a headache and a lump the size of a softball, or even larger. Elliot frowned.
Yeah, well, for the time being, it's the best option I have.
Pax stepped forward, placing a hand on the back of Elliot's neck, tilting his head slightly. If you really want to knock yourself out, he said cheerfully, you don't go for the forehead. You go for the temple, thin bone close to the middle meningeal artery. There, a well-placed strike can drop you like a sack of bricks. Or better yet, right at the base of the skull, where the brainstem meets the spine. A sharp impact there interrupts motor function. You'll crumple before you even feel it. Elliot swallowed. His hands, which had been balled into fists, loosened slightly. Pax let go of his neck and stepped back. But personally, he added, I'd recommend a different approach.
Like therapy or some other such bullshit?
Elliot asked, reverting to a snarly tone. I was thinking of drugs, or maybe alcohol, but I suppose therapy could help too. Elliot stopped what he was doing and stared right at Pax.
Yeah, well, if it's all the same to you, I think you've done enough damage trying to help me today.
I guess so. Pax shrugged. I'm sorry I saved your life. The kid met his eyes. Cold fury set in across his face.
Me too.
Pax's lips pressed together to form a hard line. So I guess you must have asked those men for this, and somehow arranged the electronic locks to open in the early hours of the morning?
No.
Elliot looked at him with defiance.
But I do want to die.
Okay. Pax found it odd that someone in the control room must have been in on it, but this was no business of his. He said, I shouldn't worry too much. I'm sure it won't take too long for your homicidal buddies to come back at your request. I won't be there to intervene next time, so tonight's accidental rescue shouldn't be anything more than a temporary setback. I wish you luck in your endeavor. With that note of finality, Pax lay back in his bunk, closed his eyes, and prepared to drift peacefully to sleep. The kid kept tapping his fingers, like he was in withdrawal or just overly anxious and desperate to die. Finally, as though his fellow inmate couldn't take it anymore, he stood up and faced Pax head-on.
Aren't you going to ask?
Pax opened his eyes, stared at Elliot, with a slightly puzzled expression on his lips. Ask what?
Why I want to die.
The kid blurted out, as though it were obvious. Pax shrugged, as that thought hadn't crossed his mind. It's your life. If you want to end it, I don't see what it's got to do with me.
Right.
Elliot turned away again.
Because there's nothing you could do or say to talk me out of it.
I agree. Pax nodded sagely. Like I said, not my life. The kid's eyes locked directly onto Pax's uninterested gaze.
Aren't you curious?
Not really. Pax made himself comfortable, closed his eyes, once again ready to fall asleep. Sadly, his newfound sleeping companion didn't feel like letting that happen, despite Pax's almost superpower-like ability to sleep anywhere, at any time. Elliot drew a heavy breath, pressed his lips together as though that would prevent him from telling a stranger the terrible thing he'd done. Finally, with a shake of his head, as though he couldn't take it anymore, he blurted out, I killed my own daughter. Pax said nothing. The kid opened his mouth to speak, closed it again, shook his head, and then said,
"Aren't you going to say something?"
Pax kept his eyes shut. "There's nothing much to say."
"What about, you are a monster and you deserve to die?"
Pax turned on his side, then adjusted his pillow. "If I say that, will you let me sleep?"
"I'm serious. It happened in the wrong state. I should have gotten the death penalty. But instead, the stupid governor of Oregon has imposed a moratorium on the death penalty, and now I'm left to spend my life knowing what I've done."
Pax found that here, like so many other times in his life, it was better to simply remain silent. If he said something, people easily mistake it for interest. Then they feel warranted to give you their entire life story. Keeping his mouth firmly shut usually helped, but every now and again there were exceptions, as with all rules. This kid, Elliot, appeared to be one of them. Elliot persisted.
"You want to know how I did it?"
Pax shook his head. "Not really."
"You're not just a little bit curious?"
"All right." With a deep sigh, Pax sat up. "I guess you have some things you'd really like to get off your chest. How about we go through all of it? Then I leave you to your thoughts, and you leave me to get some sleep." The kid just kept staring at him, that psychotic, almost blank stare. Pax asked, "So, how'd you do it?" Elliot shook his head again, pacing once more.
"A baseball bat. Middle of the night, while she was sleeping."
Pax let him rant a while. Elliot didn't ask him any questions, and Pax didn't offer any insights of his own. He simply let the man vent. Sometimes it was good for people to get things out of their own head, even if nobody was listening. Finally, when Elliot appeared to be done, he finished with,
"I mean, what sort of monster kills his own daughter?"
Pax said, "You obviously had your reasons."
"No, of course I didn't,"
Elliot said.
"There's never any excuse for violence toward children, women and children for that matter. But harming children is the absolute worst thing anyone can do. It's an unfair fight. Whatever they have done, they don't deserve to be harmed for it."
Pax gave an indifferent shrug. "I've heard children can be a handful."
"And that makes it okay to kill them?"
Elliot asked, his words spilling out like waspish venom. Pax shrugged. He hadn't the slightest clue why his cellmate was still talking. Elliot shook his head again.
"Besides, there's nothing anyone could ever do that would make it okay to physically hurt them, let alone kill them. It's never justified, no matter what sort of fucked up self-help book you might have read."
"If you say so," Pax agreed.
"What are you talking about? Everyone says so."
Elliot's nostrils flared with frustration.
"Nobody in their right mind kills their own kid. What are you, a monster?"
Pax shrugged. "Hey, I'm not the one who killed my daughter." That seemed to calm Elliot. He said,
"You're right. What I did was unjustifiable. I need to die. Children should never be the victim."
"I don't know." Pax sat up, finally accepting his cellmate wasn't going to let him sleep. He seemed to be repeating the same stuff over and over. "Never had kids. I do know someone who told me they regret ever having children."
"And you think that makes it all right to kill them?"
Pax met the kid's gaze, his green eyes piercing with sincerity. "I mean, they would probably have to be really bad kids, I guess." Elliot shook his head.
"You're fucking crazy, man. Stay the hell away from me."
Pax smiled. "Gladly." With that, he closed his eyes and quietly fell into a blissful sleep. Chapter 8. Dungthorpe, Portland, Oregon, 2 years ago. The sound of a single broken glass woke him up. Elliot glanced at the bedside clock. It was 3:15 a.m. His wife, Michelle, had been away for a girls' night out. It was the first time since their daughter, Amy, was born a little over 2 years earlier that he'd slept without his wife by his side. He felt his heart race. Could there have been an intruder in the house downstairs? That thought made him instantly think of his daughter. Amy. He almost screamed the name out loud. He had wanted to put her in the bed with him, but his wife had worked hard to wean her out of the habit of sleeping with them, and she had finally settled into a cot in the nursery in the room next to theirs. She had almost exploded when he suggested it before she left. Now, he was wishing he'd defied her, and Amy was at least sleeping safely next to him. His head spun, and he knew he wasn't thinking clearly. That had to do with his second regret. He'd taken something to knock him out the night before, after his daughter had gone to sleep. It wasn't normal for him to take drugs. He certainly wouldn't count himself as a regular user or an addict. Call it social. Only in this case, he liked to do it occasionally when he was on his own. A sort of private party in his own head. His wife was out. He couldn't sleep. He had some wine before bed and then looked at the drugs and thought, why not?
Why did I take drugs last night?
They were just some tablets a friend of a friend could get him. They just helped him when he couldn't sleep. Whatever they were, they had really knocked him around. His whole world was spinning. They were supposed to make him feel good, give him a bit of a buzz, and then let him sleep peacefully. Right now he couldn't remember anything after putting Amy to bed. Retrograde amnesia. That was different. Normally he could recall everything he did while he was high. He took them in frequently enough that he simply enjoyed the hit and woke up feeling fine. He wasn't an addict. He could go months without taking anything. It was just his simple vice. Some people smoked. Others drank too much alcohol. Some men couldn't keep their hands off women. And his vice was to sometimes dabble in illicit tablets. And it had always been okay. But this time it was different. This time he was completely amnesic to what he did after he put Amy to sleep in her cot. Had he taken the drugs and then fallen straight to sleep? Had he gone on an incoherent rampage and done stupid things downstairs? What had he done? The thought terrified him. He wasn't sure if he was still high or delirious or maybe even hallucinating. There was a strange, almost metallic scent in the air. He couldn't tell if it was something real or some sort of side effect of the drugs. A moment later, he heard the distinct sound of movement. Someone was inside the house, and Amy was in the room next door. Without turning the light on, he reached out and touched something beside his bed. It was metal. Aluminum, to be specific. A baseball bat. His baseball bat. The one he slept with beside his bed for safety. He'd grown up in a bad neighborhood. Then, with a naturally high IQ, he was considered mathematically gifted and was able to get a scholarship to a good school and then springboard from that to a good university and a great job. Now, he lived in a big house, in a gated community in a great suburb, and he no longer needed the baseball bat for safety, but he still slept with it next to his bed. He reached for it, tentatively. His fingers clasped the bat, expecting it to provide reassurance that he and his family were safe. It didn't. Instead, it instantly began to shatter his world. The bat was wet. He ran his hands across the aluminum. It was slippery. That heavy metallic scent seemed to waft toward his nostrils. The pungent smell intense and foreboding. What the hell is that? He silently rolled out of bed and brought the bat toward the semi-open curtains, holding the aluminum toward the faint moonlight, where its tendrils of light barely made their way through the window. The liquid appeared dark. Elliot recognized it with horror. It was blood. A lot of blood. What had he done? He recoiled at the thought. Elliot tightened his grip on the weapon and carefully stepped out of his bedroom, across the hallway and into his daughter's nursery. His mind was still spinning. There was a horrible part of him that wondered and hoped that everything, the sounds, the blood, the broken glass, were all hallucinations, just some sort of strange, terrible side effect of the drugs he'd taken, and everything was going to be all right. He just had to stay calm and wait for the drugs to wear off. Amy slept with a nightlight on. This one was a small Winnie the Pooh figurine with a large, glowing honey pot that cast an eerie glow upon the wall of an angry bear trying to devour something. Personally, he thought it was creepy as all hell. He and Michelle had fought about it after she'd bought it. In the end, they agreed to be guided by Amy's reaction. In the end, Amy loved that stupid light, and she'd slept with it ever since. Tonight, the Winnie the Pooh nightlight seemed extra creepy to him. That much he was willing to admit. Probably had a lot more to do with the drugs than anything actually sinister. Elliot stepped toward his daughter's cot, peered down from above the railings, and then, whatever remnants of his world had been left intact were suddenly shattered. Amy was missing. Chapter 9.
911, what's the emergency?
The woman said. Elliot tried to speak, but his mouth was so dry his tongue caught on the top of his mouth. He swallowed hard, tried again, failed.
Hello, sir? Are you still there?
She asked politely. Elliot swallowed again.
My daughter. What is it, sir?
The call-taker asked.
What happened to your daughter? There's blood,
Elliot said, the words taking up all his strength and coming out as individual words like gasps.
So much blood. Sir, what happened to your daughter?
The woman persisted.
I don't know.
Elliot's world kept spinning. He was struggling to stay awake.
She's been taken.
The dispatcher's voice remained calm, but her level of focus seemed to rise a notch.
I'm sorry, sir. Are you saying your daughter's been kidnapped?
Elliot tried to answer, but his world kept spinning, and suddenly he was on the ground. The drugs were really affecting him now. He tried to focus, but everything was a blur. His wife was going to kill him. Somewhere in the back of his mind he knew that was the least of his problems right now. He needed to find his daughter, and every second he seemed to be drifting farther and farther from reality. He still clung to the hope that there was a logical explanation.
Where is your daughter?
The dispatcher asked again. Elliot screamed,
I don't know.
Sprawled on the hardwood floor of Amy's bedroom, Elliot's body was numb and sluggish, his mind swimming through a haze of confusion and pain. The world tilted and spun, the edges of his vision blurring as whatever drug he'd been given had dulled his senses. His breath came shallow and uneven, his chest rising and falling in slow, ragged intervals. Somewhere in the distance, the sound of dripping water echoed. a rhythmic patter that should have been insignificant, but instead felt deafening in the eerie silence surrounding him. The ceiling fan spun lazily above him, its blade slicing through the thick silence, casting slow-moving shadows across the walls. His breath came shallow, each inhale tinged with the faint scent of lavender, Amy's bath-time soaps, mixed with something far more sinister, coppery, thick, blood. His head lolled to the side, and his hazy gaze landed on the baseball bat. It lay abandoned, streaked with crimson, the handle smeared with something thick and dark. His stomach clenched. The sight of it sent a shudder rippling through him, a slow, sickening dread sinking its claws into his chest. Whose blood was that? His? Someone else's? His fractured mind struggled to piece together the events that had led him here, but the memories were fragmented, broken like glass shattered on concrete. It rested just inches away, abandoned on the white rug beside her bed. A dark, wet stain spread across the fibers where the bat had landed, the handle smeared with something he didn't want to name. His stomach turned, nausea coiling deep inside him. But the drugs dulled everything. The fear, the pain, the clarity he so desperately needed. He swallowed hard, forcing his blurred vision to focus, to make sense of what he was seeing. Then, something else caught his eye. A glint beneath the pale glow of the moon. He blinked hard, trying to clear his vision, his heart hammering as he forced his gaze to focus. It was small, delicate, a single strand of hair, enmeshed in the blood on the bat. Not just any hair. Red, with a dark brown patch in the middle. Elliot's breath hitched. His pulse roared in his ears, drowning out everything else. He knew that hair. He recognized it instantly. Amy. A surge of adrenaline cut through the drug-induced fog, sharp and cruel, sending panic clawing up his throat. His fingers twitched as he tried to move, tried to sit up, but his limbs felt like dead weight. His body refused to obey him. "Sir," the woman on the 911 call said, "I know you're finding it difficult right now to concentrate. I need you to take a deep breath and tell me what happened to your daughter." A sudden moment of absolute clarity hit Elliot. He didn't know how, but the horrific evidence was mounting up. With his last strength before the darkness washed over him, Elliot said, "I think I might have killed her." Chapter 10. Elliot awoke in the darkness of his home. For a moment, he'd forgotten the nightmare. His head throbbed, a slow, pulsing ache that made it impossible to think. His limbs felt heavy, sluggish, like they weren't entirely his. A low hum filled his ears, the remnants of whatever they had given him still dragging him under, keeping his mind clouded in a thick, drug-induced fog. Flashes of red and blue pulsed against the walls, flickering through the window blinds like silent alarms. The rhythmic pattern of emergency lights painted the room in eerie, shifting shadows. He blinked hard, trying to clear the haze, trying to make sense of where he was. His room, his house. But something was wrong. Everything was wrong. He shifted, pushing himself up with trembling arms. His stomach churned. His hands were shaking. The floor felt unsteady beneath him as he stood, his vision blurring at the edges. And then he saw it, the baseball bat. It lay on the floor near his bed, familiar yet foreign, like something out of a dream or a nightmare. His fingers closed around the handle on instinct, his grip tightening as he lifted it. It felt solid, real, an anchor in a world that suddenly didn't make sense. A noise. A creak in the distance. Elliot's breath hitched. Taking the bat with him, he turned toward the hallway, the darkness stretching beyond his door like an open void. His instincts screamed at him, but he couldn't tell if they were warning him of danger or if it was just the drug twisting reality around him. The bat felt heavier in his hands as he moved, slow and unsteady, his bare feet dragging against the wooden floorboards. Downstairs. He needed to get downstairs. The house felt too quiet, suffocating in its silence, broken only by the distant wail of sirens outside. The lights kept flashing through the windows, washing the walls in alternating streaks of crimson and cobalt. The front door was slightly ajar, swaying just enough to let the night air creep in. Elliot swallowed, his throat dry. Something was wrong. His pulse pounded in his ears as he stepped forward, gripping the bat tighter. His breath came uneven, the weight in his chest growing heavier with every uncertain step. He couldn't remember how he got here. Couldn't remember what had happened before waking up. His mind was fractured, pieces missing, the edges jagged and out of reach. Then, chaos. A sudden rush of movement, shouts, hands grabbing him. His world exploded in a blur of noise and force. His body yanked back, his arms wrenched behind him. The bat clattered to the floor. He struggled, dazed, confused, terrified. But they were too strong. "Elliot Brooks," the police officer said. "Where is your daughter?" The words cut through the haze like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. Cold metal snapped around his wrists, pinning them behind his back. He sucked in a breath, his vision swimming. Nothing made sense. The flashing lights, the voices shouting at him, the cold press of handcuffs digging into his skin, the heavy weight of something, everything that he couldn't remember. And then, through the storm in his mind, a single thought hit him like a hammer. Did I kill my daughter? Elliot found himself fighting the restraints the police officer had put on him, and he was trying to shrug off the man's vice-like grip. He heard another voice calling him. This one didn't belong. Elliot opened his eyes, and he was back in the Supermax wing of Oregon State Penitentiary once more. He had been having that recurrent nightmare again. It was one of those dreams where you're falling and know that you'll die if you ever hit the ground. Only in this case, now that he was awake, reality was equally as terrible as his nightmares. Because his daughter was still dead. Her body had never been found, and he was serving a life sentence for the murder. Someone was still shaking him from behind. That was different too, he thought. He rolled over. A large correctional officer was standing there. Officer Williams. The big black man was one of the kindest people working in the place. Not that Elliot deserved kindness. "Inmate Brooks," Officer Williams said. "You have a visitor." Chapter 11. Elliot sat down on the cold metal stool in the visitor room of the Supermax wing of the Oregon State Prison. The space was sterile and oppressively quiet, save for the occasional scrape of chairs and the muffled hum of conversation behind reinforced glass dividers. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed faintly, casting a harsh, washed-out glow over the pale cinder-block walls. The visitation booth smelled of bleach and something stale, like old air trapped for too long. A thick pane of perspex separated him from the outside world, marred by faint scratches and smudges from the countless hands that had pressed against it over the years. Adjacent to the partition were two connecting phones. It was in this manner that visitors and inmates alike were able to speak in low, intimate tones, as if sharing secrets. Elliot hadn't seen or heard from his sister in over 2 years, not since that night, the night everything changed. Then, behind the perspex barrier, she was suddenly there. Elliot picked up the phone. Janine slid into the chair opposite him, her movements stiff, uncertain. Her dark brown hair, which he remembered as a wild, untamed mass, was now pulled back into a low ponytail, making her look much older than her 23 years. Her sharp cheekbones were more pronounced, her face thinner than before, as if life had been steadily wearing her down. She was dressed in a faded green jacket over a plain black sweater, the kind of outfit that didn't draw attention. But it was her eyes that struck him most, once bright and full of mischief, now shadowed with something heavier. Elliot thought she seemed sad. That was to be expected, yet surprisingly, she also seemed nervous. Or was she scared? What did she have to be afraid of? Janine took one look at her brother, picked up the phone, and said,
"Jesus, what happened to your face?"
Elliot shrugged.
"Don't worry about it."
It didn't matter. Not after what he'd done to his own daughter. Janine glanced at him, trying to decide if it was worth her trying to talk to the correctional officers on his behalf. She seemed to be fighting some sort of internal dialogue, but quickly dismissed it as another, more pressing matter came up. Elliot swallowed, the death of his only child and the weight of 2 years of incarceration pressed on him like shackles to his heart. Neither of them spoke. The silence stretched between them, thick and unyielding, broken only by the distant click of a guard's boots against the linoleum floor. Janine didn't say anything more. She just pressed a photograph against the perspex. Elliot glanced at the image. It didn't have a date. The picture was taken at SeaWorld in San Diego, California. There was a picture of a dolphin performing some sort of trick. He barely registered the dolphin. Instead, his eyes landed on a girl, about 4 years old, smiling at the dolphin from the grandstand seating in the background. But to Elliot, she may as well have been looking straight into the camera. The girl had long red hair and wide-set, lively, opaline eyes. The hair was what caught his attention. Just above her left ear, her fiery red hair was interrupted by a distinctive dark brown patch, for which Elliot had once called her Panda after the unique patch. The sight took his breath away. She looked familiar. Not just familiar. Identical. Without a doubt in his mind, he knew in that instant it was Amy. His Amy. The child was 2 years older, but very much alive.
"What is this?"
Elliot asked.
"You know what it is."
Janine said.
No.
Elliot shook his head.
I know what it looks like, but that's impossible.
Janine pressed her lips together.
How can you not trust your own eyes? Because they're lying to me. I know what it looks like, but it's a mistake. You're mistaken. I'm mistaken. It can't be her. Our brains just naturally want to believe it is. That's all. You're wrong. Where did you get this photograph?
Elliot asked.
SeaWorld, San Diego. You took it?
Elliot asked.
What were you doing visiting SeaWorld? Not me. A friend of mine. She posted it on Facebook. She was on her honeymoon, and I was curious. I'm not normally into the whole social media thing, but I had set her up with Richard, that's her husband. I wanted to see pictures of them happy and smiling, and know that I was responsible in a small part for all of that. She went to SeaWorld for her honeymoon?
Elliot asked, his tone incredulous. Janine arched her eyebrows.
That's what you want to focus on?
No, she was right. It was the first thing his sister had said that he agreed with. With one more glance at the photograph, he asked,
Why are you showing me this? You know why. No, I don't,
Elliot said, his words sharp and emphatic. Still holding the phone, he began to rise, ready to leave.
Wait, she said. There is one more thing I have to tell you.
The look on her face, combined with the urgency in her expression, made Elliot sit back down again.
It looks very much like Amy. Amy's dead. Think about it.
Janine shook her head, but Elliot saw that his sister was covertly pulling a note out of the sleeve of her sweater.
Did they ever find her body? No, but the medical examiner noted the amount of blood loss. The blood that matched her DNA on file was simply too much for her to lose and survive.
His eyes glazed with moisture, and he blinked the blurriness from his eyes. It was then he was able to read the note she was holding up against the perspex. It said,
I spoke with the detective who arrested you. He said, if Amy is still alive, you'd better hope nobody finds that out. If the wrong people see this photograph, they may try to kill you. They would have to protect their secret. I'm sorry, Elliot. I had already sent this image off to everyone we know. Now I'm terrified that someone's going to try to come after you. We've been through this before, Elliot said softly after reading her note. I may never know exactly what happened, but one thing is certain. I should have protected her. Instead, I must have beaten her to death in her sleep. Then where is Amy? Do you remember hiding her body?
Elliot didn't reply. He didn't remember anything at all, really. Now, having seen that photo, combined with his sister's warning, he had a lot to think about. Still holding the phone, he turned to the correctional officer. We're done here, sir. Janine called out.
I'll leave this photograph for you at reception. Okay, thank you,
Elliot replied. His sister placed her hand on the perspex, her posture full of grief, her eyes desperate.
Be careful, brother,
she said on the phone.
I'll pray for you.
Officer Williams had been warily watching their interaction. He glanced at the oversized clock on the wall, then back at Janine, who seemed sad to have her visit end. The guard said, You've got 10 more minutes, Brooks. Elliot shook his head and hung up the phone.
I don't want to stay.
Inmate Brooks. Correctional Officer Williams gave a puzzled frown. This is the first visitor you've had in more than 2 years, and you're telling me you don't want to use your allotted visitation time?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I'm telling you.
The guard nodded, gave an apologetic shrug to Janine, and said, "Okay, then. Let's go." 10 minutes later, Elliot was back in his cell, locked in with the giant freak who'd arrived the night before. After eating a hearty breakfast, the man was sound asleep again. The oversized man was as relaxed as if he was on vacation. He didn't have a care in the world. Elliot envied him his peace. Sitting on his bunk, he thought about the photograph he had seen, remembering her opaline eyes. He hadn't stopped thinking about his Amy. Alive. Happy. Not dead at all. The daughter he killed in a drug-fueled rage. There was blood on his baseball bat, a lot of blood. The DNA matched his daughter's. Her perfect little body was never found. She was presumed dead. Hard for anyone to live with that amount of blood loss, the medical examiner had said. He didn't remember any of it, but had come to believe he'd killed her. When the trial began, he pleaded guilty. Even though he was drugged and unable to remember, he made no attempt to challenge a guilty verdict. It had been an open and shut case. The judge asked if he had anything to say, and he made a personal plea for the death penalty. The jury denied it, believing that his punishment would be greater as a life sentence with no possibility of parole. And now, after all this time, he had seen a picture of his healthy, happy daughter, alive and well, and very much 2 years older than when he'd been incarcerated for her murder. Was it true? Restless and confused, he ruminated over possibilities for some time. The electronic door buzzed and opened. Officer Williams came into his cell. "I got this cleared for you, Brooks," he said, an uncharacteristically aggressive look on his face. "No matter what an inmate has done, they got a right to receive photos and letters." A photo or a letter could take weeks to arrive in a supermax. Elliot was astonished, realizing Williams had pushed it through.
"You have no idea how much this means to me, Officer Williams,"
Elliot replied, sitting up and taking the photograph. He wondered how much trouble the guard had clearing the photo. Williams was a good man, a rare man, someone who hadn't had his compassion crushed out of him by working in this place.
"Thank you."
Officer Williams nodded. After he left, Elliot stared and stared, studying the photo of his daughter. It finally hit him, really hit him, as it had to be true.
Amy is alive.
Chapter 12. Pax heard the electronic gate open. The correctional officer brought the kid back, unlocked his handcuffs, and then locked the electronic gate again. Pax went back to sleep. Maybe an hour later, the officer returned, bringing Pax's suicidal cellmate something. Pax kept his eyes shut. Later, once the officer was gone and the locks were once more in place, the kid was on him.
"Wake up! Wake up!"
Pax frowned, wiped the sleep from his eyes. "What is it?" He sat up slowly, sat on the edge of the top bunk, and studied the disgruntled kid he'd met in the early hours of the night. "I see you're not dead yet. Tough break, man."
"No."
Elliot's lips formed a grim line.
"Not yet. But I think I'm in serious trouble. Some bad people want to kill me. In here, It won't be long before they find the opportunity."
"Good for you," Pax smiled, a theatrical gesture, but his voice was genuine. "See, I told you things would look better for you in the morning."
"No, that's really bad. I don't want to die anymore. I need to live."
Confused, Pax frowned. "You don't want to die."
"No, I have to live,"
Elliot said, with a certain emphatic level of finalism.
"Keep up, would you?"
"I'm trying," Pax said, rubbing his face. "Why the change of heart?"
"This."
Elliot showed him the photograph.
"I had a visit with my sister today. She showed me this photograph. Officer Williams cleared it and brought it to me."
Pax glanced at it. The picture was taken at SeaWorld in San Diego, California. There was a picture of a dolphin performing some sort of trick. "Cute trick." Pax handed the photograph back. "All the same, I'm surprised a picture of a dolphin in captivity has made you so happy that you've decided you want to live."
"No, it's not the dolphin."
Elliot pointed to a small girl in the grandstand in the background, with red hair and greenish eyes.
"It's because of her."
Pax had already handed the photograph back, but he had a genuine photographic memory and was able to revisit the entire image in his mind's eye. He focused on the little girl and studied his mental photograph. She was probably about 4, maybe a little older or even a bit younger. He had nothing against kids at all, just hadn't spent a lot of time with them. For the past 30-something years, since he'd been a child himself, he knew his own limitations, one of them being he had no clue how to judge the chronological age of a child. But details. He was exceptional when it came to recognizing details. The red-haired child had greenish eyes that stood out, even from the distance the photograph was taken from, along with that open and carefree smile that appeared to resonate with pure joy, the way only a kid seemed to be able to do. Behind her left ear, her fiery red hair was adorned with a small, circular spot of dark brown hair. "All right," Pax said, guessing where this was going, but not wanting to jump to conclusions when the answers were just a question away. He hopped down from the top bunk and stood face to face with his cellmate. "What is it about this photograph that has you so excited?"
"My sister spotted this on her friend's Facebook page. She'd apparently set the friend up with a man, and it had worked out. This was part of their honeymoon photo album."
"They went to SeaWorld for their honeymoon?" Pax asked, his tone filled with surprise.
"Yeah, I know. That seemed weird to me, too. But that's not what this is all about."
Pax said, "Go on."
"The point is, my sister, Janine's her name, sees this photograph and immediately recognizes the little girl up in the back of the grandstand."
"The kid with the red hair and the dark brown patch?" Pax asked.
"Exactly. When she was even little, I used to call her Panda because of it. The name was a joke with my wife, Michelle, about her looking like a baby panda with that spot. For some reason or another, the name stuck."
Pax said, "You think this is your daughter?"
"Yes."
"The one you said you murdered?"
"That would be the one."
Pax said, "They never found the body."
"No."
"And in your drug-fueled state, it was hard to argue that you hadn't done it." Elliot nodded, but kept his lips pressed firmly together. "And now you've spent all this time in here, doing time for a crime you didn't commit. And your daughter is out there somewhere, living with the very people that stole her, or adopted her, or whatever."
"It looks like it," Elliot said. "So you see why I have to survive long enough to save Amy?"
"I do," Pax agreed. "Although I'm not sure what you can do. After all, you're still incarcerated. Besides, if Amy's still alive, then that means whoever currently has her is most likely responsible for putting you in this place. And anyone that capable?" Pax frowned. Well, if I had to guess, they wouldn't hesitate to have you killed to hide the truth if this image of Amy comes out.
Yeah, about that.
What?
My sister, while trying to find out more information, apparently sent this photo to everyone she knows, and everyone I know, and Lord knows who else. Janine showed me a note through the Perspex when she was visiting. As much as I can remember, this is what it said. I spoke with the detective. He said if Amy is still alive, you'd better hope nobody finds that out. If the wrong people see this photo, they may try to kill you. They would have to protect their secret. I'm sorry, Elliot. I had already sent this image off to everyone we know. Now I'm terrified someone is going to come after you.
Pax nodded, a broad, good-natured smile on his lips. So we can safely say that someone will make a try on your life any day now.
Actually, I have an idea someone already did.
Pax thought about that for a moment. The 4 people who greeted you shortly after I arrived?
Yeah.
Pax smiled. And here I thought that was all a misunderstanding. I assumed they were meant for me, to teach me a lesson.
I wish.
Elliot made a self-deprecating smile.
I bet you wouldn't have looked like this if they attacked you instead.
Probably not, Pax agreed. Then, with a sigh, he said, all the same, I can only assume they'll try again, and next time I probably won't be here to help.
About that, I have a plan.
You do you? Pax grinned. What's your plan? Elliot paused. His wide, youthful eyes stared pleadingly at him.
I was hoping you might help me.
Help you? Pax asked. How? Elliot said,
I was hoping you would help me escape. Then together we could rescue my daughter and find whoever did this to me.
He paused, took a deep breath in, and said,
Then we'll make them pay.
Chapter 13. Pax threw back his head and laughed for quite a while. Eventually he settled and caught his breath. Stupefied, Elliot stared at him and asked,
What are you laughing about?
You're serious about getting my help?
Yes.
Elliot squeezed the bridge of his nose where his glasses sat.
Why do you find that so funny?
There are, unfortunately, several flaws in your thinking here.
Such as?
Elliot persisted. You're hoping to work your way through the problems, iron them out, one by one, until you reach a working resolution.
If I have to.
Okay. Elliot folded his skinny arms across his chest.
So tell me your concerns.
What makes you think I'm the kind of person who can help you? Pax asked, with genuine curiosity.
I saw the way you handled those 4 thugs last night, just after you got here.
Elliot's voice rose a defiant notch.
You're ex-Special Forces, aren't you?
Sure, something like that. Pax agreed.
So you're capable of physically and mentally dealing with this type of problem?
Pax suppressed another laugh, as he could tell the kid was serious. I think you greatly overestimate the skills and ability of ex-Special Forces personnel.
Why?
Do you really need me to explain this to you?
Yes.
Well, for starters, you're in a supermax wing of one of the country's most secure prisons.
You mean it might take some planning?
We could be here years, and I doubt I could come up with a plan that adequately addresses the problem.
All right, what other concerns have you got?
You don't know me. You have no idea what I'm in here for.
So?
Pax spread his arms, made a big, mischievous grin. Maybe I'm a complete psychopath, and there's a reason I've been locked up for life.
I don't think so.
Why?
You didn't have to step in to save me before. A psychopath definitely wouldn't have. An empathetic human trait is what makes people step in when someone is in trouble and try and do what's right and help them out.
That stopped Pax cold. He had always thought of himself as a monster, whose gut instincts needed to be suppressed at all costs. Despite his reservations about everything the kid had said, he found himself smiling. Is it?
Of course it is.
Elliot gave him a reassuring pat on his giant shoulder.
I mean, I promise you, a genuine psychopath, the sort that this wing in particular is filled with, wouldn't have lifted an eyebrow as those 4 men beat me to death.
Interesting.
Besides, even if you are a psychopath, I'm willing to take my chances.
Why?
Because I'll do anything to save my daughter. But first, I need to save my own life. Whoever set me up and put me in here will need to kill me to prevent it getting out that Amy is alive. I've already confessed. If I'm dead, no one will search for my daughter. They've already made an attempt on my life. Next time, they'll almost certainly succeed. Whoever did this to me, they're powerful. They have connections in the prison system, the policing system, and God knows where else.
Pax pressed his lips together. Elliot, I think it's time you tell me what you really did wrong.
What do you mean?
The kid asked. Why are you in a supermax prison?
You know why.
No, I know what you've told me. That you were convicted of murdering your own daughter. Only now we know you didn't. So, why don't you tell me what you really did?
I have no idea.
Elliot looked confused and a little hurt.
Haven't you been listening to a word I've said? Until an hour ago, I was certain I beat her to death during a drug-induced psychosis. I've had to live with that during every hour of every day, and now I know it was all a setup.
Sure, I believe you. But why did someone go to such an extreme length to set you up?
I have no idea.
Which is why I'm asking you, Elliot. What did you do wrong?
I don't understand.
Elliot's face took on a defiant glare.
It doesn't matter how many times you ask. The fact remains, I've no idea. For 2 years, I thought I had killed Amy.
Sure, but we know now that's not the case. Assuming that image wasn't doctored. Pax smiled, his steely gaze landing hard on Elliot. So I ask you again, what did you do wrong?
I don't know.
I call BS, Pax said emphatically. I mean, you didn't just cut someone off on the interstate highway or something. Whoever did this to you was really pissed. That means you did something. What was it? You have one hell of an enemy. People don't develop enemies like that unless they do something truly terrible.
I genuinely don't know.
Tell me what you do know.
About what?
Pax said. Let's start with what work did you do?
I'm a computer programmer,
Elliot said. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm pretty good at what I do. I mean, I'd recently finished a degree at Oregon State University, and for the first time in our lives, I was making decent money. We didn't have much. We were renting a beautiful house in a nice suburb, but we were on our way to making the sort of wealth to buy there.
Okay, Pax said, mulling that over for a moment. So you're a tech guy. Did you hack something you weren't supposed to?
No.
Run a complex syndicate or computer scheme to steal people's assets? Pax raised his eyebrows. Maybe someone got you to hack something.
You know what?
Elliot shook his head and exhaled slowly through pursed lips.
I think you're looking in the wrong direction.
You think?
Yeah, I was a web designer. I worked for a vacuum cleaning company, managing the back end of online sales.
Elliot shrugged.
It was basic stuff. Most kids could probably do it these days. It paid well, but not great. Nothing amazing.
Elliot met Pax's eyes.
The truth is, I'm about as vanilla as they come. I've had one girlfriend my entire life. Her name is Michelle, and I married her shortly after turning 18. She got pregnant just before I finished my degree, but we were both happy about it.
What type of relationship did you have? Pax asked. Elliot couldn't hide his incredulity.
You think she did this to me?
Do you? Pax persisted.
No way. Michelle and I weren't perfect, but we were okay. We fought about normal things. I worked too much and was emotionally absent at home. But I tried to be there for Michelle and Amy. We were short of money, but we were on the way up, finally starting to get ahead in life. Michelle and I loved each other, and whatever differences we might have had, it wasn't bad enough for her to do this to me.
You'd be surprised what people do to each other.
Not this, Elliot replied emphatically. Michelle is the determined kind of woman that will pick a bone. Underhanded stuff isn't her style. Besides, even if she wanted to, there's no way she could have pulled off something like this. She isn't connected to the detectives who investigated our daughter's case or to this prison. Someone released the electronic locks last night, providing whoever wanted me dead the opportunity to send 4 men in here to murder me.
Maybe she knows someone who is connected.
Even if she did, it doesn't explain where Amy's been all this time. In my wildest imagination, I might believe Michelle capable of such underhanded betrayal. Yet the fact remains, Michelle hasn't seen our daughter for 2 years either. Being apart, that's something no mother would be willing to suffer.
I agree with you on that score. Pax thought about it for a moment. Why are you so certain your wife hasn't seen Amy when you've been stuck in here?
I'm sure.
How?
Janine, that's my sister, and Michelle were close.
Elliot closed his eyes, trying to picture something.
After the trial, neither of them even looked at me. But I saw them embracing each other. It wasn't just a pat on the back. This was 2 grieving women holding on to each other for dear life as their entire worlds washed away. If Michelle had organized to have Amy hidden, she would have met up with her again by now. And if that happened, Janine would have found out about it. Therefore, Michelle doesn't have Amy.
What about the drugs? Pax asked. Elliot frowned. A half-confused smile formed across his lips.
The drugs?
Yeah. You said that you had taken something to help you sleep on the night that Amy was taken. Someone sent you on a drug-fueled trip you'd never been on before. It left you completely amnesic to the events of the entire night.
So?
Well, who was your dealer? Pax asked.
It was just some guy, a friend of a friend.
Pax frowned. And you didn't think to mention this to the detectives?
Of course I did.
Elliot swallowed.
Only by the time the detectives went to talk to him, he'd already overdosed on his own drugs and was dead.
That seems convenient.
You think someone killed him to keep the secret?
Pax said, almost certainly.
Who the hell did I piss off?
Elliot asked, finally grasping the strange revelations. I don't know, but you found yourself in one hell of a predicament. Pax pressed his lips together. For what it's worth, I believe you.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Elliot looked up at him, his eyes hopeful.
So, you'll do it?
Will I help you escape a supermax prison, track down your missing daughter who could be anywhere in the United States, let alone in the world, by now, and catch her kidnapper?
Will you?
Elliot asked. His blue eyes implored him behind his wire glasses, his voice pleading and obsequious.
Please, name your price and I'll pay it.
No, Pax said firmly. I can't get you out of this prison, and even if I could, I'm not sure that I would try. Elliot's eyes widened, and his voice took on a whingy tone.
Why not?
Pax made an apologetic smile. Because in an hour or two, a Detective Ryan Ratcliffe is going to walk through those doors with his tail between his legs, apologize for his mistake, and let me walk free. Chapter 14. All shooting ranges were obliged to have security footage. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe studied the CCTV footage from the Place to Shoot, indoor range, Portland, Oregon. It was unequivocal. At the time his niece was murdered, the stranger was volunteering at the range. It was a damned veterans event, and the man had spent the last 3 days volunteering there. Everyone there loved the man. He was considerate, generous, and above all, an excellent shooter. His suspect had served 4 tours of duty in the sandpit. That changed the man. Most people came home and were entirely different people. This guy had come home with nothing but tranquil thoughts in his mind. He'd seen hell and he wanted no part of it. He was the classic gentle giant. According to those at the range, he had wanted to work with other veterans to help them find peace after the horrors they had all shared. It was a rock-solid alibi, right down to the timestamp on the CCTV. Why the hell hadn't the man just told him that last night and been done with the whole thing? The owner of the shooting range even sent him his suspect's credentials. His name was Pax West, a local from Portland, Oregon. Pax. Even his damned name meant peace. Ryan wasn't looking forward to dealing with the fellow today, but his duty combined with his obvious mistake made him honor-bound to talk to him in person, to thank him for his service to the nation, and to apologize. He just hoped the guy was still alive to apologize to. The detective closed his laptop and called the owner of the place to shoot and thanked him for his assistance. Ryan glanced at the bottle of scotch. He was a functioning alcoholic, which, if he were to be completely honest with himself, caused him to lose his wife. One thing after the next seemed to collapse after that. His sister lost interest in trying to save him from himself. Then his best friend had notified his boss that things were coming apart. Policing was one of the few things he was good at, even if he didn't have many friends in the service. That suited him fine. The annals of great detectives were full of insular loners. Ryan could live with that. But the more reclusive he became, the more his boss started to become concerned. Then his entire life snowballed out of control, culminating on being placed on forced leave. He had some long service leave to cover it, but mostly it was paid leave, pending a review. His boss liked him, but he couldn't do his job. Once he lost Eloise, he felt as though his life was over. But then he saw the photograph of the man with her before she died, and it instilled an overpowering need to solve the case. If only he could somehow find her murderer and have him convicted, he would feel as though he had a purpose for living, that he wasn't hopeless, someone whose soul had been destroyed through self-torture. Eloise was the only one who had never left him. Ryan glanced at the bottle, picked it up, put it back down again. Then he left his apartment, got in his Dodge Charger, and headed down Oregon Route 213 toward the Oregon State Penitentiary. Somehow, he had to find a way to make amends to a good man. Chapter 15. I give it a 50-50 chance, Pax suddenly said, breaking the long silence.
What?
Elliot asked. That the next person that walks through that cell door will be here to end your life, Pax replied. He gave the impression of weighing up the odds in a matter-of-fact manner, and with the honesty of a professional gambler. Elliot grimaced at the notion.
What can we do?
I don't know what you can do. I'm not convinced there's much to stop them. If they want you dead, they'll probably succeed. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay, Elliot said. Let me rephrase that. Is there anything you can do?
We could swap spots, Pax said. You take the top bunk and I'll sleep on the bottom.
What good is that?
Whoever's coming after you probably assumes you're on your own.
You're right.
Elliot snapped his fingers, and his eyes gleamed with excitement.
Inmates aren't supposed to share cells in the Supermax wing.
That's how I understand things, too, Pax said. In the Supermax, people have a cell to themselves. I suspect it's too risky otherwise. Dangerous inmates tend to murder or commit grievous bodily harm. That must be why they keep them separate. It's also why they won't be expecting the two of us.
Won't they notice we've switched?
How would they know? Pax asked. Stay out of sight in the top bunk and they probably won't spot you at all.
But we don't look anything alike.
We don't have to, Pax said. I bet some of the people in here don't even know what you look like. They have your cell number and a name and have been told that their time here will be spent in a little more comfort if you were to befall some sort of accident.
Okay, so they'll come for me and instead end up beating your head in instead.
Yeah, that's the plan.
How does that help?
Pax's eyes narrowed. Don't you prefer they terminate me instead?
Of course I would.
Elliot grimaced.
Sorry, no offense.
None taken.
It's just, after they take you out, it won't take them anything at all to get me next.
You're probably right.
So what? Elliot asked. We're back to square one?
No. You're forgetting. With my experience, I'm not an easy target.
You're right.
Elliot frowned.
You said it was a 50-50 chance the next person who comes through that door will try to kill me?
Yeah, Pax confirmed.
Then what's the other door opening option?
A detective named Ryan Ratcliffe will arrive to apologize profusely for his mistake in wrongly imprisoning me. Then he'll release me.
Oh, great.
Elliot sighed.
My best chance of survival is that the next person who comes through will try to kill you thinking you're me.
Isn't the serendipity of life grand? Chapter 16. Pax felt content to lay there. It had been a long time since he'd spent a lazy day in bed, without a care in the world. The only sound that could be heard was Elliot's jerked movements from above, as he struggled to remain still, hidden at the very back of the top bunk. The poor man's nerves wouldn't settle. Pax lay half asleep on the bottom bunk, his broad frame concealed beneath the thin prison blanket, his knees bent to disguise his true size. The faint red glow from the CCTV camera in the corner of his Supermax cell was a constant reminder of the ever-present surveillance. But then, in the quiet hum of the facility, something changed. The red dot vanished. Someone had cut the feed. Pax's instincts flared to life. He rolled onto his side so that he faced the metal wall. The steel shell that encapsulated the entire prison cell served several purposes. It had been designed to be impossible to tunnel out of, no matter how many years an inmate might work at it. It was easy to clean after various bodily fluids inevitably ended up being splattered on it, and it could be used as an unbreakable mirror for which the residents of the cell might glance a feeble view of their own appearance. It was the last reason that Pax was most interested in, as it allowed him a clear view of the cell's gate without turning around. Moments later, the heavy electronic lock clicked, and the reinforced steel gate slid open with a soft hiss. For all intents and purposes, he appeared asleep. A single officer approached. The fact that he was on his own, entering a Supermax cell, made it clear that this wasn't a routine visit or a shakedown. No way in the world would anyone enter one of these prison cells alone. There might have been a chance that the officer was coming to release him at Detective Ratcliffe's request. But even then, Pax would have expected a small army of officers to arrive, not a single man. No. If he had to guess, his money was on door number 1. This guy was here to terminate Elliot. Pax waited. His incoming assailant was a giant, about 6'5", but a lot wider than Pax. So maybe he just thought, given Pax was being released today, he was easy enough to handle on his own. It seemed unlikely. More likely, the man had been paid to commit murder. Given the fact Pax wasn't on any official prison registry, it was possible the officer didn't even realize Pax was there. Pax remained motionless as the officers stepped inside. The man moved with the confidence of someone who knew he had the advantage, or at least he believed he did. In his right hand, he clutched a makeshift shiv, its jagged glass edge reinforced with chicken wire, the handle wrapped in layers of duct tape for grip. He advanced silently, his eyes locked on Pax's seemingly resting form. Then he struck. The blade came down in a brutal arc, aiming straight for Pax's chest. Pax's hand shot out from beneath the blanket, seizing the officer's wrist in an iron grip. Simultaneously, he pushed his feet off the wall, using his 260-pound frame to add pressure on his attacker's wrist. The man grunted in pain as Pax twisted sharply, redirecting the blade away from his body. The shiv clattered against the bedframe, sending a spray of sparks into the dimly lit cell. The officer recovered quickly, wrenching his arm free with surprising strength. He reached into his vest, his hand closing around a Kel-Tec P-32, the compact, semi-automatic pistol barely larger than his palm. The polymer frame and blued steel slide gave it a lightweight, almost flimsy feel, but Pax knew better than to underestimate it. Chambered in .32 APC, the little gun wasn't a powerhouse, but at close range it was lethal enough. The officer's hold was forceful, his knuckles white as he tried to bring the barrel in line with Pax's chest. There was no way Pax was going to let that happen. He drove the edge of his forearm across the man's wrist in a vicious scything motion. The pistol tumbled from the officer's grasp, skidding across the concrete floor out the open electronic gate. The correctional officer lunged, rolling on top of Pax before he could react. A thick forearm pressed against Pax's throat, the officer's weight pinning him down in a tight Brazilian jiu-jitsu hold. Pax grimaced, feeling pressure constricting his airway. The man knew what he was doing, controlling his posture, keeping his balance low, legs hooked in tight. It had been a long time since someone had beaten Pax in a hand-to-hand fight. He hadn't lost it yet, but he sure didn't feel like he was winning it either. For a second, Pax struggled against the hold, his muscles straining as he fought for leverage. Then he spotted the wall just behind him. Gritting his teeth, he drove his boot hard against it. The force sent them both rolling sideways. Momentum carried them off the narrow prison bunk. Pax hit the ground hard, the weight of the correctional officer crashing down on top of him like a sledgehammer. The impact sent a sharp jolt through his spine, but he barely had time to process the pain before the officer moved, his bulk shifting with practiced efficiency. The man wasn't just a dead weight. He was a trained fighter. Pax felt it in the manner in which he instinctively adjusted his leverage, the way his forearm braced against Pax's throat, cutting off his air once more. He was 50 pounds heavier, and none of it was for show. It turned out this guy could fight. He had muscles, and worse for Pax, he also had fighting muscle memory. He'd obviously been involved in plenty of scuffles with inmates and knew what he was doing. This wasn't random either. A big guy throwing his weight around. The officer's strength was controlled, precise. Every movement honed through years of dealing with the worst of the worst inside the prison system. Pax recognized the brutal efficiency of Krav Maga, the calculated shifts of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, techniques meant for survival, not sport. The man's knee drove into Pax's ribs, pinning him, while his free hand fumbled for the shiv that had skidded across the floor in the scuffle. Pax twisted, trying to roll free, but the officer adjusted, shifting his weight to keep him locked down. A meaty fist slammed into Pax's side, the breath exploding from his lungs. The officer grabbed the shiv, his fingers closing around the crude weapon, and Pax knew he was out of time. Out of the corner of his eyes, Pax spotted Elliot's lithe frame as he silently slipped off the end of the bunk bed and disappeared out the opened gate. Where the hell is he going? Pax could easily believe the kid would abandon him to save himself. That was human instinct, pure and simple. But he couldn't believe the kid would possibly be stupid enough to try and make a run for it. But maybe he would. After all, the cell door was open, and the only correctional officer in his way was currently occupied, extremely busy, trying to stab him to death. The officer grinned, his teeth bared, eyes filled with grim certainty as he raised the shiv high, ready to drive it down into Pax's throat. A sharp click cut through the chaos. Game over. Elliot's voice came low and steady, and Pax saw the small black barrel of the Kel-Tec P-32 pressed against the officer's temple. Drop the knife. The officer froze, his grip tightening for a fraction of a second before his fingers slowly uncurled from the shiv. The crude blade clattered to the floor. Pax rolled over and grabbed the glassy weapon. The correctional officer stared in disbelief at the two of them. Realization dawned in his eyes for the first time that there had been a second person in the prison cell. He saw Pax then, really saw him, noting he was the one who didn't belong. Who the fuck are you? That confirmed what Pax suspected, that his brief stay in the Oregon State Penitentiary wasn't identified on any official records. Pax West. The correctional officer frowned, a confused and lost expression across his face. Pax said, I'm just here for the night at the bequest of an overzealous detective who thought it might knock some sense into me. So you're a ring-in? The officer looked stunned. You're not even supposed to be here. Of all the shitty luck. Sorry, Pax offered. I'll be leaving soon if it makes you feel better. Oh, God. The officer's face twisted in abject horror. You have no idea what you've done. Sure I do, Pax said, a bemused smile on his face. I stopped an innocent man from being murdered. Maybe, the correctional officer agreed, but his face contorted with pain while his lips formed a grim line. And in the process, you condemned my wife to death. Chapter 17. Pax stared at the officer, searching the man's expression for some sign of a lie. Not that it really meant much. He had met plenty of people who could vomit out lie after lie with impunity. Either way, it was impossible to know for sure. Yet, at a glance, the man's anguish appeared genuine. They have your wife? Yeah, Tamara. The sweetest woman on earth, and they have her. Who? I don't know. Pax exchanged a glance with Elliot. He was tempted to take the Kel-Tec P-32 from the kid and keep it on the correctional officer, but Elliot seemed to be doing just a fine job at keeping the small pistol aimed right at the man's head. He decided to leave Elliot with the weapon and instead picked up the glass shiv instead. Meeting the correctional officer's eye, he said, Care to guess? Bad people. These aren't kids who deal in low-level drugs or are involved in typical break-and-enters. They're at the top of a mafia or drug cartel. So a crime syndicate. What type? The powerful one. The ones without restrictions. The kind of bad guys who decide someone inside Oregon's oldest and most secure prison should die. Then they kidnap the wife of the only person who might have the chance of ending that inmate and covering it up. That's the type of people we're dealing with. Pax frowned. Do you know why they want Elliot dead? No.
My job was just to end his life. If I do that, my wife gets to live. Fail, and she dies." "So who are you?" Pax asked. "What do you mean, who am I?" the correctional officer asked. "I'm the guy whose wife has been abducted." "No, I mean if these bad guys were smart enough to work out that your wife was the fulcrum needed to make you kill Elliot, it stands to reason they knew something special about you that made such a task possible. So I'm asking you again, who are you?" "My name's Frank Edwards." The man frowned. "Superintendent Frank Edwards." Pax finally found something to smile about. "You're the superintendent at OSP." "Yeah," Edwards replied. "So now you know why they thought I could get to anyone inside the Supermax wing. This is my prison. I'm in charge and know, or thought I knew, everything that happened inside." "So you were the perfect candidate to commit murder." "Yes. I was given two choices. Kill Elliot Brooks and my wife will be returned to me, or let Elliot live, and they will kill her." Pax's expression took on a mask of sympathy for the man. Who wouldn't terminate an inmate in a Supermax prison to save the life of their wife? For that matter, who wouldn't terminate any stranger to save the life of the one you love? Pax said, "Maybe there's a third option." "What?" Edwards asked, only the slightest of hope in his voice. "That depends." "On what?" Edwards asked, warily. "Do you have any idea where they're keeping your wife?" "At our house." "So we go to your house and get your wife back. Simple." "Not simple. These people are watching me, waiting for confirmation I've gone through with it." "What was your plan?" "I was going to shiv Elliot," Edwards said. "The murder was supposed to appear as though an unknown inmate did it." Pax examined the shiv in his hand. For something homemade, the weapon was professionally constructed. It was made of a single piece of broken glass, reinforced with chicken wire, and attached to a handle made of duct tape. Pax smiled. Impressed by the craftsmanship, he tilted his head and examined the superintendent with curiosity. "Do inmates really make shivs like this?" "Yes. That was confiscated from one 3 weeks ago." "Go figure. I'm impressed." Pax seemed to return to the problem at hand. "So then what? You were going to stab Elliot and then walk off. Surely there would have been an investigation and you would have been caught. Unless you had a plan. Of course. So what was your plan?" "I've organized a prison brawl. That way Elliot's murder could have been committed by another inmate." Pax smiled. "So when the fight breaks out, you walk us away, and then you put out a statement that unfortunately one of the inmates was killed during a brawl. Simple." Edwards frowned. "Not simple." "Why not?" "I couldn't get you or Elliot out even if I tried. There are so many other locked gates it would be impossible." Pax shook his head in dismay. "Impossible for the superintendent to get 2 prisoners out? I mean, only one of them is technically a prisoner on the books. I could be another guard for all anyone knows." "You're kidding me." Pax played with the shiv as though he might have a fourth option he hadn't voiced yet. "I swear to you, I'm not." "It's impossible," the superintendent said. Pax nodded understandingly. "Okay, but let's pretend for the minute that your life depends upon it. Now, what do you say?" "I would say it's still impossible," the superintendent said, his voice emphatic, leaving no room for misunderstandings. Pax grinned. "Then, let's just stop pretending." "Come again?" the superintendent asked. "It's like this, Frank," Pax said, using the superintendent's first name. "I'm going to snap your neck if we don't get out of here alive."
You really think you're strong enough? Pax shrugged, almost as though he was saying, "We'll see," and then gave an almost ambivalent grin, as though it really didn't matter to him which way things went. "The ball's entirely in your court. Our lives are already forfeited. We have nothing to lose. How about you?"
Help you escape. This is a supermax prison. You can't escape. It's impossible. That's why we built it. To prevent people like you from ever walking free. How do you expect me to do that?
I have no idea, Pax admitted. I've never been here before last night and know nothing about your fine establishment. I'm going to leave the whole planning our escape thing up to you and hope you're bright enough for the task. Let's just say the only way you get to go home today is if we walk out that door. So I guess all our lives depend on it.
Impossible.
Pax nodded. He stepped next to Elliot, grabbed the Kel-Tec P-32 from Elliot without asking, his movements fast and reflexive, and a moment later pointed the pistol at the superintendent. I understand. Well, if you're not good to us, I guess I had better shoot you now and go find someone who can help. The superintendent raised his hands.
On second thoughts, I think I might be able to come up with a plan.
Good man. Pax smiled cheerfully. There you go. I knew you'd think of something. Chapter 18. The fire alarm began to ring incessantly. The tower of smoldering bedding stood in the center of their cell, a crude but effective pyre of two thin mattresses stacked like bricks and wrapped in sheets. The diesel-benzene mix soaked every fiber, the acrid scent so thick it burned the back of Pax's throat. Superintendent Edwards had been carrying it, hidden in soft storage containers molded to his body beneath his uniform, waiting for the right moment to set the prison ablaze. Now was that moment. Pax stepped back as the first licks of flame took hold, creeping up the fabric, curling the edges to blackened husks. The fire moved hungrily, devouring the fuel with a low growling sound as it caught. Suddenly, Pax heard a whoosh, then the fire surged. Heat slammed against Pax's face, a wave of blistering energy radiating outward as the inferno roared to life. The prison's fire suppression system reacted almost immediately. Sprinklers clunked on, dousing the air in a cold, artificial downpour. But the gates remained locked. Superintendent Edwards didn't hesitate. He moved with purpose, dragging his homemade accelerant along the main passageway of the Supermax wing. The liquid shimmered against the harsh overhead lighting, spreading in a long, deliberate line that stretched from the first blaze to the heart of the prison's secured corridor. A second later, he tossed a burning sheet onto the fresh trail of fuel. Fire raced across the floor in a violent cascade of orange and blue, illuminating the reinforced steel bars that held the prisoners in place. Shouts erupted, screams of panic, curses of rage, bouncing off the concrete walls in a deafening cacophony. Pax watched with satisfaction as the chaos unfolded, the flickering glow casting deep shadows across the desperate faces pressed against cell doors. The flames were doing their job. A few minutes later, the catastrophic fire protocol activated, releasing the individual cell gates with a mechanical groan. The inmates poured out, some still dazed by sleep, others moving with the primed zest of men who had been waiting for this exact moment their entire lives. Yet the escape was controlled, so no one could really run away. The corridor led to the main exercise yard, which was still secured by a 30-foot fence, lined with razor wire. The prisoners were being funneled into the open space like cattle, where they would be kept trapped. Pax stood beside Edwards and Elliot, waiting as the last of the inmates fled their cells, their voices rising in anger and anarchy. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the stiffness of restraint ease now that freedom, partial as it was, was in sight. He turned to Frank, speaking over the distant wail of alarms and the growing roar of flame. "In your original plan, what's supposed to happen now?" The superintendent said, "They'll be sending in the incarcerated fire crews to help with the fire suppression. I take it we should be gone well before they get here?" "Quick as we can," Frank replied. "We'll head to my office above the facility. If we can get there, I can control the fire response and work out our next move." Still holding the pistol, Pax grinned. "That's great. You seem to have it all planned out. I'm feeling better about the chances of us all getting out of this thing alive." Chapter 19. The heat pressed in on them from all sides. It was thick and unrelenting, as smoke curled through the air like grasping fingers. Pax kept one hand over his mouth, though it did little to filter out the acrid burn of diesel and scorched plastic. For a moment he wondered if the superintendent had miscalculated, if the fire had taken on a life of its own, transforming from a controlled blaze into an execution chamber. Edwards pushed ahead, moving through the chaos with a single focus. Pax followed, Elliot close behind, their footsteps echoing in the dark, smoke-filled corridor. Prisoners ran wild in the supermax wing, some sprinting for the open space of the exercise yard. At the far end of the passage, a heavy steel gate blocked their path. Edwards barely slowed as he reached for the ring of keys on his belt, fingers flipping through them with the calm efficiency of a man who had done this 1,000 times before, just never like this. Behind them, the fire raged, throwing their shadows in jagged patterns across the walls. Pax clenched his jaw. If Edwards didn't find the key soon, none of them were getting out of here alive. Then he heard a click. The lock disengaged with a satisfying thunk, and Edwards shoved the door open, leading them through and shutting it behind them. They moved quickly now, down a series of passageways lined with reinforced doors, each one another barrier between them and the inferno behind. Pax barely registered where they were going. He focused only on the next step, the next breath, pushing past the burning in his lungs. The air grew marginally clearer, though every inhale still carried the sour tang of a close call. Finally, they reached a staircase, its narrow metal steps vibrating underfoot as they climbed. Upward, they moved deeper into the administrative heart of the prison. Pax's legs burned from the sprint, his body still keyed up with adrenaline, but he kept moving. There was no other choice. At last, Edwards shoved open one final door, leading them into the superintendent's office, a glass-walled fishbowl that overlooked the entire prison from above. Edwards turned and locked the door behind them. Pax heard the deadbolt slide into place, an extra layer of security between them and whatever came next. Trying to catch their breath, for a moment none of them spoke. They turned instead to the windows, looking down at the chaos unfolding below. The prison was in a state of pandemonium. From this vantage point, they could see the full extent of the disaster, the flickering glow of the fire casting jagged shadows across the yard, the writhing mass of inmates flooding into whatever open space they could find. Guards moved frantically, some trying to restore order, others simply trying to get out of the way. The blaring alarm was nearly deafening, even through the thick glass. Pax exhaled, running a hand through his damp, soot-streaked hair. Still holding the pistol pointed at the superintendent, Pax gestured toward the chaos. "Look what you achieved." "Yes, I did this," the superintendent whispered, and Pax couldn't help but see the pain in the man's face. He was breathing hard, as though the sight of the destruction he'd caused was starting to trigger some deep-rooted emotion. "For 20 years, I've run this place as well as could possibly be desired. And now look at it." "They'll rebuild," Pax offered, almost with indifference. Not much will actually be burned, and as you said, the prisoners have all been corralled into the exercise yard, so nobody's escaped either. The superintendent frowned. If I get out of here alive, I'm going to lose my job and everything I've worked hard to achieve. Go easy on yourself. If we get out of here and your wife survives, you may consider yourself extremely lucky. As for the job, anyone who later reviews the footage will only see me leading you out of here with a gun, so you'll probably get to keep your job anyway. Yes. The lines in the superintendent's face edged deeper with determination. But we're still a long way off getting out of here alive. It's going to be all right. Pax shrugged. You're halfway there. We're out of the main prison. There's currently a massive fire, along with a prisoner riot, and the entire place is locked down. The next part will be easy, Pax said. How? The superintendent asked. Now, Pax coached him. All you have to do is find a way to walk out of here while chaos rages throughout the rest of the prison. It can't be that hard, can it? Edwards said, That depends. On what? Pax asked. The superintendent regarded him with a measuring smile. On what size clothes you take. Chapter 20. The superintendent's uniform was standard issue. Pax looked at them. They were identical to the ones he'd seen the rest of the correctional officers at the Oregon State Penitentiary wearing. Practical, durable, and designed to command authority. The dark navy tactical pants were reinforced at the knees, paired with a matching short-sleeved shirt that bore the embroidered emblem of the Oregon Department of Corrections on the sleeve. Over the shirt, a black duty belt carried the standard gear, handcuffs, a flashlight, and a radio. A thick black utility jacket with the prison's insignia on the breast completed the look. It was meant to be nondescript, blending seamlessly into the rigid structure of prison hierarchy. Right now, it was a disguise, a means of slipping past the chaos unnoticed. Pax pulled on the uniform quickly, adjusting the belt one notch tighter to fit his waist. The fabric smelled of smoke and sweat, but it fit well enough. He rolled his shoulders, ensuring he could move freely, then turned to Elliot, holding out a pair of handcuffs. Put these on, Pax said, keeping his voice low. Elliot raised an eyebrow, but didn't argue. He snapped the cuffs around his wrists, keeping them loose enough to slip free when the moment came. It was all about appearances, just another prisoner being escorted through the aftermath of a riot. Edwards gave a sharp nod, then led the way. They moved quickly, navigating the labyrinth of corridors that led toward the main gate. The scent of smoke still clung to the air, but the deeper they went, the more the roar of the fire faded into the background, replaced by the distant shouts of officers and inmates alike. The prison was unraveling at the seams, and they were slipping out right through the middle of it. When they reached the entrance gate, only a single correctional officer remained at his post. Everyone else had been pulled away to deal with the crisis inside. The officer, a younger guy with a buzz cut and sharp eyes, straightened as they approached. His gaze flicked between Pax and Edwards before landing on the supposed prisoner. Movement papers, sir? The correctional officer asked, looking at the superintendent. We don't have papers right now, Mr. Dawson. The superintendent pointed to the smoke. There wasn't time with the fire, and Mr. Brooks here has asthma. And unless you're interested in getting sued after one of our inmates with a known respiratory problem dies because the smoke from the fire set off an attack while you were waiting on the formalities, I suggest you let us through. Sir, that's not the policy. Listen, Mr. Dawson, I'm superintendent of this OSP, and I'm ordering you to let us through. Mr. Dawson reached for his radio. Just let me contact the tower and let them know. Pax pointed the Keltec P-32 at the correctional officer. Yeah, that's really not going to be possible. The officer froze, his training likely screaming at him to comply. Who are you? Pax didn't answer. Instead, he ordered, "Hands out." The guard hesitated, but Pax gave him a hard look, one that left no room for defiance. Slowly, the officer stretched his hands out in front of him. Elliot moved fast, twisting his wrists, slipping out of his own loose cuffs and snapping them around the guard's outstretched hands instead. With practiced efficiency, he hauled the officer toward the nearest barred door, locking the cuffs around the steel frame. The guy struggled, but it was too late. He was secured, trapped away from anyone who might come to his aid. "Nothing personal." Pax gave him a brief, apologetic shrug. "Hope your day gets better." The officer, deeply confused, scowled, but he didn't say a word. With that, Pax, Elliot, and Edwards turned and stepped through the final set of doors, entering the main foyer, heading toward the prison's exit. They were close, almost outside of the Oregon State Penitentiary, the most secure prison in Oregon. Pax smiled. Sometimes all you needed was a little bit of faith and a whole lot of luck. Chapter 21. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe pulled his car to a stop on the outer perimeter of the Oregon State Penitentiary, his jaw tightening as he took in the chaos ahead. Thick black smoke billowed from within the prison's high stone walls, twisting into the midday sky like wraiths clawing for escape. Against the harsh glare of the sun, the smoke swirled in restless tendrils, devouring the blue above in an ever-growing stain of darkness. The acrid stench of burning plastic, scorched concrete, and something more putrid filled the air, stinging his nostrils and settling on his tongue like a bitter warning. Beyond the smoke, the flicker of flames licked at the sky, their orange glow barely visible in the daylight, but unmistakable in their destruction. Alarm bells shrieked from somewhere inside, their wailing sirens blending with the distant shouts of men, guards or inmates, Ratcliffe couldn't tell. He stepped out of his car, the asphalt radiating heat beneath his boots, the oppressive weight of the sun doing little to disperse the unease coiling in his gut. The smoke twisted higher, thickening, smothering, a signal of something far worse than just fire. A riot, an escape, or something else entirely. In some sort of sick way, he felt a brief pleasure at the knowledge that whoever's job it was to maintain the safety and security of that prison was probably having an even worse day than he was. All the same, as he stared at the looming concrete walls ahead, Ratcliffe's mind was already working through the words he'd need to say to Pax West, and coming up short. Apologizing wasn't something he did often. Hell, it wasn't something he liked to do at all. But he owed Pax that much. More than that, really. He'd pinned him as the man responsible for his niece's murder, and he'd been wrong. Dead wrong. And now, if Pax was still inside, still breathing poisonous, smoky prison air because of that mistake, Ratcliffe was going to make damn sure he got him out. He crossed the lot, walked through the main visitor's entrance. The scent of institutional-grade disinfectants and stale air mixed in with acrid smoke hit him immediately, a reminder of just how much he hated places like this. Glancing at the concrete walls, he wondered what the hell the inmates had found to burn inside the prison. He turned right, heading down the main corridor toward the first security gate. Then he saw them. 3 men walking toward him. 2 correctional officers flanking an inmate in cuffs. Standard enough. This was a prison, after all. But something made his instincts hum. One of the correctional officers gave him a nod, a quick, professional smile that almost seemed polite. Ratcliffe nodded back, barely thinking about it, but then something tugged at his memory. That grin. There was something about the way the guy's mouth curved, the way his eyes locked on him just a second too long. Familiar. Ratcliffe took a few more steps before it hit him. He stopped dead, heart slamming once, hard, against his ribs. He turned, eyes narrowing. The officer wasn't an officer at all. Ratcliffe's face twisted into a mask of surprise and confusion. "Pax?" The moment the name left his mouth, all three of the men moved, fast. With the pretense over, they were running like sprinters off the mark. "Damn it!" Ratcliffe growled. He yanked his Glock from its holster as he launched into a sprint. His boots pounded against the tile, his breathing steady as his instincts took over. He lifted the pistol, tracking their backs, considering a shot, but they hit the last corner and disappeared left before he could take the chance. Ratcliffe gritted his teeth and started running after them. In the back of his mind, he had just one question that was pounding in his ears, just as loudly as the blood that echoed there. Why would an innocent man try to escape a maximum security prison? Chapter 22. Pax ran through the open doors and into the blinding midday sun, squinting against the glare bouncing off the concrete and steel. Heat radiated from the pavement, shimmering in waves, but he barely noticed. He turned to Superintendent Edwards. "Where's your car?" Edwards pulled out his keys and pressed a button. A set of headlights flashed just beyond the visitor entrance, a deep electronic chirp confirming the unlock. The vehicle was impossible to miss, a massive jet-black Dodge Ram 2500, gleaming under the sun, its chrome grille and oversized off-road tires giving it an almost menacing presence. The truck was built for power, for hauling, for intimidation. The words "Superintendent Parking Only" were stenciled onto the pavement in front of it, as if anyone would dare park there. Pax took in the oversized pickup truck and decided it was perfect. The jet-black Dodge Ram parked beneath the midday sun, its polished body absorbing the light like a void. The truck was a beast, wide, lifted, and built for power. Matte black fender flares extended over the knobby all-terrain tires, which sat on gunmetal rims with thick, battle-scarred spokes. The front grille, a menacing slab of black mesh, framed a set of LED headlights that seemed to glare like a predator sizing up its prey. The tinted windows revealed nothing of the interior, reflecting only the empty road and the heat-shimmered horizon behind him. Twin exhaust pipes jutted out beneath the rear bumper, promising a deep, throaty growl when the engine roared to life. A steel winch was bolted onto the front bumper, coiled and ready, as if expecting trouble. Along the roof, a row of off-road lights sat idle, their housings slick with dust. Pax ran his fingers along the edge of the driver's side door, feeling the heat radiating off the paint like a sun-baked skillet. This wasn't just a truck, it was a statement. And judging by the reinforced bull bar and the reinforced tailgate, whoever owned it had built it to push through anything that stood in their way. Pax held out his hand. "Keys." Edwards shook his head. "I'll drive, as I know my truck. We'll be faster." Pax hesitated, then shrugged and climbed into the passenger seat. Elliot scrambled into the back, slamming the door shut just as Edwards twisted the key in the ignition. The Ram's massive 6.7-liter diesel engine roared to life, a low, guttural growl that reverberated through the cabin. Pax felt the vibration in his chest as Edwards dropped it into drive and stomped on the accelerator. The truck surged forward, tires screeching against the pavement. Then, gunfire. Pax flinched as a bullet punched through the tailgate with a metallic ping, sending fragments of steel scattering across the lot. He twisted around in time to see Detective Ratcliffe lowering his Glock, already sprinting for his black Dodge Charger. Edwards didn't slow. He swung the pickup past the guardhouse, heading straight for the outer parking lot. 2 parked sedans stood in their path, less of an obstacle and more of an inconvenience. With a bone-rattling crunch, the Ram plowed through them, crumpling their hoods like soda cans, sending shards of glass raining onto the asphalt. Glass exploded across the asphalt, metal shrieked as it twisted, and the truck jolted over the wreckage before punching through the perimeter fence and onto the open road. Pax glanced over his shoulder. He saw the detective's Dodge Charger right behind them. Ratcliffe swung around the wreckage, tires squealing as he fought to gain ground. Pursuing faintly, the man was relentless. For a second, Pax thought he might keep up. Then, it was too late. The detective had gone wide around the guardhouse, trying to cut them off, but he hadn't seen the tire spikes. The Charger hit them at full speed. Pax watched as the detective's front tires shredded instantly, rubber peeling away as the rims dug into the pavement. The car fishtailed violently before Ratcliffe wrestled it back under control, but the damage was done. The car jerked sideways, screeching in protest, before finally coming to a complete stop. He wasn't going anywhere fast. Pax exhaled, rolled his shoulders, and settled into his seat as the truck roared down the highway. He glanced in the side mirror one last time. No more pursuit. Up ahead, they passed several oncoming fire trucks, their lights flashing and their sirens blaring. He looked at Edwards, shooting him a fierce grin. "All right. Let's go get your wife back." Chapter 23. Lake Oswego, Oregon. The superintendent drove them into Lake Oswego, Oregon, a quiet, affluent suburb nestled along the shores of the lake. Towering evergreens lined the street, their deep green needles casting dappled shadows across the winding roads. The houses here were large, each more extravagant than the last, a mix of modern architecture and old-world charm. Perfectly manicured lawns, sleek driveways, and glistening lake views gave the area an almost unreal serenity, like something out of a high-end real estate brochure. Edwards pulled the Dodge Ram up in front of a sprawling stone house, the kind of place that looked as if it had been carved from the cliffs of some European countryside. Thick columns framed the massive wooden front door, and windows stretched high above, catching the golden afternoon light. He pulled a single key from the ring on his belt and handed it to Pax. "For the back door," he said simply. Pax nodded and slipped out of the truck, making his way around the side of the house, staying low. As soon as he was out of sight, Superintendent Edwards moved fast. He grabbed Elliot just as he was stepping out of the truck, clamping a heavy hand around his arm and dragging him toward the front entrance. Edwards sprinted up the steps, his pulse hammering as he fumbled with the lock. "Tamara!" he called out, twisting the key. The door swung open, and he froze. A man stood just inside, one arm locked tightly around Tamara's shoulders, his other hand gripping a Sig Sauer P365. The superintendent froze in the doorway, his pulse hammering as his gaze locked onto the man standing in his living room. His wife's kidnapper was younger than he expected, good-looking, almost boyish, with blue eyes that held a lazy, indifferent amusement. His light brown hair was sun-streaked, nearly blonde in places, giving him the look of a kid who had spent more time chasing waves than trouble. But the way he stood, casual yet poised, told a different story. He was short, no more than 5'6", but built solidly, with the compact, muscular frame of someone who spent his days carving through surf, not just playing the part. His tanned arms, crossed over his chest, were roped with sinew, and his stance suggested he wasn't worried about anything, least of all the man who had just walked through the door. He wore a faded tank top that clung to his torso, and a pair of board shorts that looked as if they had dried in the sun. A silver chain rested against his collarbone, glinting in the afternoon light. He smiled easily, like a friendly neighbor, as if he belonged there. Tamara, despite her predicament, held herself with quiet dignity. She was in her late 50s, but composed and striking. Her wavy chestnut hair, streaked with silver, framed high cheekbones and intelligent brown eyes. There was an elegance to her even now, dressed in a dark blouse and slacks, her posture rigid but controlled. The thug-cum-surfer's heavy brows furrowed as he studied Edwards and Elliot, his grip tightening around the gun. Edwards swallowed and forced a casual tone. "It's done," he said. "I got the kid. Elliot Brooks is right here." The thug narrowed his eyes, glancing at Elliot, then back to Edwards. "You were supposed to kill him in the prison." Edwards gave a supercilious half-smirk, tilting his head. "Yeah, well, this way I thought you could do it yourself. Only way to be sure, right?" "Right." The thug's expression didn't change. He simply nodded once. Then he lifted the gun and pointed it directly at the prison superintendent. "I'm going to have to dispose of you and your wife's body anyway," he said. "Dig 2 graves, may as well dig 3. His finger began to squeeze the trigger. The superintendent heard the dull sound, like a hard thud. Surprised, he thought for a split second that being shot wasn't such a bad way to go. Then the thug's head jerked backward. Pax had struck the man like lightning, his fist smashing into the thug's face with a sickening crack. The kidnapper staggered, eyes wide in shock. Before he could recover, Pax followed up with a vicious right hook to the jaw. The thug barely made a sound before crumpling to the floor, out cold. Silence filled the room. The only sound was the faint hum of the wind outside, and Tamara's sharp exhale as she pulled away from the unconscious man. Pax shook out his hand, flexing his knuckles. His intelligent green eyes glanced around the room, his eyes darting between Tamara, Elliot, and himself. A smile crept into his eyes. Then he grinned. "Nice house." Chapter 24. Oregon State Penitentiary. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe stepped into the superintendent's office. The place was like a fishbowl with a clear view of the entire prison from above. In a glance, he could see where the fire had taken hold in the northern Supermax wing of the prison. The fire brigade finished their work, and the damage seemed minimal. Just a lot of smoke and soot along the concrete walls. Not much could burn, so it wasn't a big surprise. The prisoners had all been rounded up and herded into their regular cells once more. All in total, he suspected the damage looked worse than it was. Henry Moore, deputy director of the Oregon State Penitentiary, had assumed the role of temporary superintendent and was starting the process of bringing the prison into order and commencing the investigation into the escape of one of the prisoners. "You're in a world of trouble," Henry said. "World of trouble?" Ryan asked. A hint of confusion spread across his bemused smile. "You brought a dangerous man into our Supermax wing." Ryan threw his head back with a full-throated laugh. "So what? So that dangerous man started a fire, kidnapped Superintendent Frank Edwards, and allowed another prisoner, a man named Elliot Brooks, to flee with him." Ryan tilted his head and studied his old friend. The two of them had gone to school together at Tualatin High nearly 4 decades ago. They weren't close, but they had been acquaintances long enough to trust each other, and it was this connection that had allowed Ryan to convince his friend to borrow a room at the Electric Zoo for a night to loosen Pax's tongue. Of course, neither of them could imagine that the man would have calmly walked out 12 hours later after creating a massive diversion. "When I called in a favor, I told you specifically that this man was dangerous. The man is ex-Special Forces and a giant. Anyone looking at him should know not to trust him. And you accepted him, specifically because he was dangerous, into your Supermax prison that's meant to be inescapable." Henry lifted a hand to stop him. "Listen, there's going to be an investigation. So what? What am I supposed to tell them about the stranger?" Ryan shrugged. "No idea. Why don't you leave that detail out? Or alternatively,
leave him as presumably one of the mysterious people who managed to achieve the impossible and break someone out of your precious Supermax prison. That's all lies. What's the alternative? I could tell the police the truth, Henry mused. Ryan's expression was aghast. That's a terrible idea. I know, Henry chuckled. I just wanted to see your face. So what are you going to do? I have a photograph of the kid pointing a gun at the superintendent in this office, Henry said. It shows he kidnapped Superintendent Edwards. What about my guest? Fortunately, most of the cameras were damaged during the fire, and none of them captured an image of the man you brought in here. That seems convenient, Ryan said. Indeed it is. So who's this kid? Elliot Brooks. The skinny kid you put my man in with? Ryan asked. That's the one. What's his story? He's a nice kid. Nobody's got a problem with him at the OSP. Keeps a low profile. Doesn't cause trouble with the other inmates and correctional officers equally. Overall, he just seems like one of those nice guys who naturally gets along with most people. So what's he doing here then? His life seemed to be on the right path. Went to Oregon State University, worked in technology, got some sort of programming job, a house in a nice neighborhood, and started a family. Come on, Henry. I've got other things to deal with today. Tell me, what went wrong with the kid? We don't know. He's kind of been a bit of a mystery to us all in here. He's polite, never shown any sign of violence. And if anything, he's just depressed and wishes they would reinstate the death penalty to put him out of his misery. Why? A little over 2 years ago, his wife goes out for the night. It was the first time since she'd had the baby, their first and only child. Amy, or maybe Jamie, I think her name was. Either way, the missus goes out for the night. Elliot decides it's been a while since he's been left alone at home. He puts his baby to bed and then thinks he might try some drugs he scored off a dealer his friends knew. Ryan swallowed hard. What happened? We don't know, to be honest. But he ended up serving life in the Supermax, so I'm guessing courts have a theory? Yeah. Basically, he took some drugs and committed murder, all of which he can't recall a single fucking thing. I mean, the poor bastard. He doesn't know what happened. Who did he kill? Henry's voice took on a somber yet matter-of-fact tone, like one of those newsreaders reporting on the many deaths in some third-world country's deadly earthquake. Elliot wakes up in the middle of the night. He thinks he hears an intruder downstairs. He reaches for a baseball bat he keeps next to his bed, an old habit from when he was younger and grew up in a dangerous area, and then realizes there's an almost metallic scent to the air, followed by something sticky on the baseball bat. It's got blood on it, Ryan said. Yeah, lots of blood. It was enmeshed in hair, too. His daughter's hair. Henry paused and drew a breath. Elliot said he recognized her hair right away. Covered in blood? The detective was incredulous. I've been to countless crime scenes, and I doubt I could recognize a loved one's hair enmeshed with blood on a baseball bat in the middle of the night. Elliot said he could. It turns out his daughter, Amy, yeah, I'm pretty certain that was her name now, had a rare genetic condition, Waardenburg syndrome. I only remember it because I Googled it when I first read the guy's case files. It's some kind of rare gene mutation that affects the pigmentation of the hair. In this case, young Amy had red hair with a distinctive brown patch in the middle, like a birthmark. And so when Elliot sees this mark in the hair on the baseball bat, he recognizes it instantly, and his heart probably stops. Yeah, something like that. What does he do? Elliot gets up, still holding the baseball bat, because at this point he's still certain the sound of an intruder in the kitchen downstairs is what's woken him up, and walks into Amy's bedroom. It's next to his. He turns the light on and realizes 2-year-old Amy's missing from her cot.
I guess he flips out at that point? Sure does. He calls 911 from his cell. I haven't listened to the tapes myself, but according to the court records, they show a highly agitated and clearly drug-affected man telling the call taker that his daughter's missing. At some point, he confesses he has no idea what happened, but he thinks he killed her. He then passes out. When he comes around, the police are already there. What do they find? Ryan asked, surprised by how invested he'd already become in the young prisoner's story. They find a lot of blood in the kitchen. Amy's blood. It looks like the bat was used to kill her. But they never found her body. If that's the case, how did they convict Elliot Brooks? The medical examiner noted that the amount of blood loss in a 2-year-old was medically consistent with absolute hypovolemic shock, a condition where there simply isn't enough blood left in the body to keep the heart and brain alive. That's why she was deemed dead, despite no sign of the body. What does Elliot say happened? Ryan asked. He says he doesn't remember a thing about that night. Henry sighed. The assumption is that he took some party drugs and entered some sort of delirium and drug-fueled rage. In the process, he killed his own daughter. What drugs were found in his system? A polypharmacy concoction, including ecstasy, benzodiazepines, and ice. Ryan said, The ice explains the rage. And the benzodiazepines are known to cause prolonged episodes of amnesia, Henry said. They basically wipe the slate clear for those hours immediately before and after taking the drugs. Right. Ryan pressed his lips together. Only none of that explains how, having lost all self-control and memories, Elliot was then able to successfully hide his daughter's body somewhere it remains hidden to this day. There's a theory about that, Ryan said. Go on. One of the theories is that Elliot didn't originally take a polypharmacy overdose. Instead, he just had some ice. That sent him into a rage. Who knows why or anything about what. But eventually his little daughter sets him off, and he picks up the closest thing to him, in this case a baseball bat, and smashes her skull in. He accidentally kills her. As soon as he sees her dead body, he realizes what he's done, and it instantly deflates the anger from his sails, and he's immediately remorseful. Henry looks at him, his eyebrows knitted together. So what does he do next, Detective? He panics. His naturally resourceful brain goes into pragmatic overdrive, and he comes up with a miraculous plan on where to hide the body. Maybe he's gone for hours. Who knows? Right. Henry nodded his head. And then he comes home, and he can't live with what he's done, or maybe he can live, but knows the only way he can get away with it would be to forget it completely? The benzodiazepines, Ryan said. He takes a bunch, hoping it will be enough to wipe his memory of the entire event. The bastard thinks he's come up with the perfect murder. Only he can incriminate himself, but that's impossible, given the fact he's chemically cleared his memories of the terrible thing he's done. Bingo. Clever. Maybe a little too clever. Why do you say that? Henry grinned. You'll never believe me when I tell you who came up with the theory. Chapter 25. Ryan stared at his old friend. Okay, so how did they work it out? Henry said. Elliot looked over the evidence the detectives presented him, as though he was searching for an answer for himself. It ate away at him. From what I hear, he would have happily traded death just to find that answer. And you know what he decided? What? That this Elliot Brooks was a smart kid. He couldn't even imagine what might have driven him to kill his own daughter. He came up with the idea that if he had murdered her in an ice-induced rage, he would have buried her somewhere, and then, unable to live with the guilt, or knowing that he would immediately crumble under any investigation and admit his guilt, He was the one who came up with the idea of intentionally wiping away his memory of the horrific event. Wait. He came up with the theory that got him convicted? Yeah. They never found her body. No. Seems like a case with more holes in it than Swiss cheese. Surely any lawyer worth their weight could have gotten Elliot off. I'm sure they could. Only in Elliot's case, he pleaded guilty as soon as the trial was in session. He personally requested the death penalty. The thing lasted 15 minutes, and he was sentenced to life without parole. Interesting, Ryan said. Then, looking up at the acting superintendent, he asked, "You think he's smart enough to break out of a supermax prison cell? Not a chance in hell. So it was my guy, Pax West, who did it. Afraid so. Strange. I mean, I only learned this morning that Pax West had a rock-solid alibi for the night my niece was killed. In fact, this guy would have known it too. He'd spent the past 3 nights at a shooting range in Portland, volunteering his time at a local veterans event. The entire thing was recorded via CCTV with a timestamp. I spoke with the owner. He said my guy hadn't left in 3 days. He'd been sleeping at the place, along with several other veterans. You were coming here to pick up your man and apologize for wrongly imprisoning him? Yeah. Ryan pressed his lips together. So now I want to know. What could possibly have happened to make an innocent man risk everything and break out of a supermax prison? Henry frowned. I might just have an answer to that. Oh, this will be great. Go on, then. Henry folded his arms across his chest. First thing this morning, Elliot's sister turns up wanting to see him. She didn't have an appointment, just said it was urgent. And you let her see him, just like that. Look, some inmates get visitors every week. Others, it's more like once a month or special days a year. In Elliot's case, he's been here for 2 years, and this is the first time anyone, including his wife and his siblings, has ever even called. What did she say? Not much. Just showed Elliot this damned picture taken of SeaWorld a couple days ago. It was at the display where the dolphins do one of those tricks with a hoop and ball before being rewarded with some fish. Right? Ryan said, not really sure what a picture of an animal theme park might have to do with his otherwise innocent man breaking someone out of Oregon's most secure prison. In the background, there's a young girl, roughly 4 years old. According to Elliot, that young girl was his daughter, looking 2 years older, and very much alive. Elliot told the correctional officers this? Yeah. He showed the picture and pointed her out. Said he would have recognized her in the crowd if there had been 10,000 people there. Did anyone believe him? No. Obviously the man's crazy. Only, Detective Ratcliffe knew where this was going, but all the same, he asked, What? One of my officers said he saw Elliot showing the photograph to the stranger that you brought into the prison. Henry sighed. And you know what that means, don't you? Detective Ratcliffe's lips formed a grim line. Wrong or right? Pax West sure as hell must have believed in that photograph if he was willing to risk everything to save a stranger. Chapter 26. Henry scribbled a Dropbox address on a notepad and handed it to Ryan. Ryan glanced at the alphanumerical website address. What is this? It's a data vault. No, I realize that. I know what Dropbox is. I mean, what's on it? Everything to do with the Elliot Brooks case. You think I'm going to want to investigate the original murder? Won't you? Ryan said, You should know I'm currently on leave. Henry nodded. I heard. Mandatory. But on full pay pending an investigation. Your boss likes you. He just thinks you're going through some serious stuff with the loss of your niece, and your head is in the wrong place to be at work. Yes. Ryan frowned. You're right. I have some free time. Maybe I'll check out the original investigation and see if there's anything that might shed some light onto this. I hoped you would. Ryan stood up to leave, met his old friend's gaze. Why the whole interest in Elliot Brooks' original case? I mean, right now he's a fugitive. Someone will bring him back in. It's only a matter of time. So, I'm asking, what's it to you? Honestly? Sure. If we can't be honest with each other after all we've been through, who can we be honest with? I believe him, Henry said. Elliot Brooks has been telling the truth all along. I think someone stole his kid and framed him for her murder. Right now, I'm silently rooting for the kid to beat the odds and find her. Ryan smiled, put the piece of paper with the Dropbox address and password away in his pocket. The corners of his mouth upturned in a brief smile. Now which one of us is crazy? Chapter 27. Detective Ratcliffe pushed through the heavy exit doors of the Oregon State Penitentiary and into the biting afternoon wind, and into the sharp glare of the early afternoon sun. The heat bounced off the asphalt in shimmering waves, intensifying the acrid scent of burnt rubber lingering in the air. There was a cacophony of emergency service vehicles in the parking lot. Police cruisers and fire trucks were scattered across the lot, their doors open, officers and firefighters moving with the drained energy of a crisis just past. The distant murmur of radios crackled in the background, mingling with the occasional barked order and the rhythmic hiss of a fire hose being reeled back onto its spool. His eyes focused on his Dodge Charger, parked near the outer gate with its rear end jacked up. A mobile mechanic knelt beside it, securing the last lug nut on the newly replaced tire. He needed 4 new tires because of those damned spikes. He cringed to think how much the bill was going to be. Ryan's phone vibrated in his pocket. He fished it out, squinting at the screen. Unknown number. Great. He swiped to answer, bringing the phone to his ear. Ratcliffe. Ryan. The detective recognized the voice of Althea Hammond, the lead detective technically on the case, trying to find the murderer of his niece. We got him. Ryan pressed his lips together. What? That big guy from the photograph, Althea said, quickly cutting through his torpor. We got him. Where? Lake Oswego. Ratcliffe started to run. Text me the address. I thought you were off the case, Althea protested. Something about being too close to the victim. Althea. Yes? Send me the damned address. Ratcliffe looked at the mechanic. I've got to go. I'll sort you out with the bill this afternoon. The mechanic straightened, wiping his hands on an oil-stained rag. Hold up! Ratcliffe didn't. He yanked the door open, slid behind the wheel, and jammed the key into the ignition. The Charger roared to life. The mechanic took a quick step forward, hands raised in protest. Wait! You're still on the jack! Ratcliffe threw the shifter into drive and stomped the gas. The Charger lurched forward, the back wheels dropping off the jack with a sickening jolt. The rear tires hit the pavement hard, and for a split second, the whole frame shuddered. He heard the sharp clatter of metal as the jack toppled over behind him. Damn it. Yet the truth was he didn't care. He felt the Charger's suspension fight to correct itself, but there was no time to check for damage. He clenched the wheel and gunned it, gravel spitting from the tires as he sped out of the parking lot, the penitentiary shrinking in his rearview mirror. Detective Ratcliffe pulled out onto I-5 heading north and gunned it. He had no idea what he would find, but he didn't think Pax West was the one who murdered his niece. But all the same, the man broke out of a maximum security prison less than 12 hours after he had been dropped off there. It was as if he'd been planning it for years. Either way, the detective had a lot of questions, and he sure as hell wasn't going to let Pax West out of his sight until he had some damned answers. Chapter 28. Lake Oswego, Oregon. Pax took an instant liking to Tamara Edwards. She was one of those people who seemed to be able to roll with whatever life threw at her, even when in this case it was a dangerous man with a gun. They chatted for a few minutes, and she filled them all in on how the thug had been waiting in the house as she arrived home from yoga this morning. He'd abducted her at gunpoint and had told her that she would live if her husband did everything that was asked of him, and if not, he had been instructed to put a bullet in her head. When she was finished, Pax said, "The question now is what to do from here." The superintendent frowned. "You're ex-Special Forces, right?" "Yes," Pax confirmed. "I thought you said you would find out who's responsible and make sure this never comes back to bite me or my wife again." It was a thinly veiled euphemism for find who's responsible and kill them so they can't retaliate. That suited Pax fine. "Yeah, we'll do our best to find them and finish this, so neither of you ever have to look over your shoulders again." "Good," the superintendent said. Pax tucked the Sig Sauer P365 into his belt, beside the Kel-Tec P32. "Do you have somewhere to go in the meantime?" The superintendent nodded. "We sometimes load the Dodge Ram up with camping gear and head up into the Deschutes National Forest. There's a little place we like to camp along the water and do some trout fishing. We could probably stay there for a month or so without anyone knowing." "Good, do that. Although I think you'll find if I'm going to sort this thing out, it will be done in the next week or so. In my experience, these things move quickly." "And if you don't?" Pax shrugged. "Then I'll be dead, and I would suggest you don't come back at all." "Great. You need anything?" Pax nodded. "I need to get out of this correctional officer's uniform. I'm a similar size to you. Can I borrow some clothes?" "Yeah, no problem." "Also, you don't have anything smaller for Elliot. The whole prisoner uniform's not going to help our plans as fugitives." "My wife kept a bunch of clothes from when the kids were still living here." The superintendent glanced at his wife. "Tamara, can you take Elliot here and see if you can find something for him to wear?" "Of course," Tamara replied cheerfully. Looking at Elliot, she said, "Come with me and I'll see what I can find." The thug seemed to slowly wake up. His eyes opened, and a look of panic appeared to rise in his face as he grasped his new reality. The man struggled against the pair of handcuffs the superintendent had slapped on him while he was unconscious. The man then tried to scream. It was impossible. After all, Pax had already applied a small piece of duct tape to his mouth. All that came out was a muffled moan. Pax lifted a finger to his own lips and said, "Shh. There will be plenty of time to talk soon. But right now we're a little preoccupied currently and need to get out of here. But save your questions for later, along with some pretty good answers, and we'll get to you soon." The man's eyes looked at Pax with abject horror. There was something uniquely sinister about a man so entirely devoid of emotions when discussing what to do with another living being who was handcuffed and gagged. The superintendent said, "Pax, I need to know something." "Sure, what?" "Why were you in my Supermax prison?" "Mistaken identity." "Really?" "Yeah. A detective thought he recognized me from a photograph of his niece, 15 minutes before she died." "You didn't kill her?" Pax gave him a dismissive shake of the head. "If I killed her, I sure as hell wouldn't have gotten caught." "I believe you," the superintendent said. "Okay," Pax said, as if it really didn't make a difference to him if he did or not. The superintendent said, "You're a good man, aren't you, Pax?" I'm really not very sure, Pax admitted, but I'm trying my best to be better. The superintendent swallowed hard. It will have to do. Good luck. Tamara came back in with Elliot in a pair of dark jeans and a polo shirt. They were still too big for him and seemed to accentuate his scrawny frame, making him look younger. At least he didn't look like he'd just stepped out of a supermax prison. The superintendent directed Pax to his bedroom and brought out a pair of blue jeans, a white shirt, and a thick jacket. Pax took them, thanked him, and quickly changed. The superintendent looked at him appraisingly. Well, I think I look better in them, if I were to be honest. But it will have to do you. Pax glanced at himself. The clothes were a little big for him, and he tended to agree with the superintendent's honest appraisal. I'll have to buy something else when we put some distance between us and the hunting party who will almost certainly be mounting up by now. Anything else you want for the trip? Yeah. Do you have a car I can borrow? Sure. Take the Dodge Ram. Pax frowned. A little too noticeable. Tamara said, I have an older Mercedes-Benz. Thank you, Pax said, shaking his head. But that's not going to work either. This will be the first place the entire Oregon police will be searching for us once they work out that we kidnapped you to escape. Well, what were you thinking? Edwards asked. Either of you have a friend or someone close enough to lend you a car, but not too close to be the next person down on the list of people for the police to check. I can't think of anyone like that, Edwards replied. Tamara said, Oh, wait, I know. The Andersons have gone to Europe on a vacation. Do you know when they'll be back? Pax asked. Not for another 3 weeks, Tamara replied. Pax said, Is their car in their garage? I presume so. I dropped them off at the airport last week after their Uber got a flat tire, and they looked like they might miss their flight. That's the only reason I know that they're away. Pax said, Great, sounds perfect. The superintendent said, We'll drop you off and then keep going. The camping gear's already in the truck, and we can buy whatever else we need once we get there. That's great, thanks. Pax grabbed the surfer thug by his handcuffs and dragged him along with him, forcing the much smaller man to walk in front of him. Time to go. The superintendent climbed into the pickup, along with Tamara, and then Pax, Elliot, and the thugs stepped up into the back seats of the truck. The superintendent started the massive 6.7-liter engine, and the Dodge Ram came alive with a throaty growl. In the distance, Pax heard the wail of approaching police sirens. Chapter 29. The Windward Apartments, Lake Oswego. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe gripped the wheel of his Dodge Charger, knuckles white, as he weaved through traffic with the driving confidence that came with decades of driving at speed as a police officer. The wail of his siren cut through the afternoon air, a sharp, insistent demand that sent most drivers scrambling out of his path, and others blissfully unaware as they inadvertently managed to block his progress. His rooftop suction-mounted beacon pulsed red and blue, casting eerie flashes across windshields and storefronts as he tore down the highway. He threaded between lanes, squeezing past a slow-moving sedan on the right before jerking the wheel left to avoid a delivery truck that hadn't reacted fast enough. His tires bit into the asphalt as he accelerated onto the bridge leading into Lake Oswego, the pristine waters glimmering darkly under the dusky sky. The lake itself sprawled wide and still, its surface reflecting the warm glow of lakeside homes tucked among thick trees, their golden lights flickering like fireflies in the fading daylight. It was a picture of tranquility. 3 blocks away, he switched off his siren, but kept speeding toward the address. The Windward Apartments, a series of townhouses, loomed ahead, standing in crisp contrast against the lake's serene backdrop. The upscale 3-story residences were a study in modern elegance, their sleek facades lined with large windows and private balconies overlooking the water. The top floors, attic-style lofts with high, angular ceilings, hinted at expensive taste and luxury living. Tonight, the polished exterior was marred by chaos. Multiple police cars were already stationed out front, their lights strobing across the pavement in a dizzying dance of red and blue. Officers moved with sharp efficiency, some securing the perimeter while others spoke into radios, their tones clipped and urgent. Ratcliffe yanked the Charger into park, popped the trunk of his car, and withdrew a police flak jacket. He quickly donned the protective body armor and approached the team, ready to infiltrate the building. Althea Hammond greeted him. She was tall, her athletic frame carrying the kind of strength that came from years in the field rather than a gym. Her dark brown hair was pulled back into a tight ponytail, not a strand out of place, and her sharp blue eyes locked onto him with the unwavering focus of someone who had already assessed the situation twice over before he'd arrived. She wore dark tactical pants and a police flak jacket. Ryan thought she was good-looking, but not in a delicate way. There was no softness about her. Instead, her beauty was edged with sharp angles and quiet confidence, the kind that made her stand out even among a sea of uniforms. He might have even tried to make a pass at her once upon a time, had he been 20 years younger and better looking. Althea greeted him with a grim smile.
"I thought we agreed you were on leave."
Ryan shrugged.
"I just got off it. I heard it wasn't optional."
"Yeah, that's just because some asshole killed my niece. The only way to make me feel better about any of it is to let me catch the man." Althea looked like she wanted to object, but one glance at Ratcliffe's hardened expression extinguished any such thoughts.
"No problem. Good to have you back on the team. Where do you want me?"
Her smile flattened into a grim line.
"How about outside, waiting in your car?" "I'm serious. So am I."
Althea shook her head.
"Look, when we get this guy, I promise to bring you in so you can have your shot at him. But you know that the chief will have my job if I send you in there with the assault team."
Ryan nodded. He knew her well enough to know she wouldn't budge.
"All right, but I'm not getting in my damned car. I'm waiting here, with my gun out, just in case he gets around the lot of you."
She bit her lip. He knew her well enough to know that she wanted to protest, and she knew him long enough to know he was going to refuse. They could stand there and fight about it all day, or they could forget about it and go get the asshole who killed his niece. She pressed her lips together.
"Just don't get killed, all right?"
"Yeah, you too, Althea." She nodded.
"Okay," Ryan said. "I'm serious. Stay safe. Godspeed."
2 minutes later, he watched as the entire team disappeared inside the building. Chapter 30. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe stood in the mid-afternoon light, the late-day sun casting long shadows across the pavement as he waited outside his Charger. The police team stacked up at the entrance of the Windward Apartments, moving in tight formation. With a swift motion, they breached the door, the heavy thud of boots echoing as they flowed inside. Shouts of "Clear!" rang out from each room as they swept through, their movements methodical and precise. Ratcliffe kept his eyes on the upper levels, scanning for any movement. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted something that made his stomach drop. A man stood on the rooftop. For a heartbeat, Ratcliffe thought he was looking at Pax West. The resemblance was uncanny. Same powerful build, same unmistakable presence. The smile and that deadpanned, almost unreadable facial expression were identical. But this wasn't the man he'd mistakenly arrested the day before. The man had climbed onto the roof through some internal route, some internal hidden ladder. Now he was running, his boots pounding against the rooftop. Ratcliffe snapped his radio to his mouth.
"Suspect on the roof. I have eyes on him. He's moving east."
Ratcliffe yanked out his Glock, leveling it at the figure. "Stop! Police!" The man glanced at him, just for a moment. Ratcliffe saw the same intensity in his eyes that he'd seen in West's, calculating, fearless. Then, without hesitation, the guy sprinted forward and launched himself over a massive gap between buildings, soaring through the air with impossible agility before landing in a roll and taking off again. "Son of a bitch," Ratcliffe swore under his breath and bolted for his Dodge Charger. He threw himself into the driver's seat, firing up the engine and slamming it into gear. The tires screeched as he peeled around the corner, eyes scanning the rooftops, searching for any sign of the man. But he was gone. "Damn it," Ratcliffe growled. Then, as he rounded another turn, something massive hit his hood with a sickening thud. The guy had dropped right in front of him, rolling up and over the Charger's hood before crashing onto the pavement with a heavy impact. For a second, Ratcliffe thought he'd killed him. The breath froze in his chest. But then, impossibly, the man was up again, like the damned Terminator. Ratcliffe barely had time to react before the guy took off in a dead sprint, vaulting a fence with the ease of a man stepping over a puddle. Ratcliffe swore and threw himself out of the car, gun still in hand as he chased after him. His lungs burned, and his pulse pounded in his ears. The chase led him toward the water. As he reached the lake's edge, he spun, scanning in all directions. Nothing. He'd lost him. Ratcliffe ground his teeth, hands on his hips as he fought to catch his breath. No way. No damn way the guy had just vanished. Then, the sharp roar of a powerful engine shattered the silence. His eyes snapped toward the sound just in time to see the suspect straddling a jet ski, its sleek frame cutting through the water like a knife. Ratcliffe swore. There was no way he was going to let the man slip through his fingers. Chapter 31. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe scanned the water for another jet ski. Nothing. Not even a boat nearby to commandeer. The suspect was already disappearing into the distance, the roar of his engine fading as he cut across the lake. Ratcliffe swore under his breath, turning sharply. On the road there was a pickup towing a jet ski, rolling along the road just a few dozen yards away. Without hesitation, Ratcliffe strode into the middle of the road, his Glock leveled at the driver. He said, "Police, I need your jet ski." The driver, a heavy-set guy in a flannel shirt and sunglasses, slammed on the brakes. Ratcliffe said, "Out of the car." The driver's expression turned into a mix of shock and anger. "That only happens in the movies, asshole." Ratcliffe didn't hesitate. He squeezed the trigger, putting a round through the rear door frame with a loud crack. The metal frame punched inward, the shot just close enough to make the driver rethink his stance. Okay. The man threw his hands up. Ratcliffe yanked open the door, hauled the guy out, and jumped into the driver's seat. He threw the truck into reverse, tires screeching as he backed the trailer down the boat ramp. The moment the trailer's wheels hit the water, he leaped out, unhooked the jet ski's chain, and shoved it off. The water caught the hull, and the jet ski rocked for a second before settling. Ratcliffe clambered onto it, gripping the handlebars as he hit the ignition. The engine roared to life beneath him, a high-pitched growl that sent vibrations through his hands. He twisted the throttle, and the jet ski shot forward, carving through the lake's surface with a sharp hiss. The wind whipped against his face as he chased after the suspect, his jet ski bouncing over small waves and catching air from the wakes of other boats. Each time he landed, the impact sent jolts up his spine, water spraying up in shimmering arcs before crashing back down. He leaned forward, gripping tighter, pushing the machine to its limit. Ahead, the suspect wasn't slowing. If anything, he was leading Ratcliffe into a gauntlet of obstacles, cutting through narrow sections between docks, skimming just past moored boats. Ratcliffe gritted his teeth, matching the maneuvers with precision, his eyes locked on his target. They tore around Jansen Island, engines screaming as they circled close to the shore. The spray off their jet skis exploded in white plumes, misting across the rocky edges of the island's shoreline. Ratcliffe's heart pounded as he edged closer, his jet ski nearly side by side with the suspect's. Then, at the last moment, the man jerked his handlebars sharply and gunned the throttle. His jet ski surged forward, rocketing up onto a narrow strip of private beach. Sand and water exploded in a burst as the hull skidded to a stop. Ratcliffe didn't hesitate. He followed, riding his own jet ski up onto the beach with a jarring thump as it ground to a halt. He jumped off, sprinting after the suspect. Up ahead, steep concrete steps wound their way up the island's rocky terrain. The suspect was already halfway up, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Ratcliffe pushed himself harder, boots pounding against the steps as he closed the gap. At the top, the man reached something he must have stashed there earlier. It was a sleek, black MV Augusta 1000RR, its aerodynamic frame gleaming in the late afternoon sun. The guy swung his leg over, twisted the throttle, and the bike roared to life. Ratcliffe barely had time to react before the man gunned it, the rear tire kicking up gravel as he launched off down a winding private road, disappearing in a blur of speed. Chapter 32. Detective Ratcliffe grabbed his radio and called in an APB for a man fitting the suspect's description, now on a black MV Augusta 1000RR Italian sports bike, heading east along North Shore Road. He was kicking himself that he wasn't quick enough to see its license plate. A few minutes later, the detective got back on his jet ski and retraced his path back to where he'd originally failed to apprehend the man from the photograph. He was greeted by the man who owned the jet ski and a few cops who the man had already commandeered to hear his complaints. He grinned as the man seemed to be arguing with Althea Hammond. From a distance, it looked like he was about to find himself arrested for attempting to intimidate a police officer. Then, at the last moment, the man looked up and spotted him riding the jet ski back into its cradle. The guy started pointing and shouting at him. "That's the man!" Ratcliffe gave the throttle one short burst, and the jet ski slid as far out of the water as it was ever going to get on its own. He then clambered off the jet ski, connected the chain, and greeted the irate driver cheerfully. "All back, and in one piece, too." The man looked at Althea. "This is the man who stole my jet ski." Ratcliffe shrugged. "Borrowed, now returned. The people of Oregon thank you for your services." "Get stuffed." The man looked at Althea. "He also shot at my car." Ratcliffe worked hard not to confront the man. His willpower failed, and he said, "Maybe next time don't be an asshole." Althea came in and intervened. "That will do, Detective." The driver said, "I'm going to sue you." "Go ahead," Ratcliffe said. "One of the wonders of our country. That's your right. Mine is to ignore and get on with chasing actual criminals and trying to make the place a little safer to sleep at night." "I'm sorry, sir. He's going through a lot right now. His niece was just murdered." Althea handed the man her card. "Get the damage to your car fixed and send me the bill, and I'll look after it personally. You have my deepest apology." "Yeah, well, fuck your apology." "Okay, suit yourself." Althea shrugged, looked at one of the general duty police officers, and said, "Hey, Lawson, can you please take down this gentleman's details? We're done here." Ratcliffe turned to say some sort of parting snarl, but Althea quickly grabbed him and told him to keep walking. They got around the corner, and Althea said, "Did you really shoot at his car door?" "What? He wouldn't get out of the car." "And what if there had been a person sitting there?" "There wasn't. I could see through the windows. The man was on his own." "Okay. And what if he just picked up his baby from the hospital and was on his way to visit his wife, who was probably dying and had been medevaced to a major hospital after they had both gotten terribly sick?" Ratcliffe was about to fire another retort, but that last analogy took all the wind out of him. "Okay, I'm really glad there wasn't a baby in a car seat in the back seat." "Yeah, me too." "I'm sorry, Detective Hammond," he said, resorting to police formalities for the first time in years with her. "I screwed up." It won't happen again." "You better hope it doesn't, or I'll personally see to it that you're thrown the book and anything else I can throw at you." Ratcliffe smiled. "A sick kid with a dying mother. Who comes up with these things? What the hell is wrong with you?" Althea laughed. Ratcliffe said, "Did you find anything useful in the suspect's apartment?" "Not a thing. He's never lived there. This place was a holding place only. He collects his mail and nothing else." "But he went inside." "Yeah. We think that was because he spotted some of our observers and decided it was the safest way to run." "Forensics got nothing?" "Not a thing. If he was living there, he might as well have been a monk." Althea reconsidered the simile. "Actually, a monk who lived like a spaceman, permanently in a spacesuit given the entire lack of DNA we found inside." Ratcliffe squinted against the blazing sun. "What sort of man plans everything down to this level?" Althea said, "A cautious one." "Sure, but even to prevent any of his DNA from being there. It's like he's some sort of ghost." "Perhaps we should be looking for a ghost, then," Althea suggested. "He's not a ghost," Ratcliffe said emphatically. Althea's eyes narrowed. "You don't think so?" "No, that much I know. I hit him with my car. His head smashed into the corner of my windshield far harder than any apparition. In fact, I thought that I had killed him." "You know what that means?" Althea asked, her voice suddenly excited. Detective Ratcliffe grinned. "We're going to find some DNA on this guy plastered to my hood." Chapter 33. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe stepped back as Sarah Rogers, the head of the forensics team, approached with brisk efficiency. She was in her mid-40s, with sharp eyes that missed nothing, and a no-nonsense demeanor that commanded respect. Her dark hair was pulled into a low ponytail, and her navy blue forensic jacket bore the OSP emblem on the sleeve. "You've got something for me?" she asked, already pulling on a pair of latex gloves. Ratcliffe nodded and gestured to a spot on the pavement. "Yeah, right here. He hit his head when he rolled over my hood." Sarah crouched, her keen gaze sweeping over the area before she nodded. "I see it." With practiced precision, she pulled out a small forensic swab and carefully dabbed at the faint smear of blood. The reddish-brown stain was barely noticeable against the rough asphalt, but she worked with the patience of someone who had done this 1,000 times. She placed the swab into a sterile vial, labeled it, and sealed it inside an evidence bag. "Looks fresh," she said, standing up. "I'll run it against CODIS. If this guy has a record, we'll know soon enough." CODIS stood for Combined DNA Index System and was a national database maintained by the FBI. It allows law enforcement agencies across the U.S. to compare DNA samples from crime scenes against a vast database of known offenders, missing persons, and unidentified human remains. Ratcliffe exhaled, rolling his shoulders. "Good. I need an ID on him yesterday." Sarah smirked. "You and me both." She tucked the sample into her kit and met his eyes. "If he's in the system, we'll find him." Ratcliffe handed her a single brown hair sample. "Also, while you're testing the blood, can you please test this hair sample too?" Sarah glanced at it and carefully bagged it into a special specimen bag. "Where's it from?" "Nobody." Her brows knitted together. "You want me to run a test on a nobody?" Ratcliffe nodded. "Just humor me, will you?" "Sure. And what do I say if the chief wants to know where it came from?" "Just tell them Detective Ratcliffe is searching for a ghost, and you thought it better to humor me." "All right." Sarah glanced at him. "Off the record, what are you looking for?" Detective Ratcliffe frowned. "I'm not sure yet, but if I had to guess, I'm looking for a ghost." Chapter 34. Lake Oswego, Oregon. Superintendent Frank Edwards parked the massive Dodge Ram 2500 pickup truck at the end of the street, right in front of their friend's house. It had a long driveway that led to a big wraparound timber deck that overlooked the water. He glanced at Pax. "Given your background in special forces, I can assume you'll find a way in?" "Yeah," Pax confirmed. "I'll try not to cause too much damage to your friend's place." "Any idea where they keep their car keys?" "No, but they're trusting folk. It's a good area. Nobody breaks into houses around here. They've lived here for 70 years. I wouldn't be surprised if you find the keys on a hook at the back of the door or the fridge." "All right," Pax said. "Thanks for your help." "Oh, and be sure to look after that car. I know it for a fact that Jim Anderson loves that damned car. It's his pride and joy." "Really?" Pax frowned, hoping that it wouldn't stand out too much. "What sort of car does he have?" "You'll find out." "All right," Pax said. "Thanks again." "You're welcome." "Thank you." The superintendent offered him his hand. "For what it's worth, I'm glad I didn't kill you." "Yeah, me too," Pax said, shaking the man's hand. The superintendent shook Elliot's hand, too. "I hope you find your daughter."
Thanks. I'm hopeful.
"If you do find your girl, and all of this gets cleared up." The superintendent looked at Elliot, an unreadable expression across his face. "Come back and see me, and I'll give you my own personal apology."
No hard feelings, sir,"
Elliot said. Tamara looked over her shoulder and gave Pax a hug.
"Thanks for saving my life. God bless you. And when this is all over, I hope you have the opportunity to find whatever it is you're looking for, too."
Pax smiled. "Thank you, ma'am." Then to Elliot she said,
"And when you find Amy, you make sure she knows how much her dad loves her." "I will. You can count on it, ma'am." Pax opened the door, grabbed the handcuffed thug, and walked down the long driveway. Elliot was now armed with the Kel-Tec P-32, and Pax the Sig Sauer P-365. They made their way to the back of the house. Pax glanced at the door. It was one of those large bifold doors that seemed to concertina on itself, allowing the owners to open the entire thing, seamlessly integrating the internal kitchen, living room, and alfresco deck space. It looked really expensive. Pax studied it for a moment, still holding on to the handcuffed thug like a discarded toy. He frowned, unable to find an easy way to remove something and break in without causing extensive damage to the door. Elliot exchanged a glance with Pax. "You okay? I think we should go inside before someone sees us abducting someone and, calls the cops."
"I agree. I'm just working out how to open this door without bankrupting the owners."
"Really?"
Elliot suppressed a grin.
"We're about to steal their car."
"Borrow," Pax said.
"Old Jim Anderson's pride and joy?"
"Yeah, well, that we can't avoid. We need a car. The door, I'm hoping we can find a way to break in by causing minimal damage." Elliot looked at the door and grinned.
"Found it."
"Really?" Pax asked.
"Yeah."
"I wouldn't have taken you as a woodwork carpentry kind of guy."
"I'm not."
"So what's your plan?"
"This,"
Elliot said, and he slid the unlocked door open and stepped inside. Pax shook his head. The superintendent was right. Only super trusting people leave their house unlocked when they're on vacation in Europe. Chapter 35. Pax put the thug down on a couch. "Stay there. Don't move." He considered adding the fact that if he did, he would kill him, but the words seemed a little superfluous. Pax knew he had a way with people that conveniently meant he didn't generally need to ask things twice. Elliot looked at him.
Where do we start?
Let's start with your wife, Pax suggested. Let's go find out where she is and see if she can shed any light on what happened to your daughter.
Michelle?
Elliot asked, another confused expression on his face. Sure. Is that your wife?
Yeah, but she hasn't spoken to me since this whole thing happened.
Not once.
Not once,
Elliot confirmed. Strange. I mean, she didn't even have a hysterical courtroom attack or something?
Nothing.
Didn't that strike you as odd? Pax asked.
No, at the time I was a little preoccupied with the guilt of knowing that I had killed my own daughter.
Okay, but beforehand, how were you and Michelle?
You want to know if our marriage was on edge?
Elliot asked, a little suppressed bitterness in his voice. Was it? Pax asked.
No. Until the day everything changed, Michelle and I were great. Not perfect. We fought over money, over what to eat, how to raise our daughter. But overall, we got along. We loved each other.
You don't think she set this whole thing up to take your daughter from you?
Not a chance in hell.
Why?
Michelle and I weren't perfect, but we were pretty good, and we knew it. We were grateful for what we had together, that we'd found each other in this screwed-up life, and got to share a little bit of peace together.
Interesting, Pax said, his tone neutral.
What does that even mean?
It means I find it strange that a woman who you said loved you would suddenly cut you out of her life at a time when you probably needed her support more than any other. Pax gave an apologetic smile. Doesn't that strike you as odd?
Not in the least.
Really?
No. She's just found out that our daughter was dead, that I had killed her with a baseball bat.
There was a sharp edge in Elliot's voice, but he kept it restrained, as though he knew deep down that he needed Pax more than he needed to win this argument.
Look, given what she just heard, I wouldn't have been surprised or blamed her if she'd grabbed the sheriff's gun and shot me dead in that courtroom.
Pax smiled. Okay.
So now what?
Can you find out where she is and what she's been doing?
No. Didn't you hear a word I just said? I haven't heard from her since that night. In fact, I haven't even spoken a single word to her since the night she went out for a night out with her girlfriends. And this entire nightmare began.
You don't think she's still in the old family house?
No way.
Why not?
Michelle thinks her daughter was brutally murdered in that house.
Pax tilted his head, trying to see what that had to do with anything. And because of that, she wouldn't want to live there anymore.
Yeah, no human would.
Oh, okay, Pax said, his face deadpanned as though he'd just learned something new. Elliot shook his head.
Really, Pax, sometimes I think out of the two of us, you're the fucking psychopath.
Pax nodded. I'm sure you're right.
I'm sorry, Pax, I didn't mean it. I'm just not sure what to make of you half the time. It's like you just don't get humanity at all.
I generally don't, to be honest. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It just takes a lot more effort for me to understand people. That's all.
No problem, Elliot said. So forget about it. What's the next step?
We find your wife. Where would she have moved to?
I don't know. Probably far away.
So there must be a record of the real estate sale. Elliot shook his head.
It was a rental. I had only just graduated from the university and got my first job. We were doing all right, but we were renting. We didn't own. Michelle was a stay-at-home mom. We'd agreed long ago that we didn't want other people raising our children. If we were going to start a family, Michelle would stay at home at least until the kids started school.
Did her family have any cash?
Nothing. Her mom's dead and her dad's in a nursing home with dementia. She's all on her own.
Elliot drew a breath and exhaled through the painful thoughts.
If I had to guess, she's dirt poor, working whatever jobs she can get just to keep her off the streets.
Okay, so do your magic and find her.
My magic?
Elliot arched an eyebrow.
You're a computer geek. Can't you hack something and track her down? I'm not that kind of computer nerd. I design websites. I don't hack the IRS or Social Security so that I can find where my wife's living.
Right, Pax said, in a way that suggested he assumed all computer people knew how to do such things.
Elliot said, You were in Special Forces, weren't you?
A long time ago.
So, did you know people who can hack into these systems and find out this sort of stuff? Track people down based on the digital breadcrumbs that we all leave?
Yeah, Pax confirmed. His name was Dylan Frost. It would take him 5 minutes to track down your wife. Could probably find your daughter, too, if we sent him that photograph you've got. He'd put it into some sort of illegal search engine or run a program that searches everything from the dark net through to government databases and social media, looking for matches.
That's great, so let's do it.
What? Pax asked.
Contact your friend, Dylan Frost. Call in a favor and let's find my wife, and Amy, too.
It's not possible.
Why not?
Elliot asked. His nostrils flared.
Offer him whatever it takes. Explain to him what's happened and that we need to save my daughter.
No, I'm sorry. It's not possible.
Why not?
Pax shrugged. Dylan's dead. I killed him. Chapter 36. Pax watched Elliot's face go ashen gray. A moment later, the man got up from the couch, took 2 or 3 steps, and then vomited in a small garbage can next to the computer. With his face sweaty and gray, the man stayed silent for quite some time. He could almost see the intelligent computer behind the kid's thin-rimmed, spectacled blue eyes, ticking over, trying to process this new revelation. He let him sit with it for a moment. After a minute, Pax glanced at his watch. Time was ticking on, and although he was pretty confident the superintendent and his wife, Tamara, wouldn't betray them, he couldn't be certain of it, and would feel better once they got away from the house. Pax said, So can you think of anything you can do with that expensive university-trained education that might help us to find your wife's whereabouts? Elliot looked at Pax.
Sorry, what?
You know computers. There must be something you can do to narrow down where your wife's living now.
Pax, you just said you killed a man.
Yeah.
Pax, you can't kill people.
I know, Pax said, and he found himself sounding like a teenager being grounded by his parents and promising he wouldn't do it again.
I'm serious. That's not how society works anymore.
I do get that, Pax said. You will be happy to know I've been on a journey of self-development, and I've really grown over the past few months. I don't kill people anymore.
Really?
Haven't done so for months. I'm a changed man.
Not killed anyone for months. That's great,
Elliot said, not even trying to conceal the cynicism from the tone of his voice. Not even for months, Pax frowned. Except the night I came to the Supermax. That was the night we first met.
You killed someone that night?
Elliot swallowed hard.
I thought you told me it was a case of mistaken identity. The detective thought you looked like the man who was last seen with his niece before she was brutally murdered.
Yeah, but I didn't kill the detective's niece.
Oh, well, that makes it okay then.
No, look. Pax tried to explain. It really was an accident.
I don't know you very well, but already I know everything you do is exacting. You don't make accidents.
Pax shrugged. Maybe. Look, I killed a very bad person. He was hurting a friend of mine and her daughter.
So go to the police.
Maybe I should have.
Instead, what did you do?
I went to have a chat with him. That's not a euphemism for beat him up. The man was a predator, and like most predators, he stalked the weakest prey. In this case, it was a single mom with a young kid. She'd tried to leave him, but he wouldn't let her or her daughter go. He kept hurting her and threatening to hurt her kid. He was an upstanding member of society, and the police never would have believed her. She knew it, too. She kept silent, but I saw what was happening. She didn't ask, and I didn't tell her what I was going to do. The predator knew that she was on her own. Her parents were dead. Her best friend had moved to Australia. Just about as far as anyone could go from Oregon. I mean, who moves to Australia?
And so what? Elliot asked. What did you do?
I went to chat with him.
Go on,
Elliot persisted. All I was going to do was let him know that I saw the marks on her, that I knew what he was doing. The world might be blind. They might not see through the camouflage of kindness and altruism which he'd carefully constructed and even nurtured. But I did. One monster to another. I told him that she had a friend in me, and friends look after friends.
And so you killed him?
No, well, yes, but it wasn't my fault. Elliot's eyebrows knitted together.
How?
This asshole went along with it, said that he understood and that he would stop.
So how did he end up dead?
He then made a fatal mistake. He drew a gun and tried to shoot me. Pax drew a breath and sighed. One thing led to the next. Self-preservation and training kicked in, and before the trigger was even squeezed, I had disarmed him. Even then, he had a chance. I told him to walk away and never come back.
He didn't?
No. He drew a knife and tried to stab me. Pax frowned. In that instant, I repositioned the direction of that knife, and then with all his might, he drove the blade into his own heart. Poor fool basically killed himself. Chapter 37. For a moment, Pax worried he'd lost the kid. Elliot met Pax's direct gaze.
You really are some sort of modern-day knight errant.
I don't know. Sometimes I worry I really am a psychopath. Elliot nodded.
Maybe you are, but you're not a monster. You know the difference between right and wrong, far more than most, and I'm sure glad you're on mine and my wife's side.
That's it, Pax said. That's how we'll find her.
What?
You just mentioned I'm on your wife and your side.
Yeah, so?
You still refer to her as your wife.
I'm still not following.
Well, did she ever divorce you while you were in prison?
No. I mean, it isn't default that people split up when one goes to prison for murder?
It isn't. Plenty of people stay married in prison. If you haven't been issued with or signed divorce papers, I'm going to suggest you're still married. So you're still married.
Great. Only, how does that help me?
Elliot shook his head.
I mean, it's not like I can just go into the local social services building and ask someone to find my wife. I'm on the run from a supermax prison, remember?
No, but if you're still married because she hasn't bothered to go through the process of ending it, I bet you she hasn't bothered to cancel your joint bank accounts.
Doesn't it automatically close if the account's been inactive?
That usually takes 7 years before banks close the account, Pax said, with implicit knowledge of how the system works. Besides, the account hasn't been inactive. Your wife would still use it, right? Elliot's eyes lit up.
You're right.
Pax smirked. It happens sometimes.
One problem.
What's that?
I don't have a phone or a computer to access my bank account.
Pax handed him his cell phone. Here, use mine. Elliot pressed his lips together, squirmed a little bit.
I'd rather not.
Why?
Basic security. I don't know you, and even if I did, I wouldn't let you copy the access codes to our shared bank account.
Why?
You really don't get people, do you?
No.
I mean, what's to stop you from taking all my money?
Nothing. Then again, what was to stop me leaving you to get killed when I first stepped into the Oregon State Penitentiary? Or when the superintendent came to kill you? Or even now while I'm helping you locate your daughter? Pax looked at him with as much honesty as he could muster and said, If I were the sort of person who would steal your money, I probably wouldn't be the type of person who risked his life to save yours.
You're right. I'm sorry. It's just, money is one of those bizarre things. A type of intrinsic addiction, where no amount is ever enough. My grandfather used to say he'd never met a rich man who didn't dream of being richer.
I'm a rich man, Pax said. I have enough, and there's no part of me that dreams of ever being richer. Elliot laughed.
You see? That's why you're not really human, are you?
Pax handed him his cell phone. Go on, let's find your wife. Elliot took it.
So you're rich, huh?
A little.
How did that happen?
Elliot started typing the website for his bank account and rejecting the website's suggestion to download its app.
I can't imagine Special Forces exactly pays well.
It paid enough.
See, there you go again. In a very inhuman way, you seem to be happy with what you got in life.
I did okay, Pax said, without feeling the need to counter the kid's view of his idyllic life by telling him the truth of growing up in an orphanage and being a CIA experiment to produce the perfect assassin. The glow of the screen cast sharp angles on Elliot's face, his brow furrowed in frustration. His fingers tapped at the keyboard, hesitated, then tapped again. A second later, the phone buzzed softly, and an error message flashed across the screen. Incorrect password. Try again. He clicked the button to reset his password through a one-time link to his email account. Elliot looked up as he waited for it to go through. He glanced at Pax.
So come on, I'm curious now. What did you do to get rich? Did you help a prince or a sultan?
No.
Kill a prince or a sultan?
Yes, but it didn't make me rich.
Which one?
Both. Elliot looked at him, not sure if he was joking or not.
All right, I give up. How'd you get rich, Pax?
In my old line of work, people didn't really get retirement plans. In fact, nobody lived long enough to need them. Pax looked distant, as though he were picturing it like yesterday. I didn't like to work that way. I knew that one day my services to my country might not be needed, and when that day came, I had to have a way out.
Makes sense,
Elliot said, clicking on the one-time link for his shared bank account. I have simple needs.
Yeah, I've gathered that.
Pax laughed. Yeah, well, I haven't changed on that score. Anyway, I put $50,000 in a storage vault, hidden in a brick, in Neftdashlari, Azerbaijan.
Obviously.
Elliot couldn't help but laugh now.
I mean, if things go really wrong and you need to bug out, Neftdashlari, Azerbaijan is probably the first place one thinks of.
It was for me. I spent a lot of time in those Eastern European countries. If things went bad, there was a good chance they would go bad when I was in Russia or some other part of the Eastern Bloc.
Okay. So things went bad and you collected your $50,000.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Elliot shook his head.
That's your story?
Yeah, and ever since then, I've been rich.
Pax, you're a fool. $50,000 isn't a lot of money these days.
Pax grinned. It is when you used it to buy Bitcoin in the beginning, thinking it would be an easy and convenient way to extract the cash wherever I needed it in the future.
When did you stash it there, Pax?
Sometime in 2012.
You bought $50K worth of Bitcoin in 2012?
Yep.
Okay, I admit it. You're rich now. Forgot password,
Elliot murmured, more to himself than anyone else, as he clicked the link. The app prompted him to enter his email, then sent a temporary password to reset his access. Pax watched as Elliot switched apps, opening his email. His inbox was cluttered, dozens of unread messages, spam, notifications from accounts he probably hadn't checked in ages. Finally, a message from the bank appeared at the top. Subject: Password reset request. Elliot tapped it open, eyes scanning the generic message before finding what he needed: a one-time password. He copied it, switched back to the bank's app, and pasted it in. For a moment, the screen loaded. Then, another prompt: enter a new password. Elliot swore under his breath and shot Pax a glance.
Guess they don't want me getting in too easy.
Pax smirked. Yeah, imagine that. Security working the way it's supposed to. Elliot ignored him and started typing, fingers moving fast. This time, when he hit submit, the screen paused, then blinked to life. Welcome back, Elliot Brooks. The account balance loaded a second later. There was several $1 million in the account balance. Pax whistled. Whoa. You didn't mention you were rich. Chapter 38. Elliot's eyes landed on the account balance. $7 million. His entire world began to fall from under his feet. He felt dizzy and thought he was going to pass out for a moment there.
Something's really wrong here.
Elliot squeezed the bridge of his nose where his glasses sat. His eyes narrowed.
There must be some kind of mistake.
Pax grinned. You don't want to be rich?
I'm not rich.
Okay, I mean, your wife is filthy rich.
If she is, it's the first I heard of it.
Seriously? Pax asked.
Yeah.
$7 million in your account says you are. He stared at the account balance now. He'd seen the number as soon as he opened the bank account's webpage, but somehow hearing Pax referred to it removed all the disillusionment and possibility that his eyes had imagined it. Elliot's world began to enter a free fall. His wife was a multi-millionaire. He turned to Pax and said,
What the hell?
It's me, buddy. I've had the very good fortune to never care about money, nor have I ever found myself short of the stuff. Perhaps your wife, too, is just lucky?
No. Something's seriously wrong here.
Yeah, because finding out your ex-wife, technically current wife, has become a multimillionaire is clearly the worst thing to happen to you recently. Pax suppressed a laugh. Too early for jokes?
Much too early.
Elliot confirmed. Why don't you go through and find out where it came from?
Good idea.
Elliot began to scroll through the transaction history. There was a single lump sum payment, $10 million. It was transferred by Obsidian Holdings. He searched the net for the name, but couldn't come up with any companies in the U.S. or overseas, for that matter. It must have been an alias for something. The initial shock of that much money was immediately followed up with a second hit that now shattered his reality. Pax seemed to sense it. What is it?
The date.
What about it?
$10 million was deposited in Michelle's account the day the trial ended. The same day I moved into Oregon State Penitentiary.
Chapter 39. That can't be a coincidence. Elliot stared at Pax. The man might as well have been asking for someone to pass the salt and pepper. How could the man speak without emotions after such a bombshell revelation? He searched for some type of understanding or anger in the man, but found nothing. He nodded.
Yeah, Pax, I get that.
Why don't you keep scrolling? See what else she's spent her money on. Elliot nodded, kept scrolling.
She spent $2 million on a house.
Does it say where?
No, just the name of the realty that sold it to her, I guess.
That could help.
Not much. It's Keller Williams Realty.
They don't have a number?
Hang on, I'll Google them.
Elliot swore under his breath.
No number, but they do have some 700 storefronts.
Yeah, we can work through that. It's an option, but we're not going to find out anything here or right now. Pax thought about it for a moment. What about tax? Wouldn't half of it go to the IRS?
No, I think there's some sort of exemption on gifts.
For $10 million?
Good question.
I mean, you wouldn't want her to accidentally get sent to prison or something.
Not funny, Pax.
All right, but seriously, surely there must be one heck of a tax bill coming her way. Elliot typed the question into Google. He smiled.
No. You will be happy to hear that a gift can include cash, real estate, and other forms of property. For our current tax year, any gifts that exceed the lifetime gift tax exclusion limit of $13.99 million are subject to the gift tax, and any gifts over $19,000 must be reported to the IRS via Form 709.
Well, that's good to know. Pax smiled, poured himself a glass of water, and said, All right, let's keep searching for some of her regular bank charges. Maybe it will give us some sort of clue as to what she's been doing and where she lives now.
Good idea.
His thumb flicked the screen of Pax's phone with slow, deliberate movements. The kitchen of the Lake Oswego house was quiet, save for the occasional ripple of water outside and the distant hum of a passing boat. The lake stretched out beyond the glass doors, bathed in the muted light of the late afternoon, but Elliot's attention was locked onto the numbers and names flashing before him. Most of the charges were mundane. Groceries, gas stations, the several online purchases, a Netflix account. He looked a little further along and started to notice a pattern in terms of locations. There was a coffee shop in La Jolla, a high-end grocery store in Del Mar, a recurring gym membership in the Gas Lamp Quarter, a pet supply store in Pacific Beach. His pulse quickened. For 2 years he hadn't seen or spoken to his wife, not since the night he lost his daughter. She had vanished, leaving no trace, no explanation. Behind him, Pax leaned over his shoulder, scanning the list with sharp eyes. La Valencia, Pax murmured, tapping one of the entries. That's a boutique hotel in La Jolla. Expensive. Touristy. Elliot scrolled further.
Gelson's. Only in SoCal. And look at this. Coronado ferry tickets. You don't take the ferry unless you're heading over to the island. Maybe she's living there.
Elliot exhaled through his nose, jaw tightening. As he scrolled further, a clear pattern began to emerge. His brow furrowed. Mentally, he made a scatter plot on a map of California, taking into account the highest concentration of regular purchases. Soon it became obvious. He frowned.
Michelle's living in San Diego.
Makes sense. Pax pressed his lips together. You know what I see?
What?
I did my basic underwater demolition SEAL training at Coronado. Pax gave an apologetic smile, as if the next part was going to hurt. At a glance, I recognized half a dozen of these charges as being within a few blocks of the San Diego SeaWorld.
So?
Elliot asked, a puzzled crease forming on his mouth. Really? Pax frowned. SeaWorld, as in, where the photograph of your daughter was taken. Elliot still hadn't made the connection. It was as though some part of his otherwise rational brain simply couldn't allow it to happen. Pax glanced at the surfer thug. Doesn't it make you wonder?
Just spit it out, Pax. What?
Your sister shows you a photograph of your daughter in SeaWorld. Pax glanced at the surfer thug with his saltwater-dyed, windswept hair. Then a would-be thug, who looks more suited to a life at a Californian beach, tries to abduct the superintendent's wife only to have you killed. And now we find out your wife's financial prospects have greatly improved since you were incarcerated and she's been living in San Diego.
What are you suggesting, Pax?
Nothing. I'm saying it's all one hell of a coincidence.
You got anything better than that?
Yeah. I think your wife set you up. Elliot felt the air get sucked out of the room. He looked up at Pax.
You think Michelle could have done this to me?
Pax pressed his lips together. It's a possibility.
No way,
Elliot replied emphatically.
You can forget it. I mean, scratch it off the list. There's no way she could have done that to me.
Not even a little?
Michelle is a good person. I believe in her. I love her and she loves me. People don't do this sort of thing to those they love.
People generally trust and support those they love, even if they go to prison. Elliot slammed his hand into the wall. It was enough to damage some of the drywall. He shook his head, leveled his gaze up at Pax's piercing green eyes, and held it there.
That was a cheap shot, Pax.
Sorry. I'm just trying to find answers.
Well, go look for them somewhere else, because I'm telling you now, Michelle, my Michelle, she would have never hurt me, not in any way, shape, or form. So it is impossible that she could have done this to me. Just imagine it. To make me think Amy was dead, that I had killed her, and then to let me rot with that knowledge and that guilt for the rest of my life in a supermax prison? No. I have no idea what's going on here, but I promise you this. Michelle didn't betray me, and she sure as hell didn't set me up so she could get rich.
Pax looked at him with an almost bemused smile, and Elliot thought he saw in there something akin to respect for the strength of his love and conviction. Okay.
Now what?
Well, Pax said, I think you made it abundantly clear that Michelle didn't betray you, so there's only one thing for it.
What's that?
Pax grinned and picked up the keys from their hook on the fridge. We're just going to have to go ask her. Chapter 40. Tualatin, Oregon. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe pulled into a quiet street in Tualatin, Oregon, just as the last remnants of daylight faded into the horizon. The houses were the kind you'd expect in a place like this, modest, well-kept, with neatly trimmed lawns and porch lights flickering on as the night set in. He double-checked the address scrawled on the notepad beside him, then cut the engine. The house in front of him looked no different from the others. A two-story suburban build with a driveway leading to a garage that probably hadn't seen a car in years. He stepped out, straightened his jacket, and walked up the short path to the front door. He knocked, then waited. A few seconds later, the door swung open, and Trevor Howard stood on the other side, his expression neutral, but not unfriendly.
Ryan,
Trevor said, nodding in acknowledgement.
Mr. Howard,
Ratcliffe returned the nod.
Appreciate you seeing me outside work hours. Lighten off with the formalities, Ryan.
Trevor exhaled, stepping aside.
Come inside, have a scotch with me, and I'll tell you about the worst case I've ever been to, and why I've never been able to forget about it.
Ryan followed him inside, taking in the space as he entered. It was a man's house, lived in, but orderly. A leather couch with a half-opened early Sam Riley book, a few coasters on the coffee table, 2 large manila folders so full that their owner had used several rubber bands to keep their contents from falling out, and a liquor cabinet tucked neatly against the far wall. Trevor picked up a pair of glasses and gestured toward it. "Scotch?" Ratcliffe hesitated. He'd promised himself he wouldn't until he'd caught the man who'd murdered Eloise. All the same, he knew not so deep down. That was a lie. He wasn't fooling anyone. He knew he was an alcoholic, and he was unlikely to stop at a single glass. All the same, whatever he was about to find out about Elliot Brooks, it was likely to be easier if he shared a scotch. 2 off-duty detectives mulling over an interesting case. He met Trevor's eyes and said, "Sure." Trevor poured them both a glass, handing one to Ratcliffe before taking a seat in the armchair across from him. "It's good to see someone taking a personal interest in Elliot Brooks' case," Trevor said, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. "Personally, it never sat right with me." Ratcliffe took a slow sip, the burn familiar. He set the glass down on the table between them and leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "Why is that?" he asked. Trevor let out a breath, shaking his head slightly. "Because the whole thing smelled like bullshit from the start." Ryan took another drink. "Care to elaborate?" "Where do you want me to start?" "Try the beginning," Ryan suggested. Trevor frowned. "That's the part that seems to make the least sense to me. In a story that's so full of holes, if it were a thriller, I'd say the writer should be shot." "Go on." "You know how these stories normally play out in these types of cases?" Trevor took another sip of his scotch. "Superficially, everyone says they were happy. They were in love. They were young and had their whole lives ahead of them. Michelle was a great mom, Elliot a doting father, and nobody saw it coming. Yet if you dig off even the faintest of surfaces, you can see that there was a ticking time bomb, just waiting to explode. You're saying Elliot and Michelle were just a hair-breadth away from detonating? No." Trevor smiled as though he were just getting warmed up with the insanity of the case. "In this case, the more I dug, the more people I spoke to, the friends, the neighbors, their colleagues, the more apparent it became that these two were the real deal." Ryan suppressed a grin. "The real deal?" "Yeah. They were in love. Michelle had worked 2 jobs as a waitress to support Elliot as he got through university. Then they had Amy, and the roles were reversed, with Elliot working some big hours to earn the sort of salary you and I will never see. Do you think it might have led to some resentment? Maybe. But if it did, nobody was going to tell me about it, much less Michelle or Elliot. Both agreed they were entirely happy with their lot in life. Nobody's fully happy with their lot in life." "Right," Trevor agreed. "Okay, so straight off the bat, the case doesn't make sense to you." "No. Why does a man like Elliot, who has finally gotten everything he wanted out of life, go off and ruin it all with drugs?" Ryan said, "There are only 2 tragedies in life. One is not getting what one wants, and the other is getting it." Trevor laughed. "Oscar Wilde. Indeed. In all seriousness, why did Elliot do it?" "Why does anyone do anything?" Ryan spread his hands in a gesture of supplication. "I mean, seriously, in your time in policing, you must have seen 20 cases that don't make any logical sense. Humans are emotional fools that don't run off logical parameters. Some people drink. Others have affairs. And Elliot liked to dabble in recreational drugs. It still doesn't make any sense to me. Why not?" Trevor looked at Ryan. "Have you ever tried recreational drugs?" "No." Trevor arched an eyebrow. "Never?" "No." Seriously. Look, I'm an alcoholic. That's my vice of choice. Not that I really believe any of us have much choice over anything. We are who we are. End of story. With that, Ryan downed the last of his scotch. Trevor picked up the bottle. You want another one? I probably shouldn't. But you're an alcoholic, and some sort of sadomasochistic part of you has decided to take apart my old case. Trevor shrugged and poured him another drink. Here's to being who we are. Right. Ryan took a small mouthful. Thanks. Now, I'm not a doctor. I can't tell you what happens at a chemical level when it comes to recreational drugs. But I've dabbled with it over the years. Probably more than Elliot, for that matter. Just got a hell of a lot more lucky. Mind you, this was a long time ago. And the cooks have changed a lot since then. Trevor paused. The point is this. Drugs only enhance what you're feeling. You see it all the time with alcohol. Some people are happy drunks. Others become more amorous and are likely to go to bed with anyone who comes close to them. And some are just the violent assholes who they are. What are you getting at, Trevor? Elliot was a nice guy. He had it all. In his own mind, he thinks he had it all, and he loved all that he had. That's a really rare thing in this generation. So why the hell would he have gone crazy after taking some simple recreational drugs and killed his own kid? Beats the heck out of me. Right. Then there's the fact that we never had anything on Elliot. I mean, apart from the fact he was on drugs when he should have been keeping an eye on his kid. As for the murder charge, we weren't even sure we had enough to go to trial until Elliot came up with the whole damn theory about him killing his daughter in an ice-fueled rage. And then if that were the case, he would have buried his daughter and then known the only way he could keep it a secret would be to wipe his memories clean. And his wife sometimes used benzodiazepines to sleep, so it was logical that he might have tried those. He set himself up to be convicted? More than that, Trevor confirmed. He told us that he wanted to be convicted. Not only did he end up pleading guilty, but he requested the judge personally recommend him for the death penalty. Ryan said, Maybe he really did have a few screws loose in his head. Don't we all? Trevor agreed. Sure, but we don't all kill our own daughters. Trevor finished his glass. No, you're right about that. Ryan paused, savoring the taste of the scotch. What about the blood? I was waiting for you to ask about that. Ryan's eyes narrowed. Why? Trevor pressed his lips together. Everything about the blood doesn't make any sense. Chapter 41. All right, I'm listening, Ryan said. Trevor closed his eyes, briefly collecting the thoughts in his head. A 2-year-old typically has about 3 to 3.5 pints of blood in their body. Ryan nodded, waiting for the part he didn't already know. Trevor continued. Now, you can lose about a half pint before you even start seeing symptoms. Maybe a little pale, heart rate picks up. Lose a full pint, and the body goes into shock. If a toddler loses more than 1.5 pints to 2 pints, they're in critical danger. Past that, he shrugged. There's no coming back from it. Ryan let that sink in. He knew the numbers in theory, but hearing them put so plainly, laid out in cold, clinical terms, made them feel heavier. Still, he hadn't learned anything new about the case. He poured himself another glass of scotch, took a decent mouthful, and said, I heard there was so much blood the medical examiner ruled it impossible for Amy to have survived. That's true. The media were in a big frenzy about that part of the story. Dad kills own daughter. Lots of blood. It's good for the news companies. Humans are hardwired to be drawn by violent stories. The more macabre, the better for the profits. Are you saying the medical examiner was wrong? No, not much he got right. So, what didn't the papers mention? Trevor lowered his voice, as though merely mentioning these things out loud might make him sound like a crackpot. There wasn't just a lot of blood. There was too much blood. Yeah, no, I read the newspaper article on the murder. I think their grotesque description of the crime scene depicted just that. That's called hyperbole. It sells newspapers. It sounds like it's factual in this case. Sure, but it's leaving out something vital. What's that? Ryan asked, intrigued. Trevor frowned. It wasn't just a lot of blood. There was as much blood there as in Amy's entire body. Okay, so some sort of catastrophic traumatic injury occurred. Ryan was struggling to see where this was going. The reports say that Elliot woke up with a baseball bat covered in blood. I'd say that's a weapon consistent with such injuries. Trevor said, You're still missing it. I'm telling you, if you collected and calculated all that blood, it would have amounted to every last drop Amy had ever had in her body. Ergo, whatever happened to her had caused her to lose all of it, which is almost impossible under normal situations, let alone homicidal ones. Ryan was starting to see where this was going. Hemorrhaging only goes so far. Eventually, as the body's piping becomes drained of blood, the chambers of the left ventricle of the heart are no longer able to fill enough to pump around the body, leaving the blood free to pool in other parts of the body. Right, Trevor said in confirmation. Hemorrhagic deaths in Homicide 101. So what did the M.E. have to say about that? He wasn't happy. I bet he wasn't. Especially because after the chief suspect himself put together a working theory of how he'd killed his daughter, then went out of his way to take amnesic drugs known to wipe one's memory and prevent him from revealing where he buried his daughter. So what happened? The M.E. ran a series of tests. What did he find? Multiple anomalies. Such as? Trevor exhaled. He reached forward and grabbed one of the manila folders, opened it, and began flipping through the blood report. Couple of things stood out, he said, tapping a finger against the page. First off, there was a lack of clotting. Blood starts to clot almost immediately when it's fresh. What was found at the scene didn't behave like freshly spilled blood. It was too uniform, too smooth. Ryan said nothing, letting him continue. Then there's cell degradation. Red blood cells break down over time, especially outside the body. The M.E. noted signs of hemolysis. Basically, the cells were more fragile than they should have been. That usually happens when blood has been stored for a while. Trevor flipped to another section of the report. They also checked for anticoagulants. Blood banks use preservatives like citrate, phosphate, and dextrose to keep donations from clotting too soon. The M.E. found traces of anticoagulants in the sample. Ryan frowned. That's not normal. Not unless the blood came from a stored source, Trevor confirmed. He glanced at the paper again, as if making sure he hadn't missed anything. And one last thing. The plasma separation was off. Fresh blood doesn't naturally separate like that unless it sits for a while, and this stuff had already started breaking down into distinct layers. Ryan let all of that settle in his head before asking, What does that mean? Trevor set the report aside and met his gaze. It's not foolproof, but it suggests the blood might have come from stored or older blood collections. Ryan shook his head. The entire crime scene had been staged. Maybe. What do you mean, maybe? Ryan said. It pretty much confirms someone has used Amy's own blood from previous collections. What other explanation could there be? I asked the ME, and apparently there are dozens of genetic blood disorders that affect parts of the human body's natural clotting cascade, and any one of them might have attributed to these forensic anomalies. Did Amy have any of these disorders? No. But at the age of 2, it's not unlikely her parents wouldn't yet know. Even so, it must have been enough to create doubt, and at least give the district attorney a pause on the prosecution until you and the rest of the investigators could come up with a satisfactory explanation, maybe under normal circumstances. But it was an election year. Crime was up. The district attorney was keen to show some solid convictions, and this one was highly public. People were begging for an exemption from the moratorium on the death penalty. They had read the news stories. They were out for blood. And then there was young, dumb Elliot Brooks, asking for it. The DA must have thought it was his lucky day. Yeah, and there was no way some determined detective was going to take it away from him, just because the truth shed more than a hint of doubt. Trevor shook his head in disgust. The DA pressed on to trial. Then that stupid kid pled guilty to murder. Case closed. What about the DNA? Are you beginning to think all that blood can't have come from one little girl, even taken over a number of weeks? The thought crossed my mind. No, the DNA was a match. It might or it might not have been old blood, but it was hers, all right. Trevor pressed his lips together, looked at him like a magician might his audience before a big reveal, and said, "It wasn't just her own blood. But little Amy's blood was RH null, known as gold." Ryan had read about the unique blood type years ago at the academy, never seen it, which wasn't surprising given that to date, less than 50 people had ever been confirmed with the exceedingly rare blood type. It was first discovered in an Australian Aboriginal woman in 1961. His naturally curious detective's mind fired up. That changes everything. Chapter 42. Humans have red blood cells which have sugars and proteins called antigens on their surface membranes. Depending on the mix of antigens present, blood was categorized into different blood types, such as A, B, O, or AB blood types. The ABO system then has further distinction as Rh positive or Rh negative, depending on the presence or absence of the RhD factor in the cells. When a person's blood lacks all 61 possible antigens, they are said to be Rh null. Because Rh null lacks all possible antigens, it can be donated to people who have blood types that are very different from the main 8. However, Rh null people can only accept blood from people with Rh null blood type. This means if a person with Rh null has a child with someone who has any Rh antigens, the immune system could attack the fetus. More often than not, it's put down as a miscarriage, and the parents are none the wiser. After this has happened a few times, a bright doctor somewhere will have the circumspection to send a sample away for genetic testing. The worry with the golden blood type is that donations of the Rh null blood type are incredibly scarce and difficult to obtain. An Rh null person has to rely on the cooperation of a small network of regular Rh null donors around the world if they need blood. Across the globe, there are only 9 active donors for this blood group. Hence, one of the reasons Amy had probably already donated small amounts of blood to be used for herself in the case of an emergency. Either Elliot isn't the father, Ryan said. Trevor looked at him, an intrigued smile on his face. Or Michelle isn't the mother. Right. Although it is theoretically possible that they are both carriers of Rh-null blood, but the likelihood of two persons naturally meeting and sharing such a rare type of blood would be astronomical, almost like finding one's genetic soulmate. Ryan could accept anomalies with chance, but he wouldn't even consider those odds. Instead, he asked, "Which is it?" "Elliot. He's not the father. His blood type is AB positive." Which means the kid would have never survived if Michelle was Rh null. Right. Ergo, Elliot's not Amy's father. Yeah, DNA confirmed it. Ryan frowned. Does Elliot know? No. You didn't feel like you had a duty to tell him? Ryan asked. By the time I knew, Elliot had already become a guest of the Oregon State Penitentiary. I contacted the DA and asked for a retrial, but again, it was an election year, and the DA was still celebrating his easy win. What did the wife say? Michelle. Trevor spread his arms. She denied it, of course. Denied it. She swore on her mother's grave that Amy was hers and Elliot's baby. You think she was lying? Maybe. But if she was, she sure as hell looked like she genuinely believed it. Ryan shook his head. Weird. What did you do? In the end, I didn't pressure her. I mean, the DA didn't want to reopen the case, and Elliot was already convicted. Yeah, well, I can see why this whole case didn't sit right with you. Trevor looked at him. So you're going to tell me what this is all about? Ryan filled him in with everything, starting with Elliot's sister showing him the photograph of what appeared to be his missing daughter, the note about someone coming after him, and the unlikely escape from a supermax prison, leaving out anything about Pax West. When he was finished, Ryan said, Can you give me the wife's details? I've got some time off. I think I might go and talk to her. Something about this whole thing doesn't make any sense to me either. I want to go put it together. Sure, but I'll just let you know, she doesn't live around here anymore. Where'd she go? San Diego. Why? Beats me. We've already addressed that there's rarely any explanation why anyone does anything. Trevor laughed and poured another drink for both of them. You still want the address? Yeah, Ryan said. Trevor pulled out a half-folded note from the top of the folder and handed it to him. Ryan opened it and glanced at the address and phone number. Thanks, Trevor. You're welcome. Let me know if you find something. I will. Are you flying? No, I'm due for a vacation. I think I'll drive Highway 101. Ryan stood up to leave and stumbled. Trevor's eyes darted between the empty bottle and him. How about you sleep here tonight and start your drive tomorrow? Chapter 43. Pax grabbed the thug who looked like he'd stepped off a tourism commercial promoting the beaches in California and stood him up ready to go. He pulled off the duct tape covering the man's mouth. You got a name? No. Pax shrugged. Okay, no name. That will do. You're coming with us. Where? The man asked, his voice hoarse. Pax grinned cheerfully. We'd like to meet your boss. No, you wouldn't. How do you know what I'd like or not like? I don't, but I can tell you that nobody wants to meet my boss. People who meet my boss uninvited don't ever get to leave. Pax gave an insouciant shrug of his shoulders. We'll see. I'm not going to tell you where to find him. Okay. I swear to you, I'd rather die than betray him. Pax had no intention of trying to dissuade him from the error of his ways. Okay. There's no way you'll ever find him, and even if you do, I won't be around when you do. The thug reached for Elliot's Kel-Tec P-32. It was forlorn hope. Pax stopped him, knocking the weapon out of his hand before his fingers could properly clasp its hilt. He grabbed the man's trigger finger on his right hand and snapped it without warning. The surfer thug squealed. It would be a long time before the bone healed and he was able to shoot with his right hand again. The man started to scream hysterically. Pax put the duct tape back over the man's mouth. He smiled cheerfully as he patted the tape down firmly. I think you will find that there are some monsters more frightening than your boss. You're coming with us.
Why do you want to take the surfer thug with us?
Elliot's face looked a little gray. He tried to put on a brave face.
You planning on getting him to teach you how to surf?
No, thank you.
Don't want to learn to surf?
Not much of a swimmer, to be honest.
Really?
Elliot was surprised.
I thought all Navy SEALs were exceptional swimmers.
Most are.
You're an exception?
There always is one.
Why?
Swimming was difficult for me. Wrong body ratios. I have disproportionate muscle-to-fat ratios, and my bone density is remarkably high. This helps protect me, but makes buoyancy more than a bit of a struggle for me.
Well, you're just full of surprises, Pax. You know that?
Pax grinned. I'm glad you think so. The surfer-cum-thug was hyperventilating on the floor. It looked particularly painful, given the fact his mouth was taped shut. Pax had never seen anyone hyperventilating through their nostrils only. He picked the man up by the scruff of his jacket. Let's go throw him in the trunk before he passes out. Elliot nodded, happy to have the man's whimpering hidden away. Pax opened the internal garage door. Behind him, he heard Elliot say,
"Whoa, nice car."
Chapter 44. Pax stepped into the garage and flicked on the light. A single overhead bulb buzzed to life, casting a pale glow over the polished surface of the car in front of him. A black 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle sat there, its paint as flawless as a mirror, reflecting the dim light in long, sleek lines. It was a machine built for power and speed, a relic from an era when cars were loud, raw, and unapologetic. His eyes traced the aggressive stance, the wide tires gripping the concrete like a predator at rest. Chrome accents gleamed under the light, and the SS badging on the grille stood out like a mark of pride. He reached out, running his fingers along the edge of the hood, feeling the cold steel beneath his touch. Whoever owned it before had taken care of it, either out of love or obsession. Pax pulled open the driver's side door, the hinges whispering rather than creaking. The scent of aged leather and faint traces of fuel filled the air, triggering memories he couldn't quite place. He slid into the seat, the firm cushion molded to fit someone who appreciated control. His hands found the wheel, thick, solid, commanding. For a moment he just sat there, listening to the silence, feeling the weight of the past pressing in around him. Then, without overthinking it, he reached for the key resting in the ignition and gave it a turn. The engine roared to life like a sleeping beast awakened, rumbling deep in its chest, shaking the garage with raw power. A slow smile crept onto Pax's face. Yeah, this would do just fine. Pax popped the trunk and dumped No Name inside. Double-checked that there was no internal latch for the thug to unlock again, and then closed it, listening to the heavy latch lock firmly shut.
"Beautiful car, but terrible as a getaway vehicle," Elliot said. "Maybe we should go steal another one."
Pax shook his head. "No, look at the tinted windows. Hard to see in. Besides, this is registered to a couple of retired folks. The car even has one of those historical registrations, showing it belonged to a club. Nobody will be looking for us here. I mean, only a fool would think to use a car this beautiful when they're trying to escape the law." Elliot said,
I'm starting to think only a fool will use this car while they're trying to escape the law.
Pax laughed. One day I'm going to use that joke myself.
Only if you don't use this car now.
Listen, there's a saying somewhere.
Really?
Yeah. Pax grinned. It's always better to be a fugitive in a 1970s Chevrolet Chevelle. Elliot's eyes narrowed.
Who said that?
I did. Pax smiled. Come on, let's go drive Highway 101. Chapter 45. Highway 101, Oregon. Pax slid into the driver's seat of the 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle, the scent of leather and old gasoline filling the cabin as he gripped the worn steering wheel. He turned the key and the big block V8 rumbled to life, a deep guttural growl that settled into a rhythmic, throaty idle. It wasn't just sound. It was power, raw and untamed, vibrating through the frame like a caged animal waiting to be let loose. With a press of the remote, the garage door began its slow descent. Pax watched it shut completely in the rearview mirror, fingers drumming against the steering wheel. The second it clicked into place, he slammed the gas. The Chevelle lurched forward, its rear tires chirping against the pavement before they found grip. The roar of the engine deepened, shifting into an aggressive bellow as the car shot down the quiet suburban street. Streetlights streaked past in a blur, their yellow glow reflecting off the polished black paint. He turned on the radio, and Elliot had searched an array of social media and traditional news sites for any information about a potential police blockade. They must be keeping their fugitive hunt silent. Maybe that was their protocol. It made him wonder how many prison breakouts there must be, and society never knew about them. There were a lot of areas to cover. He'd expected police helicopters in the air and patrol vehicles on all of the major roads, but so far he saw nothing. Just in case, he decided to take a roundabout way to reach the 101, heading northwest along Sunset Highway, out to Cannon Beach. The Chevelle's deep-throated rumble echoed off the cliffs as Pax eased off the throttle, rolling into Cannon Beach. The highway dipped toward the coastline, where the last streaks of twilight faded into the dark expanse of the Pacific. To the west, the silhouettes of massive sea stacks jutted out of the water like ancient sentinels, their jagged forms rising against the moonlit horizon. Haystack Rock, the largest of them, loomed in the distance, its sheer face partially veiled by the rolling mist drifting in from the sea. Smaller rock formations, the Needles, stood beside it, sharp and angular, waves crashing against their bases with a steady, thunderous rhythm. The tide shimmered beneath the night sky, silver foam catching the light as the ocean breathed in and out, relentless and eternal. Pax kept his eyes on the road, but felt the weight of the scenery pressing in. It was the kind of place that felt untouched by time, where nature reigned supreme. The salt, heavy air seeped through the open window, mingling with the scent of fuel and warm leather inside the car. As they passed through town, the lights of small coastal motels and roadside diners flickered by, their neon signs humming against the quiet stretch of road. The 101 stretched south, winding through the forested cliffs that hugged the coastline. Pax pressed the gas, the Chevelle responding with a low, hungry growl, pushing deeper into the night. As he turned onto Highway 101, the road opened up before him, stretching south into the night. To the right, the darkened silhouette of the Pacific Ocean shimmered under the last traces of twilight, waves rolling in with an endless, rhythmic hush. On the left, dense coastal forests stood in shadow, towering evergreens forming an unbroken wall along the highway. The road curved and dipped along the rugged coastline, the Chevelle eating up the miles with an effortless, thunderous rhythm. 2 hours in, Pax pulled into a lone gas station, the neon glow of its flickering sign casting long shadows across the cracked asphalt. He killed the engine, and for a moment, the night felt unnaturally quiet without the constant rumble of the V8. The pump ticked steadily as he filled the tank, the cool night air carrying the scent of salt and pine. Elliot stood nearby, looking out at the empty highway. Pax walked inside, grabbed a burner phone for Elliot, along with a battery pack to keep both phones charged, a 6-pack of bottled water, and enough gas station snacks to last the rest of the drive. Protein bars, jerky, and a pack of gum. Back in the car, Pax tossed the phone to Elliot. "New number. Use it if you need to." Elliot nodded, stuffing it into his jacket pocket. They pulled out of the station, the Chevelle's exhaust rumbling low and steady as Pax eased back onto the highway. A moment later, an SUV switched on his headlights. It was a modern BMW. Elliot seemed to notice Pax's concern. "What is it?" Pax said, "I don't know, but I do believe someone's decided to follow us." Chapter 46. Pax stole a quick glance in the rearview mirror. The BMW was still there, its headlights burning bright, the distinctive blue, red, and purple M stripes glaring from the grille like a challenge. He felt the old Chevelle growl beneath him, the engine a raw, mechanical thing. No electronic assists, no automatic corrections, just pure muscle and instinct. "This should be an interesting matchup," Elliot muttered, watching the BMW in the side mirror. "Old versus new." Pax disagreed. "That BMW has nothing on this Chevrolet." A 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle wasn't just old. It was something alive. The way it handled wasn't like these modern machines, with their computer-controlled precision. The Chevelle was all throttle and steel, built in an era when power meant dominance, not efficiency. He yanked the wheel hard to the right, feeling the suspension groan as they veered onto a narrow road that cut toward the ocean. The tires barked against the pavement before catching grip, the rear fishtailing for a split second before Pax corrected it. The BMW followed, its LED headlights cutting through the darkness, its movements fluid, effortless. The road hugged the cliffs, tracing the coastline like a scar. Below them, the ocean stretched out in the moonlight, restless waves crashing against jagged sea stacks that jutted from the water like ancient sentinels. The reflection of the moon shimmered on the surface, broken by whitecaps rolling toward the shore. To the right, ritzy beachfront homes perched along the cliffs, glass-paneled fortresses staring out at the Pacific. Pax spotted what he was looking for, a steep driveway plunging down beneath one of the houses, disappearing into the rock face. He slammed the brakes, the Chevelle's rear end twitching as he downshifted hard and cranked the wheel. The tires skidded before gripping, sending them hurtling into the underground garage. Elliot barely had time to react before Pax was out of the car. "What the hell are you doing?" Pax didn't answer. The BMW rolled up behind them, its brakes hissing as it came to a stop. The two men inside looked surprised, but not alarmed. Pax stepped up to the driver's side door, reached for the handle, and yanked it open. The driver barely had time to blink before Pax raised his Sig Sauer and put 2 rounds in his chest. The second man moved for his gun, but not fast enough. Another shot. Clean, precise. The silence that followed was absolute. Elliot looked sick at the sight of the 2 dead men. He slowly caught himself, exhaled, rubbing his face. "Well," he said, "that was anticlimactic." Pax ignored the 2 dead bodies. He stepped back to the Chevelle and popped the trunk. No Name's eyes just about popped out of his head. The man turned around as though he could somehow hide. Pax grabbed him, rolled him over, and spotted what he was looking for. A small, hidden cell phone. The man was trying to conceal it. Pax punched him in the face, smashing his nose. No Name dropped it. Pax reached in and grabbed the cell phone. It was an older model, small enough that he'd managed to miss it when he threw the man in the trunk in the first place. All the same, it clearly had a GPS tracker. He closed the trunk. Pax sighed, looked at Elliot, and said, "Well, I think it's safe to say they know you're not alone." Chapter 47. Elliot stared at the dead bodies in the BMW. Pax tilted his head, a curious expression on his face. "You okay?"
Yeah. Didn't you want to talk to them? Maybe get some sort of information out of them?
Nah, I've already committed to a working relationship with No Name. He's not very talkative right now, but 1,000 miles in an old trunk, and you would be surprised how chatty some people become. Pax smiled. Besides, I didn't have it in me to make new friends right now.
Right,
Elliot said, his face a mask of respect and fear in equal proportions, along with an expression that suggested Pax was a monster, but he was sure as hell glad he was on his side. "You look concerned," Pax said.
Not concerned.
"Then what?"
Nothing, it's just...
Elliot frowned.
In the movies and books, the car chase scene tends to last a little longer. I was kind of interested to see how a Chevelle and BMW M3 matched up.
Pax laughed. "Are you kidding me?"
No, why?
"I'm ex-Special Forces, not a race car driver. What the hell do I know about driving a car fast?"
You seem to do okay.
"I do have a driver's license, but that's about it." Pax shook his head. "No, better to work with what I know. Get out of the car, kill the 2 people following you. Simple."
Got it,
Elliot said, dutifully. Pax opened the BMW's driver's side door. He searched the 2 occupants' dead bodies. The driver was carrying a wallet with a California license. He took the cash, nearly $1,000 in 50s and 20s. The passenger had nothing. Pax grabbed each of the Sig Sauer MPX submachine guns they were carrying, their fingers still on the trigger, having failed to fire a single shot. Pax glanced at the special MPX variant with its 4-inch barrel and a side-folding stock. "Here, put these in the Chevelle." Elliot obediently took the weapons.
Sure.
Pax said, "They're good weapons. More Sig Sauers. Whoever these guys worked for, they like Sig Sauers. Or maybe they just got a company discount?"
Maybe,
Elliot said, placing the 2 submachine guns in the back seat of the car. Pax looked around. Nobody had come out of the McFancy house. At a guess, it was probably some rich person's beach home. It might be weeks before anyone visited it again. Or it could be hours. It didn't matter. Out of his control. Pax reached into the glove box and took the car's registration. He glanced over the paper. It was registered to Obsidian Holdings. Interesting. He stared at it for a moment. Elliot prompted him.
You need anything?
"Yeah, do you have a pen?"
A what?
"You know, a pen. I need to write something down." Elliot smiled.
Oh, no. I've been in a Supermax prison for the last 2 years. Pens weren't allowed. Besides, I was born this side of the millennium, where pens were going out of fashion. If you need to write something down, you can use my phone to put something in the Notes app.
"Not everything can be done on a damned phone." Pax frowned. "Hey, try the glove compartment in the Chevelle. I bet old Anderson knew the value of a good pen."
Sure.
A moment later, Elliot came back carrying a pen. It was a good quality Mont Blanc. Pax looked at it. See, I told you Mr. Anderson would know the value of a pen. Right, Elliot said. Pax quickly scribbled a note over the top of the registration paper, then placed the note up to the driver's face. He jammed the pen through the papers straight into the man's forehead until the note was fixed like a sign. Pax grinned. Can't do that with a damned cell phone. Elliot squirmed. He looked like he was going to be sick. Then he read the note out loud. Now I'm coming for you. Chapter 48. Elliot was sure as hell glad Pax was on his team. He climbed back into the Chevelle and watched as Pax carefully reversed around the parked BMW and set off south along Highway 101 once more. Elliot looked at Pax. The man seemed entirely undeterred by the incident. He was relaxed, comfortable, almost happy, sitting in the driver's seat, enjoying one of the great American drives. His hands steady on the wheel, his eyes scanning the darkened highway ahead as the rhythmic hum of the tires filled the quiet cabin. Highway 101 stretched southward, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through the coastal wilderness. The moon hung low in the sky, its pale light casting a silvery sheen over the mist-draped pines that lined the roadside. Occasionally, the headlights would catch the reflective eyes of unseen creatures lurking just beyond the tree line, vanishing into the night as quickly as they appeared. To his right, glimpses of the Pacific flickered between gaps in the trees, black water under a sky dusted with stars, the occasional whitecap breaking the surface like a ghost in the dark. A few miles back, they had passed the last remnants of civilization, leaving behind the glow of roadside diners and gas stations. Now, it was just the road, the ocean, and the endless dark stretching ahead. Pax flexed his fingers on the wheel, rolling his shoulders to shake off the fatigue creeping into his muscles. Elliot sat silent in the passenger seat, his face barely visible in the dim dashboard glow. The weight of the night settled in, pressing down like the heavy clouds rolling in from the west. They had miles to go, and for now, the road was theirs alone. They drove through Tillamook. At Hemlock, Highway 101 began to follow Beaver Creek. A large neon sign showed that the Beaver Firearms and Grocery Store was still open. Pax touched the right blinker and pulled into the parking lot out in front of the Beaver Firearms and Grocery Store. He unclipped his seatbelt, looked at Elliot, and said, "I'll be back in 5 minutes. You need anything?" Elliot shook his head. "What are you getting?" Pax looked indifferent, but he forced a cheerful smile for good measure. "Just some supplies." Elliot glanced at the capitalized Firearms sign. He frowned. "You already have 2 pistols and a pair of submachine guns. What are you really picking up?" Pax shrugged. "Supplies." "Aren't we supposed to keep moving?" Elliot frowned. "I mean, in case you've forgotten, we're fugitives on the run, and you keep on leaving dead bodies in your wake." Pax, still looking more like a teenager who'd just gotten his license and was on his first road trip, smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. I know we're fugitives. Technically, just one of us is. I was never a registered inmate at the Oregon State Penitentiary. But there's no rush. We can share the driving and we'll get to California when we get there. I won't be long inside." Elliot shook his head. "All right, you're the boss." "That's a spirit." Pax grinned. "And don't I just look like the boss in this car?" Elliot smiled. "It is a cool car. Cheer up, I'll let you drive when I get back if you like." "No thanks." "Are you kidding me?" Elliot said. "I just don't feel like it." Pax seemed to have an uncanny ability to read him. The big guy smiled. "You've never driven a stick shift." "No," Elliot admitted. "I was born at the turn of the millennium, remember?" Pax gave another shrug of indifference, as though that didn't change a thing. No problem. I'll teach you on the drive. Elliot was going to protest, but didn't have the strength. Instead, he said,
How about you go get your supplies and we keep going?
Okay, suit yourself, but you don't know what you're missing. He watched Pax go. Elliot knew what he was missing. The same thing he'd been missing with every passing second of every single day for more than 2 years. Amy and Michelle. After more than 5 minutes of waiting, Elliot got out of the car and headed toward the restroom. So long as Pax was determined to take his time, fugitive or not, he might as well be comfortable. He finished up and came back to the car. In the driver's seat, Pax was playing with the Kel-Tec P-32 pistol. The pistol had been his own de facto weapon. He felt strangely uncomfortable with the fact Pax was sitting there playing with it. He made a mental note not to let the weapon out of his sight from now on. Elliot looked at him, the man's face unreadable.
Everything okay, Pax?
Yeah, just checking this over. Pax smiled. It's good to go. Elliot pulled his seatbelt over his shoulder, took the Kel-Tec P-32 pistol back, placing it in the side of the door next to him. Pax headed out of the parking lot and kept driving south along Highway 101. Chapter 49. Elliot logged into his joint bank account. He kept scrolling through the transaction history as Pax kept the Chevelle rolling south along the coastal highway well into the night. Give it a break, Pax said, about an hour or two into the journey. You're not going to find anything new there.
You're right, Elliot agreed. It is getting to me.
Pax said, I imagine it would get to anyone. Elliot went to put the cell phone down and stopped. Pax exchanged a glance. What now?
Did you ever visit a place called DNV when you lived in Coronado?
No. Pax hit the intersection at Newport and turned right toward the Yaquina Bay Bridge. Should I have?
I don't know. I've never heard of it. But Michelle has several reverse transactions from them over the years.
Reverse transactions? Pax asked.
You know, when you buy something on a credit card and then cancel it, and you get the credit in your account?
Not really, but I'll take your word for it. Pax shrugged. What about it?
I don't know. It looks weird. And I would love to know what her relationship to the company is. If only I could work out what DNV stands for.
Could be anything. Have you tried Googling it?
Yeah. More than 100 things come up.
It's probably nothing. Elliot said.
I don't think so.
Why? Pax asked.
Next to every refund-type credit payment to the account from DNV, there is an equal outgoing payment.
Exactly?
Yeah, like someone is reimbursing her for the initial payment.
Okay, so where's the initial payment going? Elliot's mouth went dry.
To flights.
Flights, Pax mused. Where to?
You're not going to believe this. They're to San Diego.
Pax grinned. You're kidding.
I'm not.
How many flights?
More than a dozen.
Pax said, a single ticket or two?
There's 2 single tickets dating 4 and 5 years ago.
Pax nodded. And after Amy was born?
There's still only single tickets.
Elliot sighed.
That's a relief.
Is it? Pax asked.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way Michelle was flying down to California without Amy. In fact, there's no way she would have left her alone for more than a few hours. So there must be plenty of logical explanations.
Logical? Pax asked, incredulity plastered across the smile on his face. Care to offer just one? Elliot said.
Maybe her friend's been having an affair?
Pax, who had spent very little time in long-term relationships, asked, Come again?
Think about it. These days, everyone checks their bank accounts. If you're going to have an interstate affair, it's going to be kind of hard to buy airline tickets without your spouse finding out.
So, what?
I think Michelle was buying those tickets, and her friend, whoever owns or works for this company in San Diego, was getting her to buy the tickets.
That's a better guess than I would have come up with. But I think you're wrong.
Why?
For a start, nobody who works in San Diego is getting flights from Oregon to San Diego to have an affair. Pax shrugged. And second, why didn't you pick up the fact that your wife was regularly buying airline tickets? I get that you've been in prison for 2 years, but are you telling me you never checked your bank statements before now? Elliot grimaced.
Michelle managed all the household finances.
Really?
Yes, I was busy. I worked a lot. I traveled for work and was away for a day or two almost weekly. Michelle was a smart woman, and I trusted her, still trust her, implicitly.
Right, Pax said, in a way that suggested he didn't share the same blind faith in his wife. And then there's the biggest thing.
What?
Pax's eyes narrowed. All these flights took place either before Amy was born or before she turned 2.
Yeah.
Elliot scanned the list of dates matching the strange DNV payment.
The last one was 3 days before the night my life was shattered.
Well, that explains it, doesn't it?
It does?
Pax's lips formed a grim line. You know children under 2 don't pay for domestic flights. Chapter 50. That was the first time Pax had seen Elliot's faith in his wife take a genuine hit. He turned to look at him. The kid's eyes seemed to have glazed over. Elliot turned away, looking out the window. You okay? Pax asked.
Uh-huh.
We don't know what any of it means yet.
I know.
Elliot seemed to regain his resolve.
When we find her, I promise you she will have a perfectly reasonable explanation for everything.
Pax was anything but certain of such a thing, although he knew now was not the time to mention it. He smiled politely and said, I'm sure she will.
I just wish I could work out what DNV stood for.
Hang on. You said these flights were to San Diego.
Yeah.
So why don't you Google DNV San Diego? Elliot said,
Even if she was going on these flights, and I'm not saying she was, there's a good chance wherever she was visiting wasn't in San Diego. I mean, it could have been in L.A. or Palm Springs or even Tijuana for all we know.
Maybe, but I don't think so. If you're going to L.A., you fly to LAX. You don't fly to San Diego and then make the 2-hour drive to L.A.
Okay, so maybe she's going to Tijuana.
Did Amy have a passport? Pax asked. Elliot smiled.
No, she didn't.
Good. Let's start with the working assumption that she was visiting San Diego to see DNV, whatever they were. Pax slowed down as he went through the built-up areas of the small village. What have you got?
There's a construction company, a moving company, and a shipping company.
None of those seem likely.
Hey, Michelle might have been an angel, but she did like to shop online.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. If she wanted a transport company to ship some stuff, she would have found one in Oregon.
You're right.
Elliot kept going.
Dominion Nexus Ventures, Deep Nautical Ventures, Demeter Nexus Vitae. That one.
Elliot bit his lower lip.
Deep Nautical Ventures?
Not unless she likes deep-sea diving. Elliot shook his head.
She doesn't even like to swim.
Okay, we can probably rule that out then. Pax said. I think it's Demeter Nexus Vitae.
Why?
Elliot asked.
You don't even know what they do.
No, but I can guess.
Really? What?
Demeter was the Greek goddess of fertility, agriculture. Life, really. She's the one who made the earth bloom, kept the seasons turning. He tapped a finger against the steering wheel. Nexus means a connection, a link between things. And vitae, that's Latin for life. Elliot nodded, processing it. So, put together, it's something like a connection to life? Pax smirked. Or maybe a place where life begins. Elliot turned back to his phone.
So, what do you think they do there?
If I had to guess, Pax said, shifting lanes as the highway dipped inland, I'd say it's a good name for an IVF clinic.
You think Michelle was visiting an IVF clinic?
Yes. And I think you'll find Occam's razor would agree with me, too, Pax said. Did your wife ever mention visiting a fertility clinic? Elliot shook his head.
No. I mean, my wife wanted us to get tested because it was taking too long for her to get pregnant. She seemed to think at 20 it should be an instantaneous thing.
Right, Pax said, still wondering who would want to have a child at 20. Did she?
No. I was never really keen on the idea.
Elliot removed his glasses and cleaned them. Then, after he'd replaced them again, he said,
After all, what would she have done if there was something wrong with me and we couldn't have a baby?
Pax shrugged as if the whole thing wouldn't even have entered his mind. Try something else, I guess?
This was her dream. Ever since she was a little kid, she wanted to become a mom. No, I couldn't do it. I was young and stupid, and in my mind I was worried she'd find some sort of genetic fault with me and leave me because of it.
Wow, that's a lot of what-ifs.
You think I'm crazy?
Maybe, but now I am just surprised you thought so many steps ahead.
Looking back, I guess I was being stupid. Whatever happened, we could have coped. There are solutions to all of these things nowadays, right?
Pax shrugged. I have no idea.
There are. I looked into it before, when I was worried about it. There's lots of other solutions.
Okay, Pax said. So then what happened? Whatever it was, it must have worked if you had Amy.
We had a lot of practice trying.
And?
Our efforts paid off. A few months later, she got pregnant.
And she never went to a fertility clinic or anything?
No.
The kid shook his head.
I mean, I guarantee it.
How?
She was still in community college. I worked this shitty job. I barely made enough money to pay for rent and groceries. IVF costs a fortune. We had nothing. Even if Michelle had wanted to, there's simply no way she could have paid for it. Therefore, it's impossible. My wife doesn't keep secrets from me. She never flew to San Diego, and she definitely never visited some IVF clinic.
You seem pretty sure.
I am, Elliot said. Besides, there's probably half a dozen fertility clinics in Portland, Oregon. So why take a flight just to do so?
Maybe because your husband's insecure and you want to know the facts before you confront him about it? Then you naturally get pregnant and all is well, and you decide to keep the secret from your husband forever, to save his ego.
Now who's working with a lot of ifs?
Pax said, Why don't you just call the clinic and find out?
Really?
Why not?
It's nearly 9 p.m.
Some clinics are open until late. Pax looked at him and smiled. You might get lucky. Elliot nodded.
All right, I will.
Chapter 51. Demeter Nexus Vitae, San Diego. Dr. Yvette Johnson locked the front door of Demeter Nexus Vitae with a quiet sigh, rolling her stiff shoulders as she pocketed the keys. It was after 9, and she'd spent the last 3 hours catching up on paperwork, reviewing lab results, and finalizing next week's transfer schedules. Her body reminded her of the long day, an ache in her lower back, a dull tension in her neck, but she ignored it. It came with the territory. She carried a little more weight than she would have liked, but between the grueling hours and the stress of running one of the most sought-after fertility clinics in San Diego, exercise was a luxury she rarely found time for, Still, she knew where her strengths lay. Her face, framed by shoulder-length dark brown hair, held a sharp intelligence, softened by striking gray eyes that could put anxious patients at ease, and a smile that, when she gave it freely, was genuinely warm. She turned to go, one foot already stepping toward the exit, when the clinic's phone rang. Her first instinct was to ignore it, let it go to voicemail. The receptionist would pick it up first thing in the morning and get back to whomever it was. But something made her pause. She glanced at the clock. 9:07 p.m. Most of their clients had already spent upward of $50,000 on treatments, sometimes much more. Some of those clients were rich, but plenty of them weren't either. They just wanted a baby so bad they were willing to take out a small mortgage just to conceive. If someone was calling at this hour, it probably wasn't trivial. A problem with an injection, a concern about a reaction, maybe even a last-minute panic about an egg retrieval scheduled for the morning. It wasn't just business. This was their future. And if she ignored the call and something went wrong, if a client missed a crucial step in their protocol because she decided it could wait, she'd never forgive herself. Unlike many doctors who had gone into private practice and made a small fortune, Yvette did what she did because she genuinely wanted to help people. She'd made more money than she'd ever dreamed of as a doctor, and could have retired multiple times over, but she kept working because she wanted to help people. With a quiet sigh, she stepped back around the reception desk and picked up the receiver. Good evening, Demeter Nexus Vitae. This is Dr. Johnston. There was a long pause. Hello? Yvette said.
Hello. Dr. Johnston, was it?
Yes, speaking.
Dr. Johnston, my name's Elliot Brooks.
A tendril of apprehension teased her spine. Something about the name seemed familiar, but she couldn't quite place it.
Yes, Mr. Brooks? I'm sorry to call you this late at night, and to be honest, what I'm going to ask you is a little embarrassing.
Go ahead, Mr. Brooks.
I have my own business, and we're currently going through some financially hard times.
The man paused, as though he were struggling to say it out loud.
It's okay. Let's work with what you have. Thank you. We will be able to obviously keep paying you for the treatment. It's just, I want to plan things. My wife would literally rather we sold our house to have kids.
Well, I hope it doesn't come to that.
Me too. And I'm sure it won't. Is it possible, if I give you my wife's name, for you to look up her details and let me know how many more payments we have left? I'm afraid she's organized everything up until now, and I haven't really paid any attention to the cost. But now that we're struggling, I really need to get a better understanding of it. And you know my wife, she's a little uptight over this whole thing, and mentioning the financial stress would be the last thing she needs.
I understand. Yvette smiled. It always made her feel good to see men who were so devoted to their wives. She hoped his business picked up and his wife could complete her fertilization journey. She moved to the filing cabinet.
Sorry, what did you say your wife's name was?
Michelle Brooks. Yvette felt all the air suddenly sucked out of her lungs. She tried to speak, but her mouth turned dry and her tongue caught on the top of her palate.
Are you still there, Doctor?
Yvette made herself swallow, licked her lips.
I'm sorry. I really can't pass out that sort of information over the phone. We have some pretty strict rules about this. But I thought you just said you were going to look it up for me. Yes. I'm afraid I don't normally look after the finances. I'm a doctor, but as soon as I went to pick up the patient's files, it hit me that this could be one of those fraudulent scams. I assure you it's not. I can give you my phone number along with all my details, which you must have on file. I'm sorry, it's just not possible. I can provide you with the dates of every transaction we've had with you since my wife started her treatment 5 years ago. I'm sorry, sir. It's really not possible. Okay. Can you at least tell me what address you have on file? We moved 6 weeks ago, and I want to make sure my wife updated it. All of that information is strictly confidential. But it's my data. Which is why, if you would like to come here in person, we'd happily be willing to look through our records and discuss anything you like.
Yvette had managed to at least project her usual affable self.
I really am sorry I couldn't help you over the phone.
She tried to think of a nice way to end the call, but the man on the other end of the line hung up first without saying goodbye. Yvette picked up her cell phone, scrolled through, and found the number she hadn't dialed for a very long time. The person at the other end didn't answer. It went straight through to voicemail. Yvette left a message.
Hi, Michelle. It's me. I need to see you urgently tomorrow.
Chapter 52. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe heard his phone buzz. He rolled off the couch, swore, and then reached for it and hit the answer button.
Yeah,
he managed to half-coherently slur. It was Althea Hammond.
Ryan, why have you been drinking?
Honestly, ma'am, because I'm an alcoholic. And that's what I like to do in my own damn time. She seemed to be taken aback by his honesty, most likely expecting him to deny it. He figured she was now caught between feeling like she should reprimand him or try and offer him help, neither of which would serve a purpose in his life today. Instead, she said,
I need your help. I need you to get over here and look at something.
He sat up on the side of the couch, ran his hand through his hair. What have you got?
A 56-year-old murder victim. He was found with a single stab wound to the chest, up in the attic space in his own house. And let me tell you, the manhole is tiny. It's almost as though some giant of a man has killed him and then lifted him up and stuffed him through the manhole, hiding him in the ceiling space.
Sounds interesting.
To make matters worse, he's a deacon at the local church, and half the town knows and loves him. He also runs the Rotary Club. 2 of my detectives know him personally. I'd really like to bring you in on this one.
Ratcliffe said, Yesterday you said I had been suspended, and then I saved your ass with that driver who refused to play ball. What is this, quid pro quo? Call it whatever you want. You're a good detective, and I want your opinion on this. Right now, I can't even imagine how strong a person would have to be to do this. All right. Flattery will get you whatever you like. Can you drive, or do you need me to send a patrol car? No, I can drive. Seriously? Yeah, I stopped drinking late last night. I'll be fine. Ratcliffe tried to straighten himself up. What's the address? She gave it to him. Despite being raised in a strict Catholic family, Ratcliffe was yet to decide if he really believed in God. All the same, he had to admit, a deacon murdered in Happy Valley. It was almost enough to persuade him that someone had a plan for things out there. All right, Ratcliffe said. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Chapter 53. Happy Valley, Oregon. Detective Ratcliffe was guided into the house by one of the uniformed officers. In the kitchen, he was greeted by Althea Hammond, the lead detective on the case. Sarah Rogers, the forensic specialist and renowned lab geek, said with love by all the detectives, was marking and taking notes on a variety of bloodstains, which had been simply wiped up with a kitchen towel, some wipes, and kitchen spray, all of which had been found in the bin outside. A pair of legs, belonging to the medical examiner on the ladder, disappeared into the manhole above them. Hammond said, "The man's name is Jackson Grimshaw. They found traces of blood on one of the kitchen knives that had been missing from the block. The man's wife, Erin Grimshaw, says she had been looking for the knife, thinking one of her kids had used it and not put it back. They searched everywhere for it. Then someone noticed a strange smell coming from the ceiling." Ratcliffe nodded. With the manhole open, the smell was impossible to miss. "Who found the body?" "Austin, her 8-year-old son." "Poor kid." "Apparently not so poor. According to his sister, Mia, his first words were—" She checked her notes just to be precise and said, "I did it. I've been praying long and hard for this, and my prayers have finally been answered. God took him away." Ratcliffe suppressed a grin. "Think the courts will convict him?" Hammond pressed her lips together. "Only if you can prove how an 8-year-old kid somehow lifts a 200-pound body up through a tiny manhole and into the narrow attic space." Sarah Rogers, the forensic tech, looked up from where she was working. "Can you imagine the size of the man strong enough to lift a fully grown man into this thing?" "Hard to believe," Ratcliffe agreed. Ratcliffe pictured Pax West. The man was 6'6" and approximately 250, maybe even 260 pounds. All muscle as far as he could tell. Even so, he would need to stand on something. He figured the man hadn't planned it. Maybe it was an accident. From what he'd learned about the man, if he'd planned it, the body was never going to be found. Ratcliffe stepped over to the dining table, pulled out a chair. There were the slightest footprint marks. He looked at Sarah. "What size would you say these are?" Sarah's eyes narrowed. 15, maybe even 16. Ratcliffe pressed his lips together. The man had the audacity not to even bother cleaning it. He must have assumed he was going to be gone long before anyone realized Jackson was missing. The medical examiner stepped down from the ladder, greeted Ratcliffe with a familiar nod. "So it looks as though the knife was pushed into his chest through the 4th intercostal space, the gap between the 4th and 5th rib, straight into the heart. The man would have been dead within seconds." "Did Sarah find any prints on the knife?" Ratcliffe asked. "Yeah, funny story there. You're going to love this one," the ME said. "Go on, I'm listening." "The handprints are the victims." A wry grin formed on Ratcliffe's lips. "Interesting. Do you think those prints were post-mortem? As in the perpetrator tried to make it look like a suicide?" "Yeah." "No. Sarah can go into the details with you later if you like, but she's examined the knife. The blood splatter on his right hand, clothes, and the knife are all consistent with his own hand being on the hilt of the knife as it was driven into his chest." Ratcliffe frowned. "So you think this was a suicide?" "No." "Why not?" The ME looked to Sarah. "You want to show him?" "Sure," Sarah said. She grinned. "You're going to love this, Ryan." "Am I?" Ratcliffe replied with a soft laugh. "What am I, the department's joke? This is a dead body we're dealing with here. Show some respect. Someone lost their life recently." Sarah grabbed a small spray bottle. She walked into the kitchen to a spot next to the block of knives. She gave the bottle's trigger a couple squeezes, misting the countertop, and finally the space next to the knife block where Ratcliffe suspected the victim had fallen. The luminol reacted instantly, binding with the iron molecules in the hemoglobin, fizzing to life in an eerie blue glow as it bonded with the iron and the blood residue, even microscopic traces left behind after an attempted cleanup. Ratcliffe watched as Rogers took a step back, her expression neutral but focused. "There it is," she murmured, reaching for the UV wand clipped to her belt. She flicked it on, sweeping the beam over the counter and floor. The glowing specks and streaks revealed a spray pattern leading outward from a single point, about 2 feet from the knife block. The victim had bled out right there.
Fatal wound was in the kitchen,
she confirmed, adjusting her angle to trace the splatter's trajectory.
Looks like a single deep strike. Given the location, it was probably quick.
Ratcliffe exhaled slowly, rubbing a hand over the bristle of stubble on his jaw. Impulse killing, he muttered. The position of the blood told him that much. If this had been premeditated, the killer would have likely brought their own weapon. Instead, it looked like one of the two men, killer or victim, had reached for a knife in the heat of the moment.
So it looks like a clear suicide.
The M.E. gave a bemused smile.
Except I just can't work out how someone kills themselves and then stuffs their own dead body up in the attic space afterward.
Isn't that some sort of magic trick? Hammond said. Interesting, was all Ratcliffe said. Hammond looked at him. You care to try an explanation?
Yeah, how about this?
Ratcliffe stared at the location of the killing. Let's say someone came to talk to Mr. Grimshaw, maybe offer a word or two of advice over something they both found unpleasant. Money, drugs, abuse. You know, the likely vices that lead to murder. Go on, Hammond said. The victim doesn't listen. Instead, he reaches for the knife and tries to stab the man. Only whoever came in here to talk, a big guy, judging by his shoes and strength, or woman, Hammond suggested. Oh, give me a break. If it were a woman with size 16 shoes, it would be easy to locate. We'd just contact the Guinness Book of World Records. You're probably right. I don't know, to be honest. Neither do I on this one, but I'm willing to make an educated guess. All right, keep going. Then what? The victim tries to stab the guy, but the guy has some sort of training. He's a professional, or just exceptionally lucky. He blocks the arm or manipulates the arm, and then uses the victim's own momentum to drive the knife into himself. Interesting, Hammond said. This is why I brought you here to chat. Ratcliffe turned to the M.E. I bet if you go up there now and look at his right forearm, you'll find marks on his forearm consistent with being held in a death grip, strong enough to force him to drive the knife into his chest.
Why wouldn't he just drop the knife?
Hammond asked. That would have been the logical thing to do. First off, since when do humans ever act on logic? Ratcliffe shook his head. And second, you have to remember, I'm calling it that the victim attempted to kill the perpetrator first. This all happened lightning fast. The victim goes to stab said giant of a man, who quickly deflects the stab, and in the process kills the man with his own knife. Hell, it might have happened so fast the giant didn't even mean to kill the victim. What sort of person accidentally inflicts this amount of damage? Someone with a background in defense. Maybe an ex-Special Forces or CIA foreign agent. Someone who's been trained to act on impulses that kept him alive. A moment later, the M.E. stepped down from the ladder. Ratcliffe said, Well, you were right. Hammond shook her head at Ratcliffe. Smart-ass. The M.E. went on, peeling the nitrile gloves off his hands.
Bruising patterns are distinctive. Crescent-shaped marks wrapping around the underside of the forearm. Exactly where you'd expect fingers to dig in. They're deep, meaning significant pressure was applied, enough to rupture small blood vessels. We call that petechiae, tiny, pinpoint hemorrhages beneath the skin. They're clustered where the most force was concentrated, which tells me this wasn't from a hit, but instead a sustained vice-like grip. Ratcliffe nodded, absorbing the details. And the thumb?
The M.E. held up his own hand for comparison. One singular, deeper bruise on the dorsal side, right where the thumb pressed down, controlling movement. It suggests a large hand, probably male. This wasn't just restraint. The killer used leverage, forcing the victim's own arm to complete the act. Ratcliffe glanced up toward the attic where the body still lay, his mind running through the implications. So, not suicide. No. Ratcliffe looked at Hammond. You want me to stay and help with the interviews? No, thank you. This looks pretty clear. I'll find out what was going on here and then simply find the biggest, toughest friend they have. Thanks for your help. You're welcome. Ratcliffe smiled. I'm taking up the chief's advice and going away for a week. Driving south along the 101. I'll have my phone if you need me. Good for you. I think the department might survive a week without your overwhelming intellectual presence. Enjoy your trip. Thanks. Ratcliffe walked out to his car. Sarah Rogers followed him out. When they were outside of earshot of Hammond and the rest of the team, Sarah said, I got that DNA back for you. Check out the results. Ratcliffe looked at the printout. The results hit him like a sudden pain, slammed into him with the weight of a brick wall, taking his breath away. He sucked in a deep breath. Everything all right, Ryan? Yeah, I'm just a little surprised by the results. Do you want to talk to Hammond about it? Not yet, Ratcliffe said. Leave it to me. Yes, sir. I was impressed with you in there today. He dismissed her praise with a slight lift of his hand. Lucky guess. You tend to get more luck than the other detectives. Sarah seemed to notice he was uncomfortable receiving the compliment and changed tact. Enjoy your time along the coast. It's a beautiful drive. Thank you, I will. He watched her leave, then glanced at the DNA results once more. This changes everything. Chapter 54. La Jolla Beach, California. Michelle pulled her sweatshirt sleeves down over her hands as the cool ocean breeze rolled in from the Pacific. The sun had barely crested the horizon, casting a soft, golden glow over La Jolla Beach. The air smelled of salt and damp earth, the rhythmic crash of waves against the rocky shoreline filling the silence between the footsteps. Yvette walked beside her, effortlessly elegant, even in something as simple as a fitted black quarter-zip and high-waisted leggings. Her dark hair was twisted into a sleek ponytail, a contrast to Michelle's own loosely gathered waves, which the wind kept tugging free. Michelle had never been the type to fuss over appearances, and thankfully, Yvette didn't seem to care. They moved at an easy pace, coffees in hand, the warmth of the cups seeping through their fingers. Seagulls wheeled overhead, their sharp cries cutting through the hush of the early morning. To their right, the sand stretched in soft ripples, dotted with the occasional jogger or bundled-up dog walker. To their left, the rugged cliffs of La Jolla rose in layered sandstone, streaked with the scars of time and tide. The water was an ever-changing shade of blue, dark where the depths stretched beyond sight, pale and frothy where the waves curled over the shoreline. Sea spray misted the air as the tide surged against the rocks, sending white foam cascading down into the tide pools. A group of sea lions lounged on a nearby outcrop, their sleek bodies piled together in lazy indifference to the world. They talked about mundane things at first, about life in general, and about Claire, and the fact she never seemed to pick the right men to go out with. Claire was Yvette's younger sister, by nearly 15 years and had once been Michelle's best friend at school. Michelle never met Yvette while they were still in school. Yvette had already left to attend medical school. Years later, when she'd met Elliot, gotten married, and just knew that there was some type of medical reason she hadn't been able to get pregnant, it was Claire who had suggested she visit her sister, who had finished her medical degree and now specialized in fertility and reproductive health. She'd even mentioned it to Elliot once, but he took it so badly she promised herself she'd never ask him again. At first, she thought it might have been his concern about the cost, but there was something more to it than that. She could read it in his face, some sort of deep-rooted wound to his immature masculine pride, as if he couldn't accept the idea that he wasn't man enough to impregnate his wife. The thought was ridiculous. They had a great sex life. When she talked to her other friends, they were all jealous by how much they still couldn't keep their hands off of each other. Anyway, she thought there was a 50-50 chance the problem was with her and not him. Her friends told her she was being stupid. They hadn't even been married for more than a couple of years. Give it time. But she just felt, almost in her soul, that something was wrong. She ended up calling Yvette, who said she would look after her for free, leaving only the cost of the actual materials and products needed. Still not cheap, but if it was just a medical review, and it put her mind at ease, it would have been worth it. In the end, she had gone, and the results had changed her life forever. Michelle had a rare blood type called Rh null, so rare it was known as the golden blood type. Less than 50 known cases worldwide. She was the perfect universal donor because her blood had none of the antigens that could trigger deadly allergic reactions in a blood transfusion. But the drawback was the only blood she could ever receive would have to come from one of those other 50 individuals who shared her blood type rarity, and some of those were no longer alive. In devastating news, Yvette had explained to her that it would be impossible for her to conceive a child and carry that child through to a live birth, because its DNA would be part hers and part Elliot's. And unless Elliot happened to be her genetic soulmate with the same rare blood type, the child's Rh antigens, which would be inherited by the father, would then trigger the immune response and attack the fetus. Ergo, she couldn't have a child. She went home feeling miserable. Then, a few weeks later, Yvette called her and said she had met someone at a hematology conference. The man was a good-looking, successful businessman, and he just happened to have an Rh null blood type. One of her old college professors had introduced him to her. She had asked him about children, and he mentioned that fortunately he and his wife had never been interested in having children. Yvette ended up confiding in him about Michelle's story, and the man had agreed to be a private sperm donor. He even mentioned that he liked the idea that even if he wasn't going to have a child, a part of him would live on long after he was gone from this world. His only request was that if it was a boy, he would be named Joe, after his father, and if it was a girl, she was to be named Amy, after his mother, a request she was more than happy to agree to. Michelle was ecstatic, but that joy soon fell short as she realized she could never afford the cost of the IVF. Nor would Elliot ever accept her carrying another man's child, even if it was through IVF, and she never got to meet the donor. Yvette had agreed to cover the cost of the therapy and suggested she lie. She told her that her eggs could be harvested in an easy day procedure. Then, once those eggs were fertilized by the sperm and they successfully had an embryo, then she could fly down and the embryo could be transferred to her uterus. Then, all she had to do was go back and have sex with her husband, Elliot. Poor, dear, trusting Elliot. who would never in a million years imagine the baby wasn't his. It was a lie, but without it, she could never have what she wanted. She could never be a mom. There was no real choice. She could either hate her husband, or she could hate herself, but there was no way she could escape both. Michelle took the deal, and promised herself that she would do everything in her power to make Elliot happy in life. In doing so, she felt as though she might somehow make amends for the terrible lies she told. She thought it would weigh on her conscience for years, but as soon as Amy was born, she knew she'd made the right choice, and everything was going to work out okay. They neared the end of their coastal walk in La Jolla Beach. Michelle stopped in front of the Cave store, tilting her head as she took in the small, weathered building. It had the charm of something that had been standing for far longer than it should have, nestled against the rugged cliffs of La Jolla. The exterior was simple, wood-paneled with a faded sign above the entrance, the lettering slightly uneven, as if it had been touched up one too many times. A wooden deck wrapped around the front where a few seagulls loitered, watching passers-by with bored indifference. A large window displayed an assortment of trinkets and postcards, the kind of souvenirs no local would ever buy. She turned to Yvette.
Have you ever been in there?
Yvette took a sip of her coffee and nodded.
Yeah, once, when some friends came to visit from Oregon. Isn't it strange how we only do these things in our own area when we have interstate visitors, and we play host to the tourist?
Michelle let out a small laugh.
Yeah, funny that.
You?
No, it's not really my thing.
Yvette motioned toward the entrance.
It's actually kind of cool. There's a tunnel inside that leads all the way down to a sea cave. Apparently back in the day, smugglers used it for bootlegging.
Michelle raised an eyebrow.
Bootlegging? Yeah, during Prohibition, Yvette said. They'd bring in illegal booze from ships anchored offshore and smuggle it up through the tunnel into town. The whole thing was carved by hand, took years to finish. Now it's just a tourist attraction, but if you go down there, you can still imagine what it must have been like, sneaking barrels of whiskey through that passage in the middle of the night. Michelle glanced at the unassuming storefront again, trying to picture shadowy figures hauling crates of contraband up from the hidden cave below. It was hard to reconcile the thought with the neatly arranged postcard rack and the wind chimes swaying gently by the door. That's wild.
Michelle turned to face Yvette.
You called last night and left a message that you had to see me. You want to tell me what this is all about?
Yvette bit her upper lip. She did it when she was nervous, a habit she hadn't done since grade school. Finally, she faced Michelle directly and said, Is your husband still in prison? Michelle's face turned sour.
Yeah, of course. For life. Wasn't there a fire there yesterday? How would I know?
I just thought. Michelle shook her head.
No. Elliot's dead to me. That may not be entirely true. What are you saying? I think he might have escaped. Don't be ridiculous. Elliot couldn't even escape our old family bathroom when it accidentally locked on him. There's no way he escaped a supermax prison.
Yvette said.
Promise me you'll stay safe. Sure, of course. I always do.
Michelle looked at her friend.
You want to tell me what got you so spooked? You're going to laugh at me. Maybe, but it's better than me staying frightened if you don't tell me. That's true.
Yvette laughed.
All right, it's ridiculous, but I think someone might have just tried to scam the clinic last night. How? A guy called up and said he needed to find out some information about how much he still had to pay for his wife's IVF therapy.
Made up some bullshit story about his business failing and being short of cash, but not wanting to upset his wife while she's trying to conceive.
That does sound like Elliot.
She laughed, but there was more sadness in it than joy. She had deeply loved him once.
He was always conscientious about that sort of thing, always wanting to make sure I was safe and comfortable, no matter what he was going through. I'm sorry. Please, go on.
Anyway, at first I thought he was sincere, just a concerned husband of a client. Then something about his story didn't add up, and I was certain he was just trying one of those data collecting scams they're always warning you not to fall for.
And then?
Yvette pressed her lips together as though she wasn't sure she wanted to reveal the last bit. Discomfort then gave way to necessity, and she said,
I asked him what his wife's name was, and he gave your name. My name?
Listen, it could just be a scam. He might have found one of the old bank statements and then tried to gather more information. Specifically, he wanted to confirm the current address we had on file. Yvette smiled. See, that's a scam right there, isn't it?
Yeah, must have been.
It's just...
What?
I never met Elliot, but I still remember one of those little clips you sent of him talking to Amy. They were playing pretend tea parties with the Queen, where Amy was the Queen's best friend and Elliot was the talking dog.
Yes, I remember that game. Amy never seemed to tire of it.
She laughed.
I loved Elliot like that. He was happy to drop whatever it was he was doing to play with her. That's what makes it all so hard to deal with. But what does this have to do with that call?
Yvette drew a breath, held it for a few beats, and then said,
I could have sworn the man on the phone sounded just like Elliot. Weird.
Michelle agreed.
Listen, just keep your eye out and stay safe, will you? Sure, although Elliot's trapped in a supermax prison for life. He's never coming back here to hurt me. Are you sure? As close to certain as one can ever be.
Then, as if she were ready to change topics, she said,
How do you think the bootleggers handled all those lies?
What do you mean?
People can do many terrible things, but it's the lies and the secrets that always bring them down.
You think?
Yeah. It makes you wonder how people live with themselves when they carry the burden of lies.
Is this because I brought up Elliot?
You know, I'll always feel terrible for what I did to him.
Yvette looked at her.
You did the right thing. Did I?
Yes.
I just can't help wondering.
What, darling? Yvette asked. Michelle pressed her lips together.
If only I had been honest with Elliot from the start. None of it would have had to happen.
Chapter 55. Avenue of the Giants, California. Pax eased the Chevelle onto the narrow road, the tires humming softly over the pavement as they entered the Avenue of the Giants. The towering redwoods stretched skyward, their massive trunks so thick they looked more like ancient pillars than trees. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, casting shifting patterns of gold and green across the road, dappling the sleek black hood of the car. Elliot exhaled, shaking his head.
You're seriously doing this right now?
You can't drive past the redwoods without stopping at the Avenue of the Giants, Pax said, gripping the wheel lightly as he navigated the winding road.
Have you done it before?
No, first time. Pax's eyes flicked between the towering trees and the curve ahead. I've always been busy and didn't have time to detour when I drive through here. Elliot gestured vaguely at the road ahead.
You don't have time now. You're a fugitive.
I needed a break anyway.
You pulled over in the middle of the night and got 6 hours.
Yeah, this is a personal break. Pax let the Chevelle glide forward, the deep rumble of the engine a quiet contrast to the hushed stillness of the forest. The road curved between ancient trees, some so close that it felt like they were driving through a natural tunnel of living wood. A few of the fallen giants lay by the roadside, their exposed roots gnarled and twisted like something out of another world. The air was different here, thicker, richer, saturated with the scent of damp earth, pine, and the faintest hint of moss. It felt like stepping into another time, a place untouched by the world outside. The deeper they drove, the quieter everything became, the towering trees muffling even the sound of the engine. Elliot huffed, crossing his arms.
I swear, if you get sentimental about some trees...
Relax, Pax said, his voice calm. I just wanted to see it. A massive tree loomed ahead, a drive-through redwood with a carved-out tunnel in its trunk. The sight of it made Pax grin, but he didn't slow. Instead, he let the moment settle, the gravity of the place pressing down on him, not in a bad way, but in a way that made him realize how small they were in comparison to the giants that had stood here for centuries. A few minutes later, the road curved, the canopy thinning. Pax caught a glimpse of sunlight breaking through, and just like that, they were through. He pressed the gas, the Chevelle's engine roaring back to life, and merged back onto Highway 101, leaving the redwoods behind. Elliot gave him a sidelong glance.
Feel better now?
Much, thank you. The Chevelle's V8 rumbled low and steady as Pax guided it along the winding coastal highway, the rhythmic growl of the exhaust blending with the distant crash of waves against the jagged cliffs. The sun hung low in the afternoon sky, turning the Pacific into a shimmering expanse of gold and deep blue. Wind snaked through the open windows, carrying the briny scent of salt water and the earthy aroma of sun-warmed pines. After hours of driving, the road led them into the Big Sur River Gorge, where the rugged coastline gave way to a secluded stretch of forest and rushing water. Pax spotted a narrow dirt turnout off the road and eased the Chevelle onto it, the tires crunching over gravel before rolling to a stop beneath a canopy of towering redwoods. The moment he killed the engine, silence settled in, thick and undisturbed, except for the distant sound of the river weaving its way through the gorge. Pax stepped out, stretching the tension from his shoulders as he took in the scenery. A wooden footbridge, weathered by time and exposure, arched over the river, connecting the dirt path to a cluster of moss-covered boulders on the other side. The water was crystal clear, running cold and fast over smooth stones, the kind of place that felt untouched, like time had forgotten it. Sunlight streamed through the trees in fractured beams, highlighting the lush undergrowth, ferns, wildflowers, and twisted roots gripping the earth like ancient fingers. Elliot climbed out, rubbing his hands over his face.
Tell me this is more than just another sightseeing detour.
Pax smirked. It's a good place to stop. I need to stretch my legs. They walked toward the river's edge, the air cooler here, thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. The water tumbled over a series of small falls, cutting through the gorge like a ribbon of silver. A fallen redwood lay half submerged at the bend, its massive trunk split open, creating a natural bench where they could sit and look out over the water. Pax lowered himself onto the log, letting the stillness of the place settle over him. There was no rush here, no urgency, just the whisper of the river and the hush of the wind through the trees. Elliot sighed and dropped down beside him.
You realize we're probably the only people for miles, right?
Exactly, Pax said. running a hand over his jaw. No roads, no noise. Just this. Elliot stared out at the river for a long moment before exhaling.
Fine. 10 minutes.
Pax smiled. This is just delightful, isn't it? Chapter 56. Pax spotted Elliot staring at his photo again, the one at SeaWorld that started this whole thing. Elliot turned to see Pax glancing over his shoulder. He beamed with parental pride.
Isn't she the cutest kid?
Sure, Pax said, unable to really differentiate between a cute kid and an ugly one. They all just looked like kids to him, except for her hair. That was different. He'd give Elliot that. His eyes narrowed in on the space just above her left ear, where her fiery red hair was interrupted by a distinctive dark brown patch, for which Elliot had once called her Panda. Instead, Pax asked, "What's the story with her hair?"
It's called Waardenburg syndrome.
What? Pax asked, surprised the hair came with a type of syndrome. Elliot suddenly looked hopeful, as though there was a higher power involved in everything, and it was all about to be given back to him again.
See, that's why I trusted you from the start. That's why I knew you were sent here to help me.
Pax was quite certain the kid was losing his mind. Everything had finally caught up to him. He smiled politely. Obviously, I'm not dismissing this, but just out of interest. Why is that again?
That type of Waardenburg syndrome you have depends on which gene or genes are mutated. For example, types 1 and 3, which is what Amy has, are triggered by a mutation of the PAX3 gene on chromosome band 2q35.
Elliot smiled.
So you see, part of what makes Amy who she is and why she is so special is the PAX3 mutation.
Right.
So when I first met you, all I could think about was your name's Pax. And by gosh, you look like you've mutated to at least 3 times the size of the average person.
Pax laughed. You're making this up.
I'm not.
Elliot smiled.
Don't you see? It's a sign. My daughter suffers from a rare mutation of the PAX3 gene. And now, here I am, being rescued by Pax. What do you think? That's just some sort of coincidence?
Yes, Pax said, his voice emphatic.
Don't worry about it. The thing is, I know this will all turn out all right. Just you watch.
I hope so, Pax said. Do you think after all this time Amy will remember you?
How can you say such a thing?
Elliot shook his head, looking at Pax as though he was completely daft.
You've obviously never had kids.
No kids, Pax confirmed.
You should. It changes everything, man. The best thing I ever did. You have this connection with someone that transcends everything. It could have been 50 years and I would have recognized Amy at a glance, and I'm certain it will be the same for her. 2 years in prison. 2 years wherever the hell she's been trapped. 2 years wherever Michelle is. It doesn't matter. We're going to find each other again. And when we do, we'll be a family again.
Pax couldn't help admire his blind devotion to his wife and his unbeatable faith in the goodness of his family. He knew he should say something nice about it, but he couldn't quite find the right words. Instead, he said, "It must be such a wonderful thing to be so naive." Elliot threw back his head and laughed out loud. When he finally settled down, he patted Pax on the shoulder and said,
Perhaps, good Pax, you probably shouldn't have kids of your own.
I don't know, Pax said, unwilling to rule anything out in his life. I guess it beats staying at home and watching Netflix. Elliot suddenly stood up.
That's it.
A puzzled crease formed on Pax's lips. What's it?
Netflix.
You want to watch a movie? Pax asked, a little incredulous. What happened to being fugitives and having to keep going quickly?
No,
Elliot shook his head.
even before I went to prison, everyone had Netflix or one of the big streaming channels. That's how they wind down at night. There will be a subscription somewhere.
Did you see one? Pax asked. Elliot worked to open up the banking app once more, typed Netflix in the search bar. Frowned.
Nothing.
Pax mused. What does she like to watch? Elliot thought about that for a minute.
She likes animated kids shows.
Try Disney Plus. Elliot typed it in.
Got it.
Pax smiled, looked at the billing information, and right underneath was Michelle's home address. Chapter 57. Elliot's heart began to pick up its pace. Excitement swelled in him, traveling from the knot in his stomach to his chest. He said,
Google Maps says if we leave now, we can be there in 7 hours.
Pax nodded, went over and popped the trunk of the Chevelle, grabbed a terrified no-name, and unceremoniously dumped him on the ground beside the picnic table where Elliot was sitting, without saying a word. Elliot watched Pax as he went back to the car and retrieved a couple of Subway sandwiches he'd gotten from the gas station hours earlier. Pax handed him one and unwrapped the other for himself.
Did you hear what I said, Pax?
Elliot asked, feeling every second they wasted here as a personal torment to his soul.
We could be there in 7 hours. I can see my wife, and then we can both find our daughter together.
That's great, Pax said, sitting down and cheerfully taking a mouthful of the Subway. So we'll eat something, maybe have a quick swim, and then be off. Probably get to your wife's place sometime around 7.5 hours from now.
You don't think it would be better if we just go now?
Pax suppressed a grin. You don't think it would have been useful to learn to drive a stick shift?
You're right. Better to arrive alive than rush this sort of thing.
Good man, Pax said, taking another bite. That's the spirit. Elliot tried to eat, but his stomach kept on churning in anticipation. He looked at No-Name, who seemed to be staring at them.
Do you think he's hungry?
Elliot asked, kindly. I doubt it, Pax said with his typical indifference. You find the body tries to increase its gut motility to clear out the contents of the stomach when someone's nervous. Helps with the whole fight or flight thing.
Should we ask him?
No, he can eat when we get there.
So what did you bring him out of the trunk for?
Elliot asked out of curiosity. It's not an overly warm day, but you'd be surprised how quickly a trunk can heat up in a parked car. I'd hate to get to San Diego only to find him dead. That's the only way we could find him any more uncooperative than we do now, Elliot said.
We could take the duct tape off now and see if he's agreeable to giving us the information we're after.
Nah, it's still a long drive from here to San Diego. In my experience, nothing beats a good long drive in the back of a trunk to really make someone only too happy to share whatever information you're after, Elliot said.
It's been 24 hours. He might be agreeable now.
Yeah, but then what are we going to do with him? Pax shook his head. No, we'll kill him once we're done. And then what happens when we get to San Diego only to find he lied to us? No, we'll wait until we get there.
Right,
Elliot said, his face all crunched up as though he'd bitten something sour. You okay? Pax asked.
Fine. I'm just glad you're on my side.
Me too. This has been fun. A real boys' weekend road trip. Pax grinned like a teenager. I'm glad you've enjoyed it too.
Yeah.
Pax said. Hey, I have to go sort something out. You know, the whole nature calls thing and whatnot.
Oh, right. Of course. Take your time.
Thanks. Pax looked at him. Hey, don't let No-Name here move anywhere near the car. The keys to the handcuffs are still in the glove compartment.
What do I do if he tries?
Pax frowned as though the answer was obvious. You have the pistol, don't you?
Yeah, but I've never shot one.
Really? Seriously?
Yes.
Okay, it really is just like the movies. Point the barrel at the bad guy, squeeze the trigger, the gun will do the rest.
What if I miss?
Don't miss. Pax grinned. But if you do, point the barrel at him and squeeze the trigger again. He's handcuffed and he's right there, and he's probably been sick for 24 hours. He shouldn't be particularly difficult to shoot.
Right.
The easiest way to make sure you hit him is to shoot early. Don't wait for him to run. As soon as you see him move in any direction outside where I've left him, you put as many bullets as you like in his torso.
What about asking him questions? Elliot said. He's our last link to whoever has Amy.
Pax shrugged. We'll worry about that later. Just shoot him if he moves.
No problem.
Elliot reached for the pistol for reassurance.
I can do that.
You sure you're all right on your own?
Yeah, I'm good.
Elliot watched Pax stroll down toward the river, as though he wanted to find a place with a nice view and had all the damned time in the world. No Name's eyes came alive. That brown, malevolent gaze burned at his soul, and Elliot could just feel the man imagining what it would be like to kill him. Elliot lifted the Kel-Tec P-32 and pointed it at the man. His eyes narrowed.
I'm watching you. Don't even think about it.
No Name's piercing eyes seemed to intensify. Despite the duct tape over his mouth, it looked like No Name was grinning at him like some sort of psychopath. Elliot kept the pistol leveled at him, wishing that Pax would come back any second and make the man stop. The man sat cross-legged at the roadside picnic spot, hands cuffed behind his back, his expression unreadable. Then he shifted. At first, it seemed like a minor adjustment, just a roll onto his back. But there was something unnatural about the way he moved. Elliot tensed.
Hey,
he warned, his grip tightening on the Kel-Tec P-32.
Quit whatever the hell you're doing.
No Name didn't stop. Instead, his breath hitched, and his face contorted in what looked like pain. A second later, his entire body jerked in a grotesque motion. Elliot barely had time to register what he was seeing. The unnatural roll of the shoulders, the sickening pop, before the man's legs swung forward. Elliot's stomach dropped. His hands were in front of him now. No Name's hand dipped into the ground, scooping up a fistful of sand. And in a fraction of a second, No Name threw it right at his face. The sand struck Elliot's face, covering his glasses, and for a split second he was blind. He wiped away the bulk of the sand and saw the blur of No Name running toward him. He aimed the barrel of the pistol and squeezed the trigger. Chapter 58. The pistol barked, and a surge of adrenaline shot through Elliot. No Name ran straight at him like a demon. Elliot fired again. And again. The weapon made a loud banging sound, but nothing happened. The monster kept running straight at him. It was like one of those nightmares where you know what you have to do to prevent some catastrophe from happening, but it is somehow impossible. Elliot screamed out,
Pax, it's not working!
And then No Name was on him. The thug smashed into him like a professional fullback. Elliot went flying. He landed hard on his back in the sand, quickly rolling over to brace for the next hit, but No Name was already at the Chevelle. Reaching inside, the man immediately found the keys to the handcuffs. He unlocked them and looked around for anything useful. Elliot was frozen by the sight, unable to decide where he should take refuge or what he should do. He pictured the submachine guns in the back seats. In a split second, everything had changed, from him and Pax in control of their futures to this psychopath holding the submachine guns. And then, unimaginably, No Name appeared to have failed to find the weapons, and instead bolted off through the forest, heading toward the nearby highway. Elliot kept screaming for Pax. A good 10 minutes later, Pax came walking back up through the trail to meet him. The damned fool was whistling, still without a care in the world.
Where were you?
Elliot screamed.
I was calling you.
Pax shrugged. Nature called.
Yeah, well, while you were out relieving yourself, No Name got away. He took my gun, too. For some reason, it wouldn't fire.
Yeah, that's 'cause I changed its rounds for blanks.
You did that?
Yeah, that's why I stopped at the Beaver Firearms and Grocery back in Beaver, then swapped the rounds while you were using the restroom.
You asshole!
Elliot swore.
You could have got me killed.
Wouldn't have happened. A wry grin formed on Elliot's lips.
You knew No Name would run.
Pax smiled. Nearly 24 hours trapped in a trunk with duct tape over your mouth. Wouldn't you? Chapter 59.
Oh, that's just great,
Elliot said. The kid had really lost his temper. Pax gave a bemused smile. Isn't that so?
What are you talking about? I nearly get killed. Our prisoner, our one and only lead to whoever has Amy, you let walk right out of here.
Yes, I did.
You meant this to happen?
Yep.
Why?
Pax shrugged. No Name was never going to talk, not willingly. Now he'll find a phone and contact his boss.
How are you planning on finding him?
Like this, Pax said, opening his cell phone. He clicked on a Find My Phone app. It showed a small beacon moving through the forest toward Highway 101. Elliot shook his head.
How?
Pax made a knowing grin. I also picked up one of those Apple GPS air trackers back at Beaver. Chapter 60. McQuay Cove, California. Pax smiled. It's really beautiful here.
Yeah, great,
Elliot said, his tone suggesting he wished No Name hadn't stopped. Pax sat still to the side of the rocky ledge overlooking McQuay Cove, his gaze fixed on the empty road below. The sun hung low, spilling warm gold and soft violet hues across the horizon, casting long shadows over the rugged cliffs of McQuay Cove. The air smelled of salt and pine, the evening wind carrying the distant crash of waves against the jagged shore. From their vantage point, the McQuay Falls cascaded over the cliff's edge, a thin silver ribbon tumbling down into the secluded cove below. The water shimmered in the twilight, an almost impossibly turquoise pool, untouched by human footprints. The whole scene looked surreal, a postcard of a paradise. Pax wasn't here to admire the view, but that didn't mean he couldn't while he waited. An hour had passed and No Name hadn't moved. The red dot on the Find My Phone app still hovered in the same spot. Elliot said,
Where did you place the air tracker?
You think he's found it and the GPS tracker's fallen off somewhere?
It's a possibility. I mean, this dot hasn't moved for an hour.
It's a possibility, Pax admitted. I put the tracker inside No Name's collar while I was carrying him by the scruff of it earlier. They make them pretty small these days, and the sticker is like superglue. No way it's falling off. Only chance is that he's discovered it and thrown it away. But I doubt it.
How long do we wait?
Elliot asked. Pax frowned. He's not going anywhere. Let's go in after him. Elliot exhaled sharply.
This is a bad idea.
Pax locked the Chevelle, leaving his phone inside, then tucked his Sig Sauer P365 into the waistband of his jeans. Without another word, he started down the dirt path toward the cove. Elliot followed, still grumbling under his breath. They found the car first, an old Ford pickup, parked at an awkward angle near the trailhead. The windows were down, the driver slumped against the seatbelt. Pax stepped closer, his stomach tightening at the sight of the fishing line wrapped around the man's throat, cutting deep into his skin. His face was swollen, eyes frozen in a final, desperate stare. Elliot cursed under his breath.
This is exactly what I was talking about. You let him go, and now look.
Pax clenched his jaw. Shall we leave, No Name?
Are you kidding me?
Elliot asked, his eyes filled with horror.
He just killed a man.
Pax shrugged. He has a car now. He probably won't kill anyone else. It'd be good to follow him while we can. Elliot shot him a glare.
Are you serious? No, enough of this. Let's go get him.
Pax didn't argue. All right, suit yourself. We'll go get him. He took the lead, moving silently down the winding trail, the ground uneven with exposed roots and loose dirt. The sun had dipped lower, painting the ocean in molten gold and deepening shadows in the trees. The cliffs felt taller in twilight, the forest denser, as if the world was closing in around them. They found No Name just past a bend in the trail, standing at the edge of the cove, staring down at the falls. His hands were tucked in his pockets, posture relaxed, like he had all the time in the world. Pax was impressed. 24 hours in a trunk hadn't shaken the man's resolve. All the same, the man had to die. Pax strode up and with a single motion drove his fist into No Name's jaw. The man staggered, barely staying on his feet. You really gotta stop running, Pax muttered. No Name wiped blood from his mouth, giving Pax a half smirk. There was something in those eyes that Pax couldn't quite make sense of. Whatever it was, he didn't like it. Elliot, get over here, he said. There was no response. Normally, the kid stuck to him like a lost puppy. Elliot, Pax asked, turning around. 2 more men stepped out of the shadows, both built like hired muscle, both armed. Pax drew his Sig Sauer, but before he could fire a shot, someone behind him struck his back with a stun gun. A sharp, searing pain tore through his body as the stun gun hit him in the ribs. Electricity exploded in his nerves, locking up his muscles, forcing him to the ground. His vision flickered. He caught one last glimpse of the falling sun, the cliffs glowing red, the waves rolling in as darkness closed in around him. And then, darkness enveloped him. Chapter 61. Pax woke to darkness and the low, muffled hum of an engine. His head throbbed. His limbs were sluggish. But as his senses sharpened, he registered the smooth, enclosed space around him, the trunk of a car, the leather interior, the width of the compartment, the way the suspension barely dipped when they hit bumps. It felt like a BMW SUV. Big, expensive, probably armored. He exhaled slowly, shifting his weight. There would have been plenty of room to move for Elliot, but not Pax. He ran his fingers along the carpeted floors, searching for something, a tire iron, a wrench, anything, but came up empty. He turned onto his side, feeling out the edges, and his fingers brushed against a seam, the panel hiding the emergency tool kit. If he could just reach it. He twisted, trying to get an arm down through the small gap, but his own weight pinned the panel shut. The more he shifted, the harder it was to angle himself. His fingertips grazed plastic. So close. The car jerked to a stop. Pax barely had time to react before the trunk flew open and hands seized him. They moved fast, yanking him out before he could even attempt a struggle. He landed hard on the dirt, knees scraping against gravel as they threw him down on the edge of a rocky cliff overlooking the Pacific Ocean. The scent of salt and pine hit his nose, crisp and sharp in the cooling air. The sky was deep purple now, streaked with the last remnants of twilight. Below, the waves boomed against the cliffs, surging and retreating, endless and uncaring. He glanced around, recognizing the spot instantly. McWay Falls viewpoint. They hadn't even taken him far. Someone cocked a gun behind him. Another voice, amused but pragmatic, said, "I brought flexicuffs. Figured with the size of him, they might be the only thing that works." Pax frowned. Finally, someone who knows what they're doing. The thug who had spoken, stocky, broad-shouldered, grinned at him, holding up the thick, reinforced zip ties. Pax clocked the other three. Standard goons. Nothing special. But the one standing slightly apart, the one with the cleaner-cut look, the slight smirk of control, he was the leader. Pax tilted his head. "So I take it you're going to take me to see your boss?" The leader chuckled, shaking his head. "No, just Elliot." Pax gave a cheerful smile. "So I'm free to go, then?" The leader's smirk widened. "Sure. Just after we watch you go for a swim." Pax glanced at the dark waves crashing against the cliffs below, then back at the four men surrounding him. He sighed, rolling his shoulders, feeling the tension settle into something almost comfortable. He smiled. It does look like a nice night for a quick dip. Chapter 62. The flexicuffs were cinched tight around Pax's wrists, the plastic biting into his skin as one of the thugs yanked them snug. He flexed his fingers, testing for any give. Nothing. These weren't the cheap kind. Someone had been thinking ahead. They stopped, so he could look out at the sunset. The sun had almost disappeared, leaving the Pacific in deep hues of orange and indigo. Below, McWay Falls spilled in a perfect silver ribbon onto the deserted beach, its constant roar mixing with the distant crash of waves against the cliffs. It was the kind of place that should have been peaceful, should have been breathtaking. Instead, it was going to be the last thing he saw. Two of the men were back at the trunk of the BMW. Pax glanced up as one of them removed the false floor, revealing a large storage compartment underneath. A heavy chain clanked as one of the men dragged something out of the back of their SUV. Pax glanced over. A rusted old motorcycle engine, streaked with oil and age, sat on the ground. One of the thugs, broad, scarred knuckles, a little too pleased with himself, grinned. "Boss wanted this junk gone anyway. Figured we'd killed two birds with one stone." "Good idea," came No Name's voice. The leader smirked and crouched in front of Pax, threading a thick iron chain through his belt loops. Pax felt the weight of it immediately, heavy and unbalanced. The other end of the 20-foot of chain was attached to the motorcycle engine. Another thug gave an exaggerated sigh. "That's a shame, really. Big guy like you might have been fun to keep around. I would have been interested to see what sort of beating you could have taken." "Sorry to disappoint you," Pax said. The thug punched him in the gut. It was a sucker punch, but Pax had been expecting it. Still, it knocked some wind out of him. Pax rolled his shoulders, ignoring the pain from the hit. "Yeah? You need a friend?" They let him stand up again and look at the ocean fire below the rocky cliff line. "Ready for a swim?" No Name said, a look of triumph in his eyes. "I needed a break anyway," Pax said. "Oh, and by the way?" "Yeah," said No Name. "Deal's off." Pax grinned. "When I'm done with my swim, I'm not going to wait for your help to find your boss. I'm going to find you and kill you." No Name looked at him. Fear flashed in the man's eyes. "Fuck you," he said, and kicked the motorcycle engine off the cliff. Pax's brain snapped into overdrive. If he waited for the chain to go tight, it would either snap his spine or tear him in half. He didn't wait. With both feet planted on the cliff's edge, Pax jumped. Chapter 63. The wind roared in his ears as he plummeted, the dark water rising to meet him. He barely had time to twist his body before he hit, a bone-jarring impact that sent a shockwave through his chest. The cold hit next, a freezing vice around his lungs, stealing his breath. Then, the chain yanked. The motorcycle engine raced toward the seabed below, pulling the slack taut. Pax felt the violent jerk at his waist, and suddenly he was being dragged downward. The world turned dark green and black, a rush of bubbles and silence pressing in around him. Pax could feel the pressure mounting in his ears. He swallowed hard multiple times, equalizing the pressure. At a depth of 50 or 60 feet, his feet finally struck the sandy bottom. His boots scraped against the sand and rock as he struggled to find his footing. He looked around. The last beams of light barely made their way to the seabed. His heartbeat slammed in his ears. About 30 feet away, he could see a series of barnacle-covered rock formations, jagged and layered like razor-sharp coral. If only he could reach it, he could sever the flexicuffs and free his wrists. He tried to walk in that direction. Anyone who has ever tried to walk at the bottom of the pool will know how hard it is to move. Humans were barely made for swimming, but they were definitely ill-designed for walking. The weight of the chain kept his feet planted firmly in the sand, every step taking all of his effort. 10 feet away, his progress stopped completely. The chain had gone taut. The motorcycle engine acting as a solid anchor. Pax fell onto his back. His heart hammered. There wasn't a lot of time. He could hold his breath a long time compared to most, but like every other mammal in existence, he needed to breathe air. Pax planted his feet hard in the sand, and copying a move not too dissimilar to No Name, he dislocated his shoulders to bring his cuffed wrists to his front. Then, holding the chain, he heaved the heavy motorcycle engine toward him. After it had moved roughly 10 feet, Pax continued his journey to the barnacles. There was just enough room in the chain to reach it. He kicked toward one, twisting his arms, dragging the plastic flex cuffs over the rough barnacles. His lungs burned, his movements sluggish in the cold water. But he sawed against the sharp edges, back and forth, ignoring the sting of his own skin being scraped raw. Snap! His wrists came free. He didn't waste time. He reached down, his fingers working fast, trying to unloop the chain from his belt. The buckle had jammed. Pax silently swore. His vision blurred. His lungs screamed. One last pull. The chain slipped loose, and he was free. Pax kicked off the seabed, pushing hard toward the surface. Light shimmered above him, distant and wavering, like a mirage. He knew from memory that there was some sea caves that overhung the cliffs. Pax swam diagonally upward toward them. 10 feet. His chest tightened. The cold was turning his limbs to lead. 5 feet. Darkness clawed at the edges of his vision. Then, he broke the surface. He was under the rock face, concealed by the cave. Pax gasped, coughing out seawater as he treaded water, chest heaving. Air. Sharp, burning, beautiful air. He treaded water for a moment and then grinned as he imagined what he was going to do to No Name when he caught up with the man. Chapter 64. Detective Ratcliffe drove 16 hours straight to reach San Diego, stopping for gas, junk food, and overly caffeinated energy drinks. He was certain Pax and Elliot were on their way to San Diego, despite assurances from the team of fugitive hunters assigned to catch Elliot that the Dodge Ram that he'd stolen from the superintendent was spotted heading north. The car phone rang. Ratcliffe glanced at the name on the incoming call. He hit the answer button on the steering wheel. Althea, tell me you have some good news. She paused a beat too long for it to be good. What now? He asked.
You want the good news or the bad news first, Ryan?
Good news. Ryan frowned. I'm due for a damned break.
I spoke with the wife of the man we found in the attic space.
What'd she say? Ryan asked, intrigued and happy to have a distraction.
Her husband was abusing her and the kids. Emotional, physical, financial, the whole lot.
Had she tried to leave?
Multiple times. Jackson Grimshaw would always find her and the kids and bring them home again.
She ever go to the police?
3 times.
Althea grimaced.
Each time an investigation was started, but then squashed by a higher-up. There are people here who went to church with the man, others who were big donors for the Rotary Club, of which Jackson was president.
Bad people infiltrate good organizations.
Isn't that the truth? What about the kids? They were all being abused, too. When I told Erin, it seems inappropriate to call her Mrs. Grimshaw at this point, that her husband was dead, she threw her arms around me and said, "Thank God."
Did she offer an explanation who might have killed her husband?
Not much, but she said there was a big guy, someone she met at the place to shoot. You know, the range in Portland?
Ryan's heart skipped a beat.
I do. Apparently there was a veteran shooting event there last week. Erin volunteered at it, baked some things for the vets.
Okay, what happened?
One of the other volunteers, some big guy, ex-special force type. He seemed to notice her grimace as she moved. He got her alone and questioned her about it. She said she thought she'd been hiding her injuries well. But there was something about this guy. He just made her feel safe, secure, in a way she couldn't remember. Anyway, she said once she started talking, telling her story, the whole thing came out.
What happened when she finished telling the big guy her story?
She said she'd never felt anyone listen to her like that, as though she was completely heard and understood. When she was finished, she said she almost expected him to offer to kill her husband, but instead of telling her what he was going to do, he simply asked her what she would like to happen.
What did she say to that?
Erin was emphatic. She told him she didn't want her husband dead. She wanted him to go away, to leave her, and never see her or the kids again. She wanted a divorce. They weren't rich. Both of them worked and they owned very little, so there wasn't going to be an issue of splitting things up. In the end, he said he would chat to her husband and he would make sure that he understood, the same as everyone should. We all have choices in life, and all of them have consequences. If he did what his wife asks, he goes a living, breathing human. If he doesn't, the big guy would ensure he ceased to enjoy the privileges of the living.
Seems like a nice guy.
Doesn't he just?
She agreed.
So you have anything on him?
Nothing, Althea said.
What looked like a sloppy crime scene was the work of a professional. This guy went to talk to Jackson and had no intention of killing him. Jackson tried to stab him and this guy's training kicked in. He killed him and then casually disposed of the body. Didn't bother to clean anything up properly. It was like he knew that he couldn't be traced. His DNA wasn't on the file for anything.
Big guy like that?
Erin can't remember much, except that he was a big guy, polite, and innately kind. He was good-looking in a simple, capable type of way, rather than someone who concentrated on their looks. She said he seemed interested in her and who she was, but she didn't get the feeling he was hitting on her or even attracted to her. She didn't ask where he served, but said she could tell by his posture and his confidence he was ex-military, most likely special forces.
Not that she knew much about either. She said for what it's worth, if they ever caught the guy and went to prosecute him, she would gladly perjure herself to protect him. Between the two of us, I'm not going to be holding on to hope that you find this one. No, I'll do my job and try and find him, but I won't cry if something fails to turn up. I'm betting he's going to be okay. Basically, you're looking for a nice guy who was Special Forces, or possibly some other clandestine area based on a 3-letter acronym. It sounds like you're looking for a ghost. About that, Althea's tone took a far more somber tone. We need to talk about the bad news. Go on. Look, I wanted you to hear this from me first. What now? My team got pulled from your niece's case. What the hell did you do wrong? Nothing. I know why I was pulled from it. Ryan's eyes misted as he drove on. I was out of line. I was too close and willing to kill to bring Eloise's killer to justice. But why would they pull you? Listen, your niece wasn't perfect. Nobody is. I, of all people, know that you get that. Yeah, well, Eloise had bigger problems than the average. Like what? Like being a big gambler. Are you kidding me? Ryan asked. I'm not. Why would you bring up her fault now, of all times? Did you know Eloise owed $12 million? Don't be absurd. I mean, how would she have ever made anywhere near that sort of money? Then he remembered the meetings near the Chinese embassy, the expensive cars, the lifestyle that didn't match her income as an engineer working on some government defense project. She was selling state secrets. Yes, she had an intermediary who used to meet her, and then on-sell that information to someone in the Chinese embassy. She may not have even known who the buyer was. Either way, it was treason. I thought everyone was entitled to their day in court. What happened to innocent until proven guilty? Those are nice convictions. But you know as much as I do that when state secrets are stolen, when the price of losing may mean the end of what we know as a country, then the normal rules of law don't apply. Ryan shook his head and slammed his hand against the car's dashboard. As a nation leading the ideals of freedom and democracy, it is for those very reasons that those convictions apply. Hey, I'm with you. But that's not how the world works. That man, the big guy we nearly caught in Lake Oswego, he was a ghost. He was one of ours, wasn't he? Althea drew a breath. It looks like it. Ryan swore. One of our own people killed my beautiful niece. Chapter 65. Detective Hammond said, I'm really sorry, Ryan. Thanks. Me too. Is there anything you need? No. Are you sure? Wait. Do you still have that contact in the IRS who owes you a favor? Jason Richardson? Hammond drew a breath, exhaled slowly. Yeah, he still owes me a favor. Why? I need you to get him to look into something for me. What? A woman. Michelle Brooks. She lives in San Diego. She came into a lot of money 2 years ago. I want to know where it came from. Why? Her husband was convicted of killing their daughter. They were just a couple of young kids, recently married, renting their first house. Then, as soon as the husband goes to prison, she goes off to San Diego and buys some beautiful waterfront property. He could hear the concern in Hammond's voice. Why is this important to you? Just trust me when I say that even if my country doesn't believe in these ideals, I still do. Ryan knew what he needed to do. Sometimes the only reason to stand up for something is because if good people fail to do so, then bad people will rise to the occasion. All right. Promise me you won't do anything stupid. I won't. I just want to get some facts, that's all. If I find something, I'll let our friends down here know about it. Promise? Sure, I promise. All right. I'll reach out to him now and see what he can do for you. Ryan grinned. Thanks, Althea. This means a lot to me. It better. I've been saving this favor from Jason Richardson for many years. Chapter 66. McWay Cove, California. Pax dragged himself onto the beach, the coarse sand sticking to his soaked clothes as he hauled in another breath of cold, salty air. His body ached, every muscle screaming in protest, but he was alive. The ocean hadn't taken him, and neither had the bastards who'd tried to drown him. The moonlight cast a pale glow over McWay Cove, illuminating the sheer cliffs he needed to climb. Pax didn't hesitate. He wasn't the type to sit and rest when there was still a job to do. He found the rocky trail leading up the side, hands slipping against the wet stone as he clambered up, his arms burning from the effort. The ascent was brutal, but he welcomed the pain. It meant he was still moving, still in the fight. By the time he reached the top, his breath was ragged, his soaked clothes clinging to him, but the sight of his Chevelle waiting on the roadside made everything else fade into the background. His car, his lifeline. Pax reached into his pocket, fingers closing around the cold, worn metal key. He let out a small breath of relief. If he'd been driving anything built in this century, he'd be stranded. No electronic fob to short out in the water. No reliance on wireless nonsense. Just a key and an ignition. He shoved it into the lock, the door creaking open as he slid inside. The moment he was behind the wheel, he felt the first hint of warmth. His hands moved on instinct, plugging his cell phone into the battery pack before the last of its charge could die, watching as the screen flickered back to life. His heartbeat slowed as the familiar glow of the Find a Friend app loaded. There it was, the Apple Air Tracker, moving south, toward San Diego. Pax exhaled through his nose, turning up the heat, letting the hot air blast against his frozen skin. His fingers flexed around the steering wheel as the reality settled in. He'd need to stop somewhere and buy some dry clothes. But that could wait. The moderate discomfort would be worth it in exchange for the pleasure he was going to have when he caught up with No Name. Whoever he was working for had no idea what was coming for them. Trying to kill Elliot Brooks was one thing. At the end of the day, that was their own fight. Maybe they were entitled to their own grudge against him. He may have forgiven them for that alone. But the second they came after him personally, that crossed a line. Pax couldn't overlook that anymore. He might no longer be a CIA ghost, but that didn't mean he'd forgotten the meaning of the scorched earth protocol. Pax shifted into gear, pressed down on the gas, and the Chevelle's engine roared to life, a deep, guttural sound that shattered the quiet of the coastal night. A moment later he was gone, tires kicking up gravel as he tore onto the highway, the taillights vanishing into the darkness, and drove, hard and fast, into the night. Chapter 67. Point Loma, San Diego. Bernadette Fontaine walked the winding path of the coastal trail within Cabrillo National Monument, the rhythmic crash of waves below mingling with the rustling wind through the coastal brush. The morning air was crisp, still laced with the coolness of the night, though the first hints of warmth were creeping in as the sun lifted higher over the Pacific. She walked with purpose and elegance, her long coat draping over her frame with effortless sophistication, a scarf knotted at her neck in that distinctly Parisian way that made it look like she had stepped out of a fashion magazine rather than merely taken her golden retriever, Kiri, for a morning walk. Even now, at nearly 80, she would never be caught looking anything but put together. Kiri had been let off the leash. Bernadette liked these morning walks, but Kiri loved them. The dog bounded ahead with joyful enthusiasm, her golden fur catching the early light as she darted between sand and forest, sniffing for new adventures. Bernadette smiled to herself, watching the dog weave through the low brush. This was Kiri's favorite place, after all. Then came the bark. Sharp, insistent, excited. Bernadette's gaze snapped toward the dog, who had planted herself in a sandy patch, her front paws working feverishly to dig. Grains of damp earth sprayed out behind her as she tore into the ground with determination. "Kiri, viens ici," Bernadette called, frowning slightly. The dog ignored her. Instead, Kiri yanked something free, then came galloping back, her tail wagging as she proudly dropped her find at Bernadette's feet. A filthy, tattered teddy bear, its once soft fur now a grimy shade of beige. "Qu'est-ce que c'est, ma chérie?" Bernadette muttered, bending down with a slight wince in her knees. She reached for the stuffed animal, brushing away some of the clinging dirt. It was old, worn from time, but oddly soft between her fingers. Then she saw it. The delicate embroidery along the toy's belly, carefully stitched, as if by a loving hand. To Amy on her birthday. Love, Mom and Dad. Bernadette's brows drew together. Something about it unsettled her, an inexplicable unease creeping up her spine. Kiri, still full of energy, had returned to the hole, resuming her digging with renewed excitement. "Kiri, stop that," Bernadette chided, stepping forward. But then she saw it. The shape of a bone. At first, she thought it was just another fragment of driftwood, a weathered remnant of nature. But then she looked closer. It was small. Too small. Bernadette felt her breath hitch, her chest tighten as a sudden realization struck her. It was a child's bone. Her hands flew to her mouth, her heart pounding against her ribs. The world around her blurred, the crashing waves now a distant roar. Her elegant morning turned into a waking nightmare. She said, "Oh, Kiri, what have you found?" Chapter 68. The Chevelle roared up the winding coastal road, the deep growl of its V8 reverberating off the rugged cliffs and mixing with the distant crash of waves. The house loomed ahead, perched on a bluff overlooking the dark, restless Pacific, its massive glass windows reflecting the moonlight. It was the kind of place that belonged to someone powerful, someone who thought they were untouchable. Pax didn't slow. He pulled into the driveway, gravel crunching beneath the tires, the sleek black Chevelle looking almost at home among the expensive cars parked along the curved entrance. But this wasn't a social visit. He left the car in neutral, grabbed the worn 1970s street directory from the passenger seat, and jammed it down onto the accelerator. The engine snarled, a deep, guttural roar that shattered the stillness of the morning. The entire house would hear it, but that was the point. Pax opened the door, stepped out, and shut it behind him with measured calm, the muscle car idling like a caged beast, ready to lunge. He moved with purpose, crossing the stone-paved driveway toward the house. He positioned himself just outside the grand double doors, where he could be seen from the street, but not from the inside. The Sig Sauer MPX submachine gun sat snugly against his shoulder, the second one strapped across his back, ready to be drawn at a moment's notice. His grip was firm, steady, He'd done this before. He didn't have to wait long. The front door creaked open and 2 men stepped onto the porch, frowning, their gazes flicking toward the roaring Chevelle. Pax opened fire. The MPX spat out 9mm rounds, cutting through the first man's chest before he could even register the threat. The second tried to reach for his gun, but Pax didn't give him the chance. A short burst tore through him, and he collapsed onto the stone steps, blood pooling beneath him. A third man barreled outside, drawn by the gunfire, and met the same fate. Pax moved fast, stepping over the bodies, slipping into the house before anyone inside could react. The interior was expensive, all glass and polished wood, but Pax barely registered the decor. He was already in motion. There were 4 left inside. They might as well have all been sleeping for all the speed of their responses. Nobody had been expecting him to come back from the dead, and apparently nobody else in their right mind would dare approach them in the house of their cartel boss. Pax caught the first one as he rounded the corner, the man's eyes going wide just before Pax pulled the trigger. The second was by the kitchen island, fumbling for a weapon. Too slow. A burst of gunfire sent him sprawling against the marble countertop, his blood splattering against the pristine white surface. The last 2 tried to take cover, but this wasn't a fair fight. Pax moved like a shadow, closing the distance in seconds. The MPX whispered death, and both men dropped before they could get a shot off. Silence. The only sound left was the low, distant rumble of the Chevelle, still revving outside. Pax scanned the room, his breathing slow, controlled. Then his gaze landed on Elliot. He was sitting at the dining table, wrists bound in flexicuffs, staring at Pax with an expression that was equal parts relief and disbelief. Pax slung the MPX over his shoulder, pulled out a knife, and sliced through the cuffs in one clean motion. Then he grinned. "Looks like you guys were having a party. Did I miss anything?" Chapter 69. Elliot said,
Man, is it good to see you.
"You too, buddy." Pax grinned. "You didn't really think I could drown, did you?"
It did enter my mind.
Elliot flexed his wrists, the sting of the flexicuffs still biting into his skin. His heart was still hammering, the adrenaline of the last few minutes not quite settled. He turned to Pax, already knowing what the guy was going to say before he said it.
We have to go,
Elliot urged. Pax gave a half smirk, unbothered as always. "Why the rush? We just got here. Let's wait until the boss guy turns up and deal with him on his own turf." Elliot shook his head.
We can't wait. We have to get to Michelle.
Pax's smirk faded. "Why?"
The boss is flying in today with his family. He said he was going to go pick up Michelle and bring her here. Thought it'd be nice to have a little reunion.
Elliot's throat went dry.
We have to beat them to her place.
That finally wiped the amusement from Pax's face. He nodded once. "Okay, let's go get her." They moved quickly through the house, stepping over bodies, Pax leading the way, but then Elliot stopped. His eyes caught on a door slightly ajar, the name Amy, written in bright, looping letters on a wooden plaque. His breath hitched. The hallway disappeared. His whole world narrowed to that door. He reached out, pushing it open slowly, stepping inside. The air smelled different in here, softer, untouched by blood and gunpowder. It was a child's room, a 4-year-old's room. A bed with pink sheets, stuffed animals arranged carefully along the pillows. A low bookshelf lined with colorful storybooks, the kind a father might read to his daughter at bedtime. A small table with crayons and half-finished drawings scattered across the surface. Elliot's chest tightened, painfully. This was his daughter's room. His Amy. She had lived here, grown up here, had her first words, her first laughs, her first everything here, without him. His legs felt weak, his breath coming in short, uneven gasps. Had she been happy? Had she laughed in this room? Or had she cried herself to sleep? Had she asked for her daddy, not knowing he had been out there, looking for her every damn day? His fingers brushed against a stuffed rabbit, its fur soft, well-loved. His throat burned. She had slept here, woke up here, lived a life here, and he hadn't been part of it. How much had he missed? How much had been stolen from him? A hand clamped onto his shoulder. Elliot. Pax's voice grounded him, firm, steady. We gotta go. Elliot blinked, forcing himself to breathe. He gave one last lingering look at the room that could have been his world. Then he turned, jaw clenched, eyes cold. They had to get to Michelle, and then find his daughter. Chapter 70. Michelle shifted the grocery bags in her arms, nudging the front door open with her hip. The sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, casting long, golden streaks across the porch, the heat of the day still lingering on the pavement. It had been an uneventful afternoon, until the car pulled up outside. She froze for half a second, her senses sharpening. The sound of an engine cutting off, a door opening, footsteps. Turning, she saw a man standing at the edge of her driveway, a detective, by the look of him, late 50s, maybe older, with a square jaw, a rumpled jacket, and sharp, unreadable eyes that had clearly seen too much. "Michelle Brooks?" the stranger asked. She frowned.
Who's asking?
The man pulled out a worn leather wallet and flipped it open, flashing his badge. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe. His voice was calm, steady, the kind that had delivered bad news more times than he cared to count. Michelle tightened her grip on the bags, her pulse quickening slightly.
What is this about?
Would you mind if we spoke inside? He asked.
I'd rather we didn't,
she said flatly. Ratcliffe gave a small nod, as if he'd expected that. He slid his hands into his pockets, rocking slightly on his heels. I'm here about your daughter. Michelle's breath caught in her throat. A sharp, involuntary reaction. No, that wasn't possible. She lifted her chin, forcing calm into her voice.
You're mistaken. My daughter is dead.
The detective watched her carefully. Elliot's sister brought in a photograph at SeaWorld. He seemed to pause for a moment, as if that should mean something to her. She asked,
SeaWorld? What does anything about my daughter have to do with SeaWorld?
The photograph was of a dolphin performing one of those tricks where it flies through a large ring.
I know what a dolphin show looks like.
Michelle felt anger rising in her throat like bile.
You want to get to the point, sir? What does any of this have to do with my dead daughter?
In that photograph, the detective persisted, there's a young girl laughing in the background. She has the same patch of brown hair within her otherwise red hair, just like Amy.
Amy had a genetic condition called Waardenburg syndrome. It's rare, but not incredibly so. Millions of people worldwide have the syndrome. Therefore, it seems possible that plenty of young girls might share the same unusual hair discoloration.
Your husband, Elliot, believes this isn't someone who looks like Amy. This was Amy.
My husband is a good man, but something terribly wrong happened, and he lost his mind. He killed our daughter and buried her body. He even believes he took drugs to intentionally wipe his memory of the terrible thing he did.
Michelle shook her head.
I don't believe anything Elliot says about that photograph.
All the same, ma'am, there's an investigation, and I'd like to talk to you.
So chat. What do you want to know?
Have you seen Amy recently?
You mean since my husband killed her and hid her body?
She frowned.
No, Detective, I have not seen my lost, dead daughter. I think we're done here.
I think she's alive.
That's impossible,
Michelle said, shaking her head, her voice quieter now.
I would know. A mother always knows. Wouldn't she?
Detective Ratcliffe didn't argue, just studied her, waiting, let the weight of his words settle. She swallowed, her throat dry.
You don't have proof of anything.
Not yet, but we've opened an investigation. Michelle forced herself to breathe, to think. If there was even the slightest chance. No, she had buried her daughter. She had grieved. She had tried to move on. There's something else I need to ask you about, Ratcliffe continued. The $10 million. Michelle blinked. The sudden shift in conversation caught her off guard.
What about it?
Where did it come from? She hesitated. It wasn't a secret, not really, but she had never liked explaining it.
I have a rare blood type, something called Rh null, she said finally. People with it can almost never conceive. My friend, Dr. Yvette Johnston, owned an IVF clinic. She used my blood for research, came up with a treatment that could help people with Rh null have children. I don't know the science behind it, but apparently it turned into a wonder drug. Yvette made a fortune. She felt obligated to gift me some of it. $10 million, to be exact.
Ratcliffe's expression didn't change, but she could feel him absorbing every word. And you never questioned it. Michelle let out a breath, tired now.
What was there to question? She was my friend. She wanted to share the good fortune I'd helped her to make.
The detective jotted something down in his notepad, then tore off a page, offering it to her. His card. If you think of anything else, call me. She took it, her fingers barely closing around the edge. Ratcliffe slipped his notebook back into his jacket, nodding once before heading back toward his car. Michelle stood there for a long moment, the evening breeze tugging at her hair, her mind racing. If her daughter was alive.
No, it wasn't possible. Was it?
Not a day went by when Michelle didn't think about her daughter, what she would look like now, how she would act, if she were happy. She would happily trade the $10 million gift she received after she lost Amy, even just to have one more day with her. No, she thought, Amy can't be alive. A mother would have known. Chapter 71. Detective Ryan drove down the street. He didn't get far before he got a call from Trevor Howard. He glanced at the name on his cell phone, hit the answer button. Hi, Trevor. Ryan, how are you doing down there? I'm not making a lot of headway, but I'm finding a few things. Don't worry, if I get any serious leads, you will be the first to know. It's okay. Actually, I have some pretty bad news. What? They found Amy Brooks' body. Are you certain? They've done DNA tests. It's a match. There was a teddy bear with the name Amy on it, too. Ryan was silent. You okay? Trevor asked. No. Ryan squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, exhaled, and then opened them again. The world's a really shitty place at times. I thought this was it. This was supposed to be the good news story of my life. The one that made everything else worthwhile. I couldn't help my family, my marriage, my drinking. Hell, even my damned niece turned out to be a spy who sold U.S. tech secrets to China. Everything was bad. But I thought if I could just find Amy Brooks alive, if I could reunite a little girl with her parents who both adored her, maybe, just maybe, my life would have had meaning. I'm really sorry, man. Yeah, me too. Come join for a drink when you get back to Oregon. I will. Ryan sighed heavily. But first I have to do something. Trevor asked, What? Ryan swallowed hard. I have to tell Michelle her daughter's dead all over again. Chapter 72. Pax guided the car smoothly along the winding coastal road, the deep purr of the engine barely audible over the rhythmic crash of the Pacific. The sun was almost directly overhead, bathing the beachfront mansions in a warm, golden glow. Every house they passed was a testament to wealth, glass-walled monoliths perched on the cliffs, sleek modernist structures with infinity pools that seemed to merge with the ocean beyond, Mediterranean villas with red-tiled roofs and manicured hedges, sculpted into precise geometric patterns. It was a world of obscene privilege. A playground for the kind of people who never had to check a price tag. Pax had spent enough time around the wealthy to recognize the different types. Some built these homes as trophies, meant to be admired more than lived in. Others, the true old money, kept things understated, relatively speaking. A discreet, classic, colonial-style estate with a private beach and a 50-foot yacht bobbing in the water nearby. They passed a long stretch of private beachfront, where a group of tanned, designer-clad 20-somethings were gathered around a fire pit, laughing as they sipped from crystal tumblers. Further down, a man in a crisp white linen shirt stood on his balcony, gazing out at the ocean with the detached ease of someone who had nothing to rush for, nowhere he needed to be. Pax flexed his grip on the wheel. It was a beautiful illusion, this part of San Diego, a carefully curated mirage of security, comfort, and permanence. But he knew better than most. No fortress was truly impregnable, no fortune immune to the tides. Elliot said, I can't wait to see my wife. You still love her, don't you? In every way. You don't even have the slightest fear that she's responsible for everything? What, somehow making money from sending me to prison? Elliot shook his head. No way. She's a saint, I promise you. Pax looked at the wealth oozing off the residential buildings. How many saints do you know spend $3 million on a house just after their husband goes to prison for killing their daughter? You'll see. Mark my words. You have it wrong about Michelle. She is a fucking saint. The best woman in the world, and I just happened to get lucky enough to meet her. To this day, I don't know what it was she saw in me, but I've tried my absolute best to be better for her. Pax smiled. What's that saying about people and what they know? I have no idea. We question all our beliefs. except for the ones we truly believe in, and those we never think to question."
"That's so true."
Elliot paused.
"Who said that? Socrates? Aristotle?"
Orson Scott Card, in Speaker for the Dead.
"A science fiction writer."
Elliot nodded, suppressed a grin.
"You think I'm refusing to see Michelle for who she is?"
"The thought has crossed my mind," Pax admitted. Elliot smiled.
"Just wait until you meet her. I'll happily accept your apology after you agree she's the kindest, most wonderful, and gentle soul to grace this earth."
"And I'll happily give it as I sit in her warm jacuzzi overlooking the Pacific Ocean, feeling all the tension and stress wash away." Pax stopped the car out the front of a large home. "Yeah, I can see the altruism already." Elliot wasn't deterred.
"Come on, let's go find the truth."
Pax paused. "One last thing."
"What?"
"Just keep in mind your wife,
"Michelle."
she may not be too happy to see you."
"Of course she wants to see me. We're soulmates."
Pax nodded. As far as he was concerned, Elliot was completely delusional. Soulmates, except you haven't heard a word from her for 2 years.
"Just wait until you see her."
Pax stepped toward the mansion. There was a sign above the door. Amy Brooks Children's Advocacy Center. Elliot grinned, looked at Pax, and said,
"I'll take that apology now."
Chapter 73. Detective Ratcliffe's car phone rang. He glanced at the blocked number, hit the answer button. A man answered.
"Detective Ryan Ratcliffe?"
"Speaking."
"I'm a friend of Althea,"
the man said without offering his name.
"Can we talk?"
"Yes, now's a good time."
"You know what this is about?"
"Yes, I asked Althea if she knew anyone who could track something down for me."
"I owe her a favor. You can tell her from me I no longer owe her anything."
"I understand."
"There were 2 identical payments by Obsidian Holdings on the same day Elliot Brooks became rich."
"Go on."
"Each for $10 million. One went to Michelle Brooks, and the other, Dr. Yvette Johnston."
Ryan recalled Michelle's explanation that Dr. Johnston had gotten rich off her rare blood type and felt the need to share that good fortune with her. It was possible they were both telling the truth. He said,
"Do you know who owns Obsidian Holdings?" "Officially, it's an offshore company, and we have no idea."
"And unofficially?"
"It's a subsidiary, cum laundering account for Joe Azzopardi, a.k.a. the Maltese Eagle."
Ryan said, "Wasn't it a falcon?"
"Yeah, in the movie. This is real life, and no, I didn't make up the name."
"Who is he?"
"On paper, he's a whisper-clean businessman with ties to a multitude of legitimate business ventures."
"And off the books?"
"He's a ruthless crime boss who deals in everything from extortion through to drugs, prostitution, and human trafficking."
"Great. You got an address?"
"Sure. But what are you thinking of doing? Driving up to his house and asking for a cup of coffee and a chat?"
Ryan looked at his Glock. He was feeling in a somewhat suicidal mood. "Sure. That sounds like a good start." Chapter 74. Pax knocked on the heavy wooden door, its deep mahogany surface gleaming in the late afternoon sun. He expected a security system, maybe a housekeeper, or some kind of gatekeeper to a $3 million mansion. Instead, the door swung open, and a woman stood in the entryway. She was in her mid-20s, with striking features that carried both elegance and a quiet intensity. Her deep red hair framed a heart-shaped face, with high cheekbones and full lips that were slightly parted in surprise. Her hazel eyes, sharp and discerning, flicked over him with a mixture of curiosity and quiet calculation. Dressed in a fitted blouse and dark jeans, she carried herself with effortless confidence, poised, but far from pretentious.
"Can I help you?"
she asked, her voice smooth but cautious. Before Pax could answer, she stiffened. Her gaze shifted past him, her lips parting on a sharp inhale.
"Elliot?"
she whispered, as if saying the name would make him disappear. And then she moved. In an instant, she threw her arms around the man behind Pax, launching herself into his embrace. Elliot barely had time to react before she pressed her lips to his, deep, desperate, like someone who had spent years believing this moment would never come. They kissed. It was a long, tender, loving kiss. When she finally pulled away, Michelle said,
"It is true. You did break out of a supermax prison."
Chapter 75. Elliot introduced Pax and Michelle. Michelle brought them into her office. She perched herself on the edge of the desk, her hands gripping the edge, her legs swinging almost like a teenager. Elliot took a seat beside her, and Pax stayed standing, studying the place with what might have been a genuine interest in her work. But Elliot knew this was Pax's way of scoping out the place as a fortress against an attack from Joe and his thugs. The space bathed in the soft glow of late afternoon light filtering through the wide windows. The room was warm, inviting, but professional. Bookshelves lined with legal texts and child advocacy materials, framed photos of children laughing and playing, and a large oak desk scattered with neatly stacked case files. Elliot asked,
"So what do you do here?" "We work with all children who need help,"
she began, her voice steady, though Elliot caught the flicker of pain in her eyes.
"But we focus on children with disabilities, kids who need more support, who struggle to be seen, who are too often left behind. They need advocates, people who fight for them when no one else will." "It must be very rewarding work," Elliot said. "It is," she agreed.
The two of them sat there in silence for what might have been a minute. Pax turned and said, "This place is terrible."
"Excuse me?"
Michelle said. Then, almost ignoring her, Pax said to Elliot, "I suggest you save the catch-up with your wife and we move somewhere else. Maybe even commandeer next door."
"Why?"
Michelle asked, her face riddled with confusion. "There are too many windows here. We're much too vulnerable from Joe's men." Addressing Elliot, Michelle said,
"Is he always like this?"
Elliot nodded.
"Yeah, Pax is a little direct."
"You can explain my quirks later," Pax said. Then to Michelle he said, "There's a bad man named Joe Azzopardi."
"The Maltese Eagle,"
Michelle said. "You know him?" Pax asked. Michelle shook her head.
"No, but he's notorious in California. He's kind of our very own Al Capone."
"Well, right now, he's heading this way."
"Here? Why?"
If I had to guess, to finish off what he started by framing Elliot 2 years ago. But we'll get to that. Right now, we need to get out of here. Pax looked around. The place was empty. It was either too early, or one of those days people didn't use the center's services. He said, "I suggest you lock up and put a note on the door. The place is closed today. We can take my car."
"You want me to get in the car with a fugitive?"
she asked. "Yes, or you can wait here and find out what makes people compare Joe to Al Capone." She didn't hesitate.
"I'll lock up."
2 minutes later, they were in the Chevelle. They parked a few hundred yards down at a neighboring street that overlooked Michelle's place. Trying to keep things short and succinct, Pax gave her a rundown on the photograph, the attack on Elliot's life, which led to the prison escape, and what they had found out so far, that they knew about the $10 million. At the end of it, Michelle said,
"But Amy is dead."
"No, it's not true," Elliot said. "I've seen a photograph of her. She's alive and living in San Diego."
"I'm so sorry, Elliot. It's not true."
"No, she's alive. I know it. Can't you feel the connection to your own daughter?"
"You're wrong."
Tears streamed down her eyes.
"I got a call this morning. They found Amy's body."
Chapter 76. Joe Azzopardi's Mansion, San Diego. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe was feeling good, better than he had for days. Suddenly, he'd worked it all out. They almost fooled him. He'd very nearly gone back to Portland without even attempting to make sense of it. Then it hit him. All the pieces fell into place, and he knew who he had to see to make everything right. One final piece of the puzzle that still had the chance to fix it. True to his word, he turned up unannounced at Joe Azzopardi's place in San Diego. He pressed a button at the large gate out front. It was one of those ones with the little digital camera, so someone could see who was at the gate. There was no answer. He waited a minute and then pressed it again. Still nothing. A teal Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon approached the gate. Its driver, a good-looking woman in her early 30s, with dark hair, bright eyes, and a lively smile, gave him an appraising look. Then, sensing that there was nothing to be concerned of, or simply the fact that she was being protected by her husband's men, she pressed a button that rolled down her window. She smiled.
"Are you a police officer or a delivery man?"
"Police officer," he replied. Then, to add clarification, he said, "I'm a detective."
"Figures."
"Really? Why?"
"My husband's men generally open the gate for deliveries."
She went to drive in. Ratcliffe lifted a hand to stop her. "Ma'am, please, we need to chat. You're Vinca Azzopardi, aren't you? It's you I came to see." She eyed him suspiciously. Then she shakes her head.
"So make a request through the official channels. My daughter's asleep in the back."
"It's about Amy that I need to speak with you." That got her attention.
"I don't care what you have on my husband. You never, ever bring Amy into this. Do I make myself clear?"
"I'm sorry, ma'am." Ratcliffe offered his most self-deprecating grin. "I don't have anything on your husband. It's Amy I'm trying to help."
"Really?"
"Yes." Ratcliffe looked around. "Is there anywhere more private we can talk?"
"No."
"Okay, let's do it out here."
"Sure. You've got 2 minutes. Then I call my husband's men, and they'll have you forcibly removed from my property."
"I know Amy's not your child." Vinca looked like she was considering drawing a gun from a secret side door compartment and killing him where he stood. Instead, she said,
"I don't know what game you're trying to play, but Amy's my daughter."
"She's not, and I think I can prove it."
"How?"
"A simple DNA test would confirm she's not yours." Vinca shook her head. There was more laughter in her eyes than true concern, and Ryan could see what Joe saw in her. If he were 20 years younger, he too would have been happy to marry her.
"I think someone's put you up to this."
"This isn't a joke. I can prove Amy was stolen. A good man went to prison because of it after the courts assumed he'd killed and hidden his daughter's body. A good woman has lived with the heartbreak of knowing her only daughter was murdered. And a child lost her true parents." Vinca glanced over her shoulder back at Amy. It was as though she needed reassurance.
"Who are you?"
"My name's Ryan. Ryan Ratcliffe. I'm a detective in Portland, Oregon." His eyes misted over. He was so close. He could feel he'd made the right decision. "Through unusual events, Amy's case came to my attention. I don't know or care who your husband is. I'm pleading for you as a good mother and someone who obviously loves Amy to do what's right." Vinka's eyes narrowed. She could see the pain in his face, and a kind part of her knew it would be wrong to dismiss him out of hand. Instead, she said, "I don't know who put you up to this, but it is clear to me you believe it. I can tell you now, I don't need a DNA test to tell you Amy is my own biological daughter. I conceived her with my husband, and I birthed her at UC San Diego Health. Amy has a birth certificate with our names on it. Everything can be verified." "I understand you believe that, but I think you will find your husband deceived you." "Why?" "Because he wanted a baby, and you were unable to give him one." She laughed out loud at that. "You really don't know when to stop, do you?" Vinka was about to drive in through the gate, but something in his looks stopped her. "You couldn't conceive naturally, could you?" Ryan held her gaze. "That's why you went to Demeter Nexus Vitae." Her eyes flashed with anger. "How dare you?" "It's true, isn't it?" "They told me I had a simple gynecological problem. It was treated with day surgery, and the next week I conceived naturally." Vinka shook her head, but there were the tiniest tendrils of doubt now growing in her heart. "I gave birth to Amy. It was a natural birth, none of the modern-day cesareans. I suffered the pain of childbirth, and then they placed her on my chest, and we connected the way only a mother and her child may connect." "They lied to you, Mrs. Azzopardi. Your husband has been lying to you all this time." "I don't believe a word you're saying," she said, but she was visibly shaken now. "I want you to go." "I want you to look at Amy tonight when you tuck her into bed, and think about her real mom and dad, those who love her as much as you do, and try and picture the anguish that this has caused them. Then, not for me or anyone else, for yourself, go take her to the hospital and ask for a DNA test." Ryan turned to leave. "I'm going to leave you my card. If one day you decide to do the right thing and find out the truth, give me a call, and I'll put you in touch with Amy's real parents." "You're wrong, Detective. I have barely ever let Amy out of my sight. I gave birth to her. I was there for her first steps, her first words. And then I stayed with her for nearly a year as the cancer tried to rob her of everything she'd worked so hard to learn." Now there were tears streaming down her face. "I prayed, and I prayed that I would be better, that I knew what my husband was, that we would both be better people. I made a deal with God, and then one day he brought my Amy back to me. Little by little, she got better. Eventually, they were able to turn off the life support machine that had kept her alive for all those months, and every day, she's gotten a little better." Ryan, too, had tears in his eyes. Vinka turned to Amy. "Look at my beautiful girl now. Nobody will take her away from me. Nobody." Ryan nodded. "That's not your daughter." "I'm done. Goodbye, Detective." Vinka drove the G-Wagon through, the electronic gate closing behind her. Ryan shouted, "Don't you want to learn what happened to your real daughter?" He wasn't sure if Vinka heard him or not. He watched her step inside, leaving the back door to the Mercedes open for her sleeping child. A moment later, Vinka screamed. Chapter 77. Demeter Nexus Vitae, San Diego. Dr. Yvette Johnston felt her whole world shift beneath her. She'd kept the secret for so long, and now Michelle and her husband were coming here to confront her. Everything was going to come apart. Only one person could hold this together, but the cost would be brutal. She picked up the phone and made a call. Joe picked up. He didn't say anything. Never did. Without preamble, Yvette said,
Joe, we have a serious problem. Michelle and Elliot are coming to the clinic.
"Why?"
They want to know what we did.
"Okay."
What the fuck do I do?
Joe said, "Calm down. Stay there. It's going to be all right. You can show them everything. Tell them the truth. A good story will hold anyone's attention."
What will you do?
Joe's voice took on a cold and cruel tone. "I'm going to come and personally fix this whole mess." Chapter 78. Ryan jumped the fence and ran up to the front door. Vinka turned, her face crumpling in on his chest. She was hysterical, and for a moment he found himself embracing her. Ryan asked, "What is it?" She looked up and backed away, as if she suddenly realized she was being held by a stranger out the front of their family house. Her stoic nature seemed to return as quickly as it had departed, and she said,
Look for yourself.
He stepped in through the front door. There were several dead bodies, their blood still congealing around the floor. He picked up his cell and called 911, gave his details and the address. Ryan then turned to Vinka and asked, "Where's your husband?"
I don't know. We've only just gotten back from a vacation on Hawaii. He said he had some errands to run today.
"Where?"
I don't know.
Vinka paused.
Wait, I can find him on our shared My Friends app.
The thought of Vinka and her notoriously criminal husband sharing a My Friends app to keep track of each other seemed insane. All the same, she opened it up and clicked on the Find My Friend button. It showed him stopped, 3 blocks away. Vinka visibly gasped. "You know where that place is?" Ryan asked. Vinka nodded.
That's the Demeter Nexus Vitae.
"See?" Ryan said. "He's going there to get rid of the evidence."
Amy's still my daughter, but I want to know what he's doing there.
"Good, let's go." She thought about that for a second.
All right, but we'll take my car, because Amy's still asleep.
Chapter 79. Demeter Nexus Vitae, San Diego. The IVF clinic had a closed sign on its door. A hastily scrawled apology indicated that Dr. Johnston was taken away on urgent private matters. There was then a phone number for UC San Diego Health Obstetrics and Gynae for emergencies. It was getting dark, and the clinic probably wasn't supposed to stay open much later anyway. Michelle knocked on the door. Yvette came out from around the back and unlocked the door. Michelle, Elliot, and Pax all walked through. Yvette quickly locked the door and guided them into the back, staff-only area. She had tears streaming down her face. Michelle threw her arms around her.
What's happened?
Yvette looked at Pax and Elliot.
I thought it was just you coming. This is my husband, Elliot.
Michelle gestured toward the big guy.
This is his friend, Pax. You can trust them both.
Yvette looked like she was struggling to keep anything together. Michelle said,
Do you want to tell us what this is all about?
Yvette burst into tears.
Oh, Michelle, I did something terrible. What happened?
Michelle asked.
I'm freaking out. Just tell me.
Yvette drew a breath.
I don't know where to start. I told Elliot about the fact that I have the ultra-rare Rh-Nel blood type, and that this meant it was impossible for me to have a child with him. I told him about the dilemma, and about the fact that you had found a donor. It's a start,
Yvette admitted. Michelle gritted her teeth and suppressed the urge to smother her own friend.
What I don't understand is how we went from that to my husband allegedly killing my daughter, and now some photograph of someone who looks identical to Amy, smiling happily at SeaWorld. SeaWorld.
Yvette looked wild.
That's what started this whole thing. A damned trip to SeaWorld has ruined everything.
Michelle said.
Elliot is convinced it's Amy. SeaWorld.
Yvette looked like she was in a trance, unable to get past that part. Michelle said,
I would have agreed with him if it wasn't for the fact that I got a call from a detective today confirming that they had finally discovered Amy's body. The DNA's an exact match. So you want to start giving me some fucking answers?"
Yvette spread her arms in supplication.
All right. I will tell you everything. I am so sorry."
"What did you do?" Elliot asked, and for a moment Michelle genuinely was worried that this new version of the man she loved, the one who had been broken by 2 years in a supermax prison, was about to kill Yvette before they got answers. Pax held firm. "Let her talk. You won't learn anything like this."
"You have to believe me."
Tears streamed down Yvette's flushed cheeks.
"This all started because I wanted to help."
Chapter 80. Pax made a quick reconnaissance of the clinic, and Yvette began releasing 5 years of secrets. Demeter Nexus Vitae was housed in an old 2-story Californian bungalow, modernized inside but still made of sturdy, old-growth hardwood. It was probably owned by someone important in its day. The top level was once an attic space but had been converted into offices or private rooms. A wooden staircase connected the 2 floors with a small deck off the second-story rooms, most likely overlooking the ocean. There were several glass windows. Each of them was blocked by security bars. It made sense, given the types of drugs and expensive medical equipment stored inside the clinic. He overheard Yvette say,
"I felt so bad when you came down here that first time, and I figured out that you had the ultra-rare Rh null blood type. I knew how much you wanted to have a baby, but now the option was virtually impossible to you. You told me at the time it was impossible. That's because I didn't want to get your hopes up."
Yvette pressed her lips together.
"But I had a plan. I emailed all the leading hematologists, looking for a list of other people who shared the rarest blood type in the world. I remember that's how you found the donor," Michelle said.
Yvette shook her head.
"No, that's how I told you I found the donor." "Then how did you find the donor?" "I didn't."
Michelle frowned.
"I don't understand. The donor found me."
Yvette's face tightened, as though she were fighting to control a powerful emotion.
"The donor came to me with the same problem as you. He came to me, like you, wanting nothing more than to enjoy the love that comes only with parenthood. The parenthood that fate, a cruel mistress, had denied him." "I'm still not following you,"
Michelle said. Elliot looked at Pax as though he were going to scream, but some powerful internal force kept him at bay, as if he knew without doing so he would never know the truth. Yvette said,
"The donor wanted a baby. The donor was Rh null blood type. He couldn't have a baby with his wife who he adored because she was O positive. They could try as much as they wanted, but it always ended the same way, in a miscarriage, after the embryo developed blood, and its immune system attacked it because of the Rh null parentage."
"That's why he needed Michelle, isn't it?" Pax said. Yvette nodded.
"Yes. He needed a donor who shared his Rh null blood type. It was the only way to conceive a baby and keep it viable to deliver." "But I never gave the donor a baby."
Michelle shook her head.
"He donated his sperm, that's all. Look, I would have liked to ask you, but I couldn't risk you refusing." "What are you saying?"
Michelle asked. Yvette said,
"We mixed your eggs with his sperm and made multiple embryos. One was transferred into you, and the other was transferred into his wife." "Did she know?" "No, she's a strict Catholic. She never would have gone for it. But the donor was insistent he wanted a baby. He didn't care if it was a boy or a girl. He just wanted his own child, a part of him to remain when he finally left the world."
Pax said, "How did you transfer the second embryo into his wife without her knowing?"
"It was easy. She came to me to try and find out why she was having trouble conceiving. We diagnosed her with a gynecologic condition that sometimes prevented pregnancy.
Yvette pressed her lips together.
We then told her it could be fixed with a simple surgery, during which we made the embryo transfer. Her husband made sure to sleep with her and celebrate their anniversary the next week. 38 weeks later, a perfectly healthy girl was born. The donor chose to name the baby Amy, after his mother.
Michelle said,
I don't understand how you could do any of this. I thought I was doing a good thing. I was helping 2 people who desperately wanted to have children of their own become parents. But you lied to us all.
Yvette said,
Look, Joe Azzopardi is not the type of person one wants to say no to.
The room seemed to cool in an instant.
Joe Azzopardi,
Michelle said.
As in the Al Capone of California? Yes.
What does any of this have to do with him?
Elliot asked. Yvette said,
Joe's your genetic soulmate.
Chapter 81. Michelle watched as Elliot couldn't hold back anymore. He said,
I don't care what you did. I still don't understand how any of this led to us losing Amy, me going to prison, or Michelle getting filthy rich.
Everything went well for the first year. Both Amys were happy, healthy, growing babies who were meeting their development milestones. Yes, I made some good money out of it and was able to advance with my clinic on Joe's funding, but it was more than that. I felt good about what I had done. So I broke some ethical rules. Too bad. The end justifies the means.
What went wrong? Pax asked.
Amy, Joe and Vinka Azzopardi's daughter, got sick. It was a rare type of blood cancer. Nobody really knew if she would get better. But being Rh null meant that she was limited to the people who could donate blood.
You had me flying down every 2 weeks with my Amy because you said she needed to build up a store of her Rh null blood in case anything should ever happen to her.
Michelle's heart ached.
You even offered to pay for the flights.
I'm sorry, but that blood kept Joe and Vinka Azzopardi's Amy alive for another 12 months.
And then what happened?
Elliot asked. Yvette said,
Joe came to me with a proposition.
Oh, God!
Michelle screamed.
It can't be. You can't be that cruel. He said he would pay me $20 million if I switched the babies. He said he loved his wife, and if she found out she was going to lose her daughter, it would kill her. He was desperate. He was willing to do anything to keep up the charade.
Switched babies?
Michelle said.
How? Surely someone would have noticed. Besides, they were 2 years old. They already would have had their own little personalities.
We didn't just make multiple embryos from your eggs and Joe's sperm, Yvette said. A single embryo split, forming identical twins. One was transferred to you and the other, Vinka.
Michelle remembered meeting another woman who was waiting for some procedure on the day that she'd had the embryo transfer. She could still remember the woman looking nervous, holding her rosary beads, and telling her that she didn't know what she would do if the procedure failed to help her conceive. Michelle said,
So what happened? You simply took my Amy and switched with his?
Basically, yes. The second Amy was taken off life support. She was buried above the beach at Point Loma, San Diego, a place where Amy had loved to go and chase the seagulls.
And our Amy?
Michelle asked, trying to imagine how frightened her daughter would have been.
She was heavily sedated. A tube was put down her throat. She ended up spending 2 weeks on a ventilator. She'd been given heavy amnesic medications along with her sedatives. She would have forgotten everything about her previous life.
Yvette whimpered.
I'm so sorry. Even if I could return her to you, your Amy would never remember either of you. She's only ever known her life with Joe and Vinka."
Elliot screamed.
"I'm going to kill you."
"I'm sorry," Yvette said. "I couldn't prevent it. Like I said, it wasn't like I could say no to Joe as a party."
"But it didn't stop you taking the money,"
Elliot said. Yvette nodded.
"I split half with your wife. I knew she wouldn't blow it on herself. She would put the money to good use, as I was proved correct when she set up a center to look after disadvantaged kids."
"You got rich, too."
"Yes, but for all, my company has thrived. I've done aid work in third world countries all over the planet, setting up reproductive health clinics at my own expense."
"Joe's expense,"
Elliot argued. Michelle said,
"Have you seen her?" "Who?"
Yvette asked.
"Amy. Our Amy. Who do you think we're talking about here?"
"Yes, a couple times. Vinka, her other mother, brings her by the clinic sometimes to show her off and tell her that it was because of me that she was blessed with such a wonderful daughter."
Elliot looked like he was going to explode. For Michelle, it was different. Her anger had been deflated. She asked,
"Is she happy?" "Yes,"
Yvette said without hesitation.
"Both her parents dote over her. She's rich, but she's spoiled with love and attention, not material gifts. Joe may be a bad man, but he is an amazing father."
Michelle thought about where to go from here. Did she and Elliot really have the right to tear Amy away from her family once again? Could she live with herself if she hurt her daughter that way? Could she live with herself if she didn't? She was still pondering that question when she first smelt something strange. Michelle said,
"What's that smell?"
Behind her, Elliot pointed toward the staircase, where a small waterfall was forming.
"Oh, God. That's gasoline."
Michelle turned to look at it. A split second later, Yvette slammed into her.
"Duck!"
A shot fired. Some sort of high-powered rifle. Michelle hit the ground hard. She heard the staccato of submachine gun fire erupting from Pax's weapon. Pax yelled, "Get out of there!" Michelle rolled over, but Yvette stayed slumped on the floor.
"Get up!"
Michelle yelled. She rolled Yvette's lifeless body over. A single bullet wound tore part of her skull in half. Chapter 82. Vinka drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon up to the front entrance of the IVF clinic. A high-powered rifle shot fired. It was followed by the cacophony of submachine gun fire. And then, nothing but silence. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe grabbed his Glock and looked at Vinka. "You and Amy, stay in the car."
"Where are you going?"
Vinka asked. "To see if I can save someone."
"You know my husband is in there."
"I'm sorry. I know that you love your husband."
"No, it's not that."
Vinka squeezed his hand.
"I'm warning you. He doesn't take prisoners. If you go in there, there's a good chance you won't ever come out alive again."
"I understand."
"For what it's worth, Ryan, you're a good man. I wish you luck."
"Thanks," Ryan said. As soon as he stepped out of the car, the scent of gasoline fume wafted through his nostrils. The sound inside went silent. He waited for a full minute, and then, with his Glock ready to shoot, he stepped inside through the main door. Chapter 83. Pax switched the main power switch off. The clinic was now bathed in darkness. The clinic was broken into a semi-crescent waiting room, a smaller matching crescent-shaped reception desk, followed by a long hallway that was lined by a total of 8 procedure rooms. Metal surgical storage cupboards were spaced out every few feet along the hall, offering decent concealment and possibly some cover. At the far end was a large bookshelf containing thick medical textbooks. It was behind this that he now waited. Elliot and Michelle were in the treatment room at the farthest end, while he remained at the end of the hallway. Pax was fairly sure that Joe was waiting for them in the first treatment room. With the lights off inside, it allowed the moon's glow from outside to create a sort of silhouette of anyone approaching through the main foyer. It was through there that he saw Detective Ratcliffe enter. The man's shadow looked like a neon light from inside. He needed to warn him somehow, but he couldn't risk revealing where he was to Joe. The detective moved quickly. He sprinted to the outside of the crescent-shaped receptionist table. Then, with the barrel of his Glock pointed toward the darkness, almost straight at Pax, he shouted,
"Joe, this is Detective Ratcliffe. Your wife and daughter are outside."
There was no response from anyone. Ryan said,
"It's over. Vinka knows Amy's not her daughter."
There was a slight bang as someone moved into a metal object in the dark.
"The police are on their way,"
Ryan said.
"Give yourself up. There's still time for you to walk out that door and not be here when they get here."
Pax could hear another sound. Someone was moving. He cursed himself for not checking out each of the treatment rooms individually. They must have been linked by a door behind them. That meant, in the darkness, Joe was trying to make his way around the clinic toward the front. Pax mentally pictured where it would come out. He remembered the door next to the crescent-shaped receptionist table. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe was planning on playing it safe, waiting for Joe to give himself up or wait there until the police cavalry arrived. But Joe had other ideas. Pax needed to warn him somehow. He slowly moved up from the hiding place to the side of the bookshelf, to the next metal storage cupboard. Leapfrogging in the dark between each space, he worked his way down through the hallway. Pax could hear the gentle footsteps of Joe moving. The man was a wraith, but Pax was a ghost. He reached the last treatment room and saw Joe race through toward the back doorway. Pax ran toward the crescent-shaped desk. Ryan was staring at him, his eyes fixed on Pax's movement instead of listening for Joe, who was creeping up behind him. Pax yelled,
"Ryan, get down!"
"Pax," Ryan said in acknowledgement, turning around. But it was too late. Joe opened fire. Pax jumped and tackled Joe to the floor. Joe had replaced the rifle with a submachine gun, and the entire foyer erupted with gunfire. Chapter 84. Ryan had never been so happy to see Pax West. The man had just saved his life. In the soft glow of the moonlight, hiding with their backs right up against the crescent-shaped receptionist desk, they exchanged a quick glance. Pax indicated where Joe was most likely now waiting. Then, showing 3 fingers, he counted off. 1, 2, 3, and then opened fire with a submachine gun. Joe retreated, running back into the treatment rooms again. A moment later, Michelle ran through the foyer and out the door, with Elliot covering her from behind with the second submachine gun. If Elliot could just get past the next 2 treatment room doors, they could all retreat. Just a little closer. They were going to make it. Then Ryan saw something that turned the blood in his veins to ice. Chapter 85. Amy's eyes opened. It was dark outside. That seemed strange to her. The last thing she remembered was she had told her mommy that she promised she wouldn't fall asleep in the car on the way home from the park. The sun was getting close to setting, and her mom told her she wouldn't sleep if she had a nap this late. She looked at her mom. It was strange. She was just sitting there. They never sat in the car. Maybe her mom had fallen asleep? That would be funny. If her mom fell asleep in the car, she probably needed the rest. That's when she heard the loud bangs coming from outside. She looked out the window. Where were they? Oh, she knew this place. This was where the nice doctor lived. And there were fireworks inside. I want to see the fireworks. She unclipped her 5-point safety harness in her toddler seat. It made her feel very big. She didn't need her mommy to unplug her anymore. She could do it all by herself. Amy grabbed her soft toy. It was a panda, hugging it to her chest, and then opened the door and walked out. It was all dark inside the doctor's house. Amy wasn't afraid. She was a big girl now. Besides, it was probably only dark inside to make it easier to see the fireworks. For some reason, it never occurred to her that fireworks were generally released outdoors. She opened the front door and stepped inside. The glow of the moon lit up a grown-up standing still in the foyer. There was something familiar about him. A warmth like a soft toy, or a Disney creature, or her mother. The grown-up yelled, "Panda, run!" Amy screamed, "Daddy!" And just then, another firework exploded. Chapter 86. The shot hit him square in the chest. Elliot felt the impact before he heard it. A sharp, concussive force that punched through his ribs, knocking the air from his lungs like a sledgehammer. A sickening heat bloomed beneath his skin, spreading outward in hot, pulsing waves. He staggered, his legs suddenly leaden, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. Blood filled his mouth, thick, coppery, wrong. His gaze locked onto Amy. She was just a few feet away, her eyes wide, her lips forming his name, "Daddy!" But he couldn't hear her. Couldn't hear anything. The gunfire around him had faded into a distant, muffled roar, as if the world had been wrapped in cotton. The ground felt unsteady beneath his feet, the room spinning as his vision tunneled, dark shadows creeping in from the edges.
"Not now. Not yet."
He swayed, his knees buckling. The pain in his chest was nothing compared to the desperate need to breathe. But each attempt only dragged more blood into his lungs, drowning him from the inside. Then came the whoosh, a deep, hungry sound, like a breath being drawn into the lungs of a monster. The fire caught. It started small, delicate, almost beautiful, skipping from one gasoline-drenched spot to another, tiny flames flickering and dancing along the wooden floor. And then it spread. The flames leapt higher, faster, devouring everything in their path. The heat became unbearable, searing against his skin. Smoke curled around him, thick and acrid, crawling into his nose, his throat, his already failing lungs. It burned. God, it burned.
"Will it be the fire?"
He wondered distantly.
"Or the blood in my lungs that kills me first?"
The darkness swelled, pressing in, pulling him under. His body felt distant, weightless, as though he were already slipping away. And then, hands. A sudden, powerful grip. An arm, strong and unyielding, wrapping around his torso. The fire raged. The world blurred. And just as the flames closed in, he was pulled free. Chapter 87. Pax knelt on the pavement, his arms burning from the weight of carrying Elliot out of the inferno. He laid him carefully on his side, resting him against Michelle, who immediately cradled him in her loving arms, her hands shaking as she brushed the soot and blood from his face. Elliot's breathing was shallow, his chest rising and falling in weak, uneven intervals. They could hear the sirens of the emergency services on their way. The ambulance was coming. They just had to hold on. Thick smoke poured from the clinic, curling into the night sky in heavy, suffocating plumes. The air stung of gasoline and burning wood, and every breath felt like swallowing embers. Pax wiped the sweat and soot from his brow, glancing toward the flashing red and blue lights cutting through the chaos. The wail of sirens grew louder. A few feet away, Joe stumbled out of the building, his face streaked with sweat and ash, his hands raised in surrender. He was unarmed. His usual cocky smirk was gone, replaced by something hollow. Detective Ratcliffe moved in fast. He approached with one hand on his Glock. "Hands behind your back so I can cuff you, Joe." Joe nodded. "I know it's over." Pax looked at him. The man was much shorter than he'd expected, 5 feet at the most. He looked tough, but was still small and wiry. Not the sort of person you'd expect to run a criminal empire that specialized in extortion. Then, Vinka's voice cut through the noise like a blade.
"Where's Amy?"
A terrible, suffocating silence followed. Then, the scream. A high, panicked cry, muffled by the crackling roar of the fire. Pax's head snapped up, his gaze locked onto the second level of the old bungalow, where the flames had begun to curl up the walls like hungry fingers. There, behind a set of barred windows on the second floor and barely visible through the smoke, was Amy. She screamed, "Daddy, I can't get out." Her hands gripped the metal bars. Her face twisted in terror as she screamed again, pounding against the unyielding iron. The firelight danced across her features, flickering shadows, making her look impossibly small, impossibly fragile. The building beneath her groaned, the wooden frame weakening, ready to collapse. Pax's stomach turned to ice. There wasn't time. Joe yelled, "Quick, we have to save her." Ryan tried to stop him, but Joe was too fast. Within seconds he had clambered up onto the Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon, and then from its roof, and finally jumped from there onto the timber deck of the second story of the IVF clinic. Pax and Ryan were both right behind him. Chapter 88. Pax sprinted toward the fire extinguisher case mounted on the wall of the building next door, his pulse hammering in his ears. Inside was a small fire axe, red-painted steel dulled from years of exposure. He smashed the glass, snatched the axe, and turned back toward the inferno. The heat rolling off the burning clinic was staggering, like stepping into the mouth of a furnace. Smoke curled up in thick, choking waves, swirling around the eaves as flames clawed hungrily at the lower level, devouring wood that had stood strong for nearly a century. The building groaned, its very bones weakening. Pax didn't hesitate. He clambered up onto the G-Wagon, its metal roof hot under his hands, then hauled himself up onto the wooden deck that wrapped around the second level. The moment his boots hit the planks, he felt it, the deep shudder beneath him, a warning from the dying structure. Joe was already there, his face streaked with sweat and soot. He had his knife out and was trying to pry away parts of the wood that formed the walls of the building. He pointed to the barred windows where Amy's terrified face pressed against the glass. "You can't go through the windows," Joe yelled over the roar of the flames. "They all have bars. You'll have to cut through this wall here." Pax turned to where Joe was pointing, an exterior wall, weathered but still solid as hell. He raised the axe and swung. Thunk! The impact rattled up his arms. The blade barely bit into the wood. This house was from an era when they knew how to build things, the kind of lumber you couldn't buy anymore, dense and tough, like hacking through a damn tree trunk. He adjusted his grip, gritted his teeth, and swung again. Thunk! Crack! A few splinters flew, but the wall barely gave an inch. Behind him, Ryan had dragged up a hose, its weak stream hissing uselessly against the flames. "Work faster," Ryan barked. "This whole place is about to come down." Pax didn't stop. He swung harder, faster, his muscles burning from the effort. The smoke was getting thicker, stinging his eyes, filling his lungs with each ragged breath. Finally, the axe punched through a section of the wood. Pax widened the hole, chopping at the opening, trying to carve out a way in. But the old hardwood barely budged, the structure reinforced with thick beams that wouldn't break easily. And then the ground shifted beneath him. The floorboards sagged, the very foundation weakening. From below, flames erupted through the gaps, sending a wave of unbearable heat up through the deck, licking at Pax's boots. The fire was climbing, hungry and merciless, chewing through the house from the bottom up. "The gap's too small," Ryan shouted, wrenching at the beams with his bare hands. "None of us are getting through there." Without hesitation, Joe tore off his jacket and moved forward. He didn't hesitate, didn't ask. He just wedged himself into the narrow opening, his smaller frame barely fitting, twisting his shoulders until he squeezed through and disappeared inside. And a moment later, Joe was gone. Chapter 89. Joe hit the floor hard. He barely caught himself on his hands and knees. He couldn't see a damn thing. The smoke was everywhere, thick, choking, blinding. It clung to his skin, burned his throat, seared his lungs with every desperate gasp of air. His eyes stung like hell, watering uncontrollably as he squinted into the darkness, trying to get his bearings. There was no up or down, just suffocating heat and swirling blackness. He cursed under his breath, crawling forward, feeling blindly along the floorboards. How the hell had he done this to her? Amy. His gut twisted. He'd done a lot of things in his life, things he regretted. But if she died, it would be the only truly unforgivable thing he'd done. A deep, ominous creak rumbled beneath him, followed by a sudden drop. The entire floor shifted, sank nearly a foot, as the fire devoured the beams below. Joe nearly lost his balance, slamming a hand against the ground to steady himself. No time. His lungs screamed for oxygen. His body begged him to stop, to collapse, to let go. But he forced himself forward, hands sweeping across the floor. Not because he wanted to live, but because he didn't want Amy to die. Then, suddenly, a softness. He froze, his fingers brushing against something small, something still. Amy. Joe let out a strangled breath, his heart slamming against his ribs as he scooped her into his arms. Her body was limp, her chest barely rising and falling, but at least it was still moving. No. "Come on, kid," he choked out, cradling her close. "Not now. Not like this." He pushed to his feet, legs shaking, and bolted toward the hole Pax had hacked into the wall. He couldn't see it, but he remembered the direction. Each step was a battle. The air was poison, every breath a razor blade down his throat. The heat seared his skin, sweat mixing with soot and blood. Behind him, the house groaned, its final warning before giving way. Joe ran faster. Chapter 90. Pax had never felt so helpless. He stood at the edge of the broken wall, sweat dripping from his brow, muscles coiled, ready to grab Joe the moment he emerged. But every second that passed felt like a lifetime, and with each breath, their chances of survival burned away like the clinic itself. It was hard for him to breathe, and he was still outside the building. He could only imagine how toxic it was inside. Then, the floor dropped again. The entire structure groaned a deep, splintering sound that sent a cold wave of dread through Pax's chest. The deck beneath his boots shuddered, the air so thick with heat it felt like he was breathing fire. For a split second, he thought this was it. Then, Joe's voice. "Grab a Pax!" Pax lunged forward, reaching into the smoke-choked gap just as Joe thrust Amy through. She was limp, barely breathing, her small body slick with sweat and soot. Pax hauled her out and immediately passed her to Ryan, who took her with steady hands, his expression set in grim determination. Pax turned back for Joe. Joe was there, his hand outstretched, his face slick with sweat and blackened with soot. Pax grabbed his wrist, gripping tight, ready to pull him through. But their arms were slick with sweat and ash, and Joe's grip slipped. For a moment he held on, his fingers clenched around Pax's forearm, his knuckles white. His dark eyes met Pax's. In those eyes, Pax saw there was resignation, acceptance.
"Tell Amy,"
he gasped, his voice raw, broken.
"Tell her she was the best thing to ever come into my life. I loved that girl more than anything else in this wicked life."
"Joe, don't." The floor gave way. Joe's grip slipped completely, and Pax saw the moment he let go, the moment he accepted his fate. He fell. The flames below swallowed him whole, the fire roaring up like a living beast, consuming him in an instant. Pax lunged forward, reaching down. Too late. A second later, the entire house began to sway, the walls groaning, twisting as the inferno ate through its foundation. "Jump!" Ryan shouted. Still cradling Amy, Ryan leaped from the deck, clearing the collapse as the entire front of the building pitched forward. Pax had no choice. He ran 2 steps, then jumped, flinging himself clear just as the deck gave way beneath him. He hit the grassy ground hard, rolling instinctively, his body absorbing the impact. He came to a stop on his knees, his hands digging into the dirt as he gasped for breath. Behind him, the clinic imploded, the last of its strength failing as it collapsed inward, sending embers and fiery debris shooting into the night. It was over, and Joe was gone. He had paid the ultimate price any parent could make, and sacrificed his life so that his child could live. Chapter 91. The night smelled like smoke and burned plastic, the air thick with the acrid stench of destruction. Emergency lights strobed against the charred remains of the IVF clinic, casting everything in eerie, flickering red and blue. The fire had been contained, but the damage was done. Pax stood near the wreckage, arms crossed, watching as Elliot was loaded into an ambulance. The paramedics moved fast, their voices clipped and urgent as they called out vitals and secured IV lines. Blood soaked Elliot's shirt, seeping through the haphazard bandages, and his face was pale. Too pale. "He's critical," one of the paramedics said to another one. Pax clenched his jaw, his fingers tightening around the straps of his vest. Elliot had made it this far, but he wasn't out of the woods yet. Pax had seen guys come back from worse, and he'd seen guys go fast, too. Ratcliffe stood beside him, arms resting at his sides, his face unreadable, but his jaw tense. He let out a slow breath. "You think he's gonna make it?" the detective asked. Pax didn't take his eyes off the ambulance doors as they slammed shut. "He doesn't get a choice. Amy needs a father." The siren wailed to life, and the ambulance pulled away, disappearing down the darkened street. Pax exhaled through his nose, willing himself to believe his own words. In the second ambulance, a team of paramedics worked on Amy. The little girl curled under the thin blanket, her face smudged with soot, her red hair now almost black, her face damp with sweat. Who knows how much damage had been done to her lungs, but her eyes were open, and for the time being, she was alive, because her father had saved her. A paramedic held a mask like you see in operating theaters over her face. It was attached to a bag valve mask and was delivering 100% oxygen to her. Not far behind, Michelle and Vinka followed, matching expressions of fear and determination written across their faces. Neither woman hesitated. They both climbed into the ambulance after her. Pax watched both mothers put aside all their differences. Their mutual love for their daughter, their only priority. The sight warmed Pax's heart. To Ratcliffe, he said, "Would you look at that?" Ratcliffe said, "Nothing stronger than a mother's love for her daughter." Pax said, "And in Amy's case, she has two of them. And a father, too," Ratcliffe added, "if he pulls through this." "He'll pull through it," Pax said. "Nobody who's been through what he's been through would give up. Now he's got everything he's ever wanted." "I hope so," Ratcliffe smiled. "Good for him." "What will happen to him?" "You mean will he still be a fugitive when he gets out of the hospital?" "Yeah." Ratcliffe shook his head. "He'll have to come back with me to Oregon. The DA will have to clear his sentence and issue an apology, leaving him a free man. Any lawyer worth their salt will then file a suit against the DA's office for the time he'd already served in a supermax prison, and he will probably walk away a rich man. I think as it stands, he's already the richest, luckiest man alive." "I think so, too." Chapter 92. Pax looked at the detective who had somehow tracked him all the way to San Diego. There was a sign of mutual respect between them. He wanted to say something to congratulate the man, but neither of them were men of a lot of words. Finally, it was Ratcliffe who broke the silence. The detective smiled. "You're okay, Pax. You know that? You're a good man." "So are you, Detective Ratcliffe," Pax said with a laugh. "You know, I looked you up and found out what you were doing on the night my niece was murdered. You were at the VA meeting, helping out wounded vets. Solid alibi. Why didn't you mention it?" Pax shrugged. "I had to find a place to sleep. You seemed so intent on arresting someone. Who was I to stop you?" Ryan laughed. "You were happy to come in. Easy bed for the night. Free meal. What the hell is wrong with you?" Pax shrugged. "I don't know. I've always been a little hard-headed, to be honest." Ryan said, "Anyway, on that charge, you're free to go." "That's good to hear." Ryan frowned. "But you also helped a convicted criminal escape. Then again, the criminal was just trying to stay alive, and we now know he was wrongly convicted. So on that account, I have trouble reconciling my need to charge you. Look, someone's going to have to come for you over this, but so far, we don't have your name or your address. Hell, as far as anyone's concerned, you're a damned ghost." A wry grin formed on Pax's lips. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying if you were to disappear tonight, get on the first bus or train or whatever sort of type of public transport you believe in, and get out of here, and don't ever come back, I'd say you'd have a good chance the prosecutors would never catch up with you." "Thank you," Pax said, offering his hand. "I think I'll take you up on that." The detective shook Pax's hand firmly. "Thank you. For your service to the country." "Who said I ever served?" Pax asked. The detective laughed. "Are you saying you didn't?" "No, just curious who told you, that's all." The detective grinned. "Everything about you says ex-Special Forces." "You're welcome," Pax said. We both have chosen lives that involve service to those in need. Yes, and I would say that's a purpose worth living for. Me too, Pax agreed. Ryan said, "Oh, one more thing you should know." "What's that?" Ryan's lips formed a hard line. "I met your brother." Pax's heart skipped another beat. "I don't have a brother. I was an orphan, found on the steps of Washington Hospital some 40 years ago." Ryan grinned. "Well, then it's your lucky day. It turns out you do have a brother." "How did you find him?" "I didn't. He found my niece. I nearly caught him. In fact, I hit him with my car. He left some blood on my windshield. It was tested for DNA. He's not in the system. Any system, for that matter. Neither are you. But one thing is certain about the data." "What's that?" "He's definitely your brother." "I don't know what I'm supposed to feel," Pax admitted. "I think I'm very happy to know I have a brother. I always thought I was on my own. Now I have a sibling somewhere out there. But on the other hand, he killed your niece. Given your tenacity, my bets are on you catching him one day. When you do, maybe you could give me a call and let me know. I'll come visit him in prison. Maybe he knows something about my mom and dad." "I don't know anything about your parents." Ratcliffe shook his head. "As for your brother, I won't be hunting him down." "Really?" Pax was incredulous. "It turns out my niece was a spy. She was a gambler, and to pay for her debts, she was selling defense secrets to China. That must have hurt." "Yeah, it really did," Ratcliffe said. "It doesn't change the fact I really loved her." "My brother was one of our spies?" Pax asked. "It looks like it," Ratcliffe confirmed. "My chief got a call from a higher-up at the Pentagon telling him his team is to let the entire investigation go." "Any idea where my brother was heading?" Pax asked. Ratcliffe shrugged. "I don't know. I tried everything to track him down, but if I had to guess, I'd say he's nothing more than a ghost." Chapter 93. UC San Diego Health, 3 days later. Pax walked through the sliding glass doors of UC San Diego Health, the scent of antiseptic and sterile air filling his lungs. Hospitals all smelled the same, a mix of bleach, sickness, and quiet desperation. He strode up to the reception desk, resting his forearms on the counter. "Excuse me, ma'am," Pax said. "I'm looking for Elliot Brooks." The receptionist, a woman with tired eyes and a clipped tone, typed quickly into her computer. After a few seconds, she rattled off a room number and pointed him toward the elevators. "3rd floor, take a left." Pax nodded his thanks and made his way through the bright, lifeless corridors. His boots were too loud against the polished floor, but no one paid him any mind. He passed a few nurses, a couple of doctors in deep conversation, and one security guard eyeing him suspiciously, probably because Pax didn't exactly blend in with the usual visitors. He ignored him and kept walking. When he reached Elliot's room, he pushed open the door without knocking. Elliot was propped up in bed, looking far better than a man with a chest drain and an oxygen mask should. His color had returned, and despite the hospital gown and IV line, he had that same familiar smile and gratitude in his eyes. But Pax's gaze didn't stay on Elliot for long. A small figure lay beside him, tucked under his arm. Amy. She was fast asleep, her tiny fingers curled against Elliot's hospital gown, red hair spilling over the pillow. The rhythmic rise and fall of her breathing was steady, peaceful, as if she had finally found a safe place to rest. Pax exhaled slowly, something settling in his chest. Across the room, Michelle and Vinka sat together, deep in conversation. Pax watched them for a moment. Two women who had once been on opposite sides of a painful story, now sitting shoulder to shoulder, bound by something stronger than history. There was no tension between them, no resentment, just the quiet understanding of two mothers who loved their daughter. They had already come to a decision. Amy wouldn't have to choose. No one would take one of her mothers away from her ever again. Pax could see it, the way Michelle rested her hand on Vinka's, the way Vinka nodded at something she said, a silent agreement already formed between them. No matter how complicated things got, they'd live under the same roof and raise Amy together. Looking at them all, Elliot, his daughter, the two women who loved her fiercely, Pax knew one thing for certain. They were going to be a modern family, and Amy would grow up knowing she was loved by all of them. And after everything she'd been through, that was all that mattered. Chapter 94. Holy Cross Cemetery, San Diego, 2 weeks later. Vinka Azzopardi lay a wreath next to the gravesite. A little teddy bear stood watch. She didn't cry. There weren't enough tears in all the world to make up for her loss. Still, it was hard to know how to mourn for someone who you had lost so long ago, and so much time had passed. Amy lay a single flower on the grave. She didn't say anything. What would a 4-year-old say? But there was a look in her eye that suggested she wished she'd gotten the chance to grow up with her twin sister. They probably would have had a lot of fun together. Elliot and Michelle were there too. All of them, their lives combined by so much pain and love in equal proportions. Chapter 95. Venice Beach, California. Pax had spent enough time sightseeing. He was ready to move on. His cell phone rang. He looked at it. There was no name next to the number. He clicked the answer button anyway. It was probably some kind of telemarketer or a simple scammer planning on taking up some of his precious time. But what did he care? He had all the time in the world. He smiled. Pax always felt it was polite to smile on the phone, even if people couldn't see you. In his experience, the gesture carried through in one's voice. Hello? Is this Pax West? A man asked. Sure, Pax said, not really answering the question with a definitive yes or no. This is Colin Thomas. You were recently volunteering at our vets event at the Place to Shoot, the indoor range in Portland, Oregon. Is that correct? Yeah, that was me. I'm told you bought some tickets for the VA raffle. A lot of tickets. I just wanted to call and say thank you for your help and also to let you know your name was pulled from the raffle. That's nice. Do you want to know what you won? No, thank you. I've already moved on. Why don't you dedicate the prize or the meat tray to a local vet? It's unlikely I'm going to be getting back to Oregon for some time now. That's okay, Mr. West. I can email you the prize if you like. Pax's lips curved upward in a slight grin. He'd never won anything. His luck must be improving. Okay, Pax said. Out of interest, sir, what did I win? You won the big one. The man's voice seemed excited, as though he never really got to tell anyone good news. The big one, Pax said, trying to share in his enthusiasm. Then Thomas said, You won an all-expenses luxury 5-day cruise in the Caribbean. Really? Yes, sir, you did. I've never been on a cruise, or to the Caribbean for that matter. Well, then now's your chance. Pax grinned. Thank you, sir. I have an idea I'm going to enjoy what will be one of my first real vacations in a very long time. The end. You have been listening to Nothing to Lose, Pax West, Book 2, written by Christopher Cartwright with Scott Medbury, narrated by Adam Barr.